All right, y'all. What's up? Hyper Game Dev is here. Kind of. Yes, this is a game I'm making. It's a runner game. I'm gonna be working on it today, real quick, y'all. I just gotta do something. Let's call this a starting soon screen. This is a game where you will be protecting your limbs. You can hurt them, stuff like that. I'm about to be right back, and I want to play a little game. With these games, I'm basing some of the mechanics that I'm implementing lately on Star Fox. So that's playing over there on the right. Yeah, we got a lot going on here. And I want to see which one survives longer. Yes, you can die on either one. Now, the thing is, on the left, it'll actually restart, which maybe isn't great. We're actually about to die on the left, so hold on though, I'll be right back. Thanks for tuning in though. Make sure you guys. Oh wow, we super died in Star Fox. We got Potato in the house. What's up, Potato? I usually don't deal in starting soon screens. Hello, y'all. I like to get started real quick. What's up? But today, I'm running a little behind. Wow, y'all. What's up? The chaos that is this music. What has happened? I was just talking and nobody heard anything. What's up? This is Hyper Game Dev. I just got here. Sorry about that late start. Sorry for this horrible music. Oh, it's just looping. I'm trying my best today, y'all. I'm trying my best today. I had to do a little impromptu starting soon screen. I should really have one of those ready. Because I had to make a cup of tea. That's what I was saying when you couldn't hear me. I needed to make a cup of tea. We got Potato in the house. What's up, Potato? Hope you're doing well. I actually probably shouldn't sip this. Can you see the steam coming off of this? You can't. There's actively steam coming off of this. I should not drink it yet. But I badly want it. Anyway, that music is just one of the worst musics I've ever heard. It's so bad. It's so bad. Let's at least get something a little more interesting playing in the background. What am I doing today? What are we up to? I got this game here, and this is a game that I'm working on in particular. This is some very valiant music that we're starting with today. And it is a game about being an alien that's invading Earth, and you have vulnerable limbs that get damaged by stuff. And then you have to heal those limbs. Right now, the only way to heal them is to grab little... Let me get this dang music out of my face. Get this music out of my face. The only way to heal those limbs is to grab these little cows here and lift them up, sort of like abducting them, but this isn't really the mechanic that I want in the game. But, you know, I'm just trying to prototype. I'm just trying to put the game together the best I can. Yesterday, I did some Star Foxification, which is why I even have Star Fox up here in the first place. Hopefully you could kind of see before we went into the continue screen. You can see the similarities, right? Because they both are like on rails, and there's like obstacles, and then you also have like, there's similarities in like the hit points and stuff, in that you have damage that you can take to the wings in this game. So let me actually load a different save point here just to illustrate this. So over here in Star Fox, if I hit bam down there, bam, bam, I'm actually not taking any damage there on the bottom left, but my limbs or my wings are getting damaged, and that means you can't use like the twin blasters or whatever. So I can do that on the other side as well. I don't know that there's really much that you lose other than the twin blasters. Like what's the difference between having two wings gone versus one? I don't really know. But either way, so this game kind of has something similar in that if you lose both of your legs, so it's similar, but it takes it further, right? Oh, I just healed my legs on accident. Let me unheal those legs. Let me just hurt those legs a little bit here. And once both legs are destroyed, I need to not destroy my body or we're gonna die. Jam, you fall down. So you're actually gonna have, and the idea is you won't be able to run as fast. You know, these are some little things that I kind of want to look into today. I think that's something I want to look into today. So for example, when you're on, you know, the ground like this, you shouldn't be able to run fast anymore. And so there's no animations and stuff like that, but I can still press the boost button and we go faster, right? That's not good. No, we don't want that. So that's something I want to think about. And then, what else? There's something else, and I have to like play it to realize what it is. Oh, you can lose. Actually, you know what? We fixed that yesterday. So before, your body could get destroyed and you wouldn't fully die. So you can see I have 4 on the leg and 1 on the body. If I get 0 on the body, it's game over. So then you lose. I wonder if we could just like do more with that, you know? Like have it be more of an event, because right now if the body hits 0, the game just restarts. I'm kind of opposed to like a boring game over screen, But I don't know. So anyway, so this game, I mean, ultimately what I want, there's a lot of things I want. And it's just, the game is starting to complexify to a point where I'm just like, what do I want to add? What do I want to add? What do I want to work on next? And something that I really want to get fixed is the grabbing mechanic. So what I want to happen, thank you DNF, welcome, hope you're doing well, thanks for stopping in. Good evening to you. What I want is you click on the animals, and the animals can basically, again, heal your wounded body parts. And what I like is when you click on it, you're automatically jumped to one of these possible body parts. I'm doing well today. I'm a little slow today. I started off the stream a little slow because I didn't have my tea made yet, and I can't dev without some tea. But I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. How are you doing? I hope you're doing okay. You said you're good. I do that every time. I ask you how you are. You say I'm good. How are you? And I'm like, I'm good. How are you? I do this so much. Yeah. So I feel like it's a very American thing to do. So yeah. So it heals you in this really awkward way. What I'd like is when you click on this, it automatically jumps to one of the body parts, right? Or maybe the center, and when you let go, then it applies the heals to the body part you're hovering over. So I could then move my mouse to the head, the arms, the legs, or this other option. Ooh, I need to make that too. This other option where you send a score. Wow, maybe we should do that. Wow, there's so many things to do. There's so many things to work on. I'm gonna make the send score thing. So, okay, I need to start making a list, because like I say, everything is getting more and more complicated in a good way, because I have a very specific vision for this game, but there's so many different things to work on. I'm just like, what do I pick? You're watching Breaking Bad with your friend. Nice. Speaking of American, what an American show that one is. I love that show. I do. It's a really fun show. A lot of gang violence in that one, but you know, I give it a pass because it's so like intriguing and thrilling and exciting. Love that show. Of course, Better Call Saul. Gotta recommend that one too. Could you have an instant death thing? What does that mean? What do you mean when you say that? I mean, for sure, DNF, like, there's gonna be different enemy types, and some enemy types will be like more dangerous than others, right? And it's really interesting because I feel like that's the second time you've mentioned that. And it's interesting because, you know, it's like, oh, that's a mechanic that resonates with you, something that you've experienced before. And so that makes me interested. You know, maybe there's like a, you know, maybe a boss kind of vibe. Like hit something that kills you instantly. Yeah, 100%. I like it too because you're talking about it like you would have to, the players should probably know that it would kill you instantly. I like it because then it raises questions about like, well, how do you know something would kill you instantly versus something that wouldn't kill you instantly, something that's a little more harmless, right? And so right now we just have these obstacles that bump you and it hurts a little bit. But in terms of things that like actually, you know, threaten you in this meaningful way, what would that be? You know what would be something, DNF Dead? What about a cliff? What about a cliff? Right? There's like a hole in the ground, and if you run off that cliff, then you instantly die. A random square that kills you. Yeah. All right, okay. Yeah, so I mean, I don't even know. So that would take a little effort though. A bear trap. So I do want to say, so this character, like, look at the house compared to this character. So right now, and that may change, and look at, these are cows. These are entire cows. So this character is massive, right? This character is so big. And so, like, a bear trap, it would have to be, and also the idea is that the human race didn't know that the aliens were going to be invading, so they like didn't prepare yet. So like, you know, it would have to be like this specially giant alien bear trap. But I like where you're going with it, and I think, you know, I like the idea of a cliff. Let me make sure I put that. I might even have your suggestion in here, DNF, from before. DNF dead. Instant death. There it is. There it is. Okay, but let me be more specific. Lee's idea, cliff to run off. And then that will be like the instant death mechanic. I like that a lot. I think that's a lot of good idea. Can I have my tea? Can I have my tea yet? Or is it too hot? It's not too hot. I wouldn't say it's just right, but it's not too hot. Whoa, there we go. Give me that caffeine. You like the cliff? Okay. All right. DNF approves of the cliff idea. Now, I mean, in order to do that, that requires some effort. Let's do it. DNF, I'll do it. You know what? What the heck? I like being inspired by the things chat come up with, and you know, I'm kind of sitting here looking for something to do. And there's different things I can do. But I like this. I'm going to go for it. So, okay. So in order to get that set up, I'm going to need to make, I'm going to make a new, I could either make a new terrain plot or we could reuse an existing one. I say we reuse an existing one. So the way this game works is there's multiple like terrain, like strips or tiles or blocks. And maybe, I mean, it seems like there's, yeah, maybe we get rid of, because some of these have the same house on it. Let's get rid of that one. And that's kind of boring. There's this one, and then it must be 0. No. Oh, it's just spawning the same block twice. That's all that is. Okay, I gotcha. Well, let's get rid of, I don't know, this one just kind of bores me, so maybe I'll get rid of this one. And we don't even have to get rid of it. I could just add, so you're saying it's a square. I mean, literally, it could just be a square, like on the ground, right? And it instantly kills you. I like that. So here's the thing. Right now I have an obstacle script. And that obstacle script, so there's some things about this that it raises some nerdy problems. So this obstacle script is applied to every obstacle. So I have trees on here and a house on here. And all of these obstacles have that same script. And I want to use that same script for this cliff and just consider it an obstacle. I guess, or maybe it's not an obstacle. Maybe, no, maybe it is an obstacle. Okay, here's the thing. What if the collision actually ends? So I'm going to duplicate the ground, and then there'll be an object. So I have that, let me go back. So there's this obstacle script, and right now there's only one type of obstacle, and that obstacle takes 1 damage away from any of your body parts right now. So how do I tell it, how do I tell this script that has to be the same on all of these objects, hey, you're one that instead of taking 1 health away, you take all the health away? I think maybe we could add an enumerator list. So if I come in here and I set up an enum, assuming I remember how to do this, why does that mess? Oh, enum, and we're going to call it obstacle type, or like maybe even like damage type, and then, or damage amount, maybe. And then we'll say we can do 1, and then we could do 4. Since 4, but it's also like what limb, because it also has to specify what, I mean, it could just be, yeah, 4 should be fine. Expected identifier for enum key. Damage amount full, yeah. Yeah, basically. And so 4, because there's 4 health maximum. And so what I'm thinking is you fall, so here's my idea, is we have a gap in one of these terrain blocks, right? Just cut it off, and you fall down, and then you'll run into like this block that will do 4 damage to every limb that comes into contact with it. And since we have 4 health, but maybe should say more than 4, because we want, what if we add in a way that you can increase your health? I don't know. I don't know what the game's future holds. So I might want to have it be, yeah, damage full. Like a spike or something. Yeah, yeah, I was thinking you wouldn't see it. So the idea of the game, I mean, that's your imagination I like a lot. I do want to keep it somewhat within the realm of the world, but yeah, like in theory, that would be what it is. Because so if I if we fall, I'm just thinking more you just fall and you just like disappear. I mean, it would be nice if you like fell and there was like a cinematic shot of you splatting on the ground. I can't make that happen in any time soon, or a spike or something, but I can at least set up a placeholder, right? So in doing this game development, I want to set up placeholders that sort of represent what could be a spike or could be a ground that you splat on or something. But for now, it has to be kind of boring. But I think you know what I mean. Like you're saying a random square or something. So I don't know. I'm thinking 4 maybe isn't. Maybe we'll say normal or lowest damage amount, and then full damage amount. Like an thud. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That would be ideal. I would prefer that. But I'm not sure. I'm actually 100% sure I couldn't do that today. That would be much later down the road. Because I'm really trying to prototype it at this time more than like fully fill it out. Damage amount, lowest full. And then I would want to set up a variable, and I would call this damage type. I mean, it's damage amount as well. But I don't think it's going to like it since we already named something that. I'm going to call this damage amounts, and then we'll call this damage amount. And it's going to be equal to the enumerator. And then I'm also going to export this. So by doing this, I should be able to see on this script, or things I apply this script to. Yeah, so now we have this list here. Either this particular script gives the lowest amount of damage, or it gives full damage. One or the other. And that's on a per node basis. So most of them are going to give the lowest damage, right? Except for our little break in the level. Now, if I want to cut this, it's going to be a little tricky. I'm going to duplicate the ground. So now we have 2 grounds on here, in theory. Is it not visible? Is the mesh, this is a bad idea. Right now I have the top level node as a mesh instance, and I actually think that's a bad idea. I don't think that's a good idea. I wonder if I can, yeah, I can change the type. Let me make this a node 3D. Oh, it doesn't like that. Oh, that was a huge mistake. I'm sorry, I take it back. Forgive me. Why did it get so angry? Cannot get path of node as it is not in the scene tree. Maybe like I have to like reopen it. So if I call this a node 3D here, and this is terrain blocks 2, and I reopen it, wow, it's just gone. How is that possible if it's all still there? It's a little confusing, but did it really break it? So the thing is the top level of this right now. Oh, there. So there was the ground. So that's kind of what happens. So this is kind of what I'm looking to create, is this way to fall through, right? And then the idea will be that, I don't know where that block is, right here. You will fall through, and then the idea will be it'll be cut open at that part, and that's like a cliff, right? You have to like avoid a cliff or something. I'm a little fascinated. Dude, exactly. I'm a little fascinated that... Oh, it's not even gonna let me undo it? Okay. Alright. Okay, Godot. Alright. Okay. So that's... I don't know. It makes me... Okay. I don't really understand what's going on there, because all the objects are still here. Oh, but they're not all here. This is very confusing. So I'm going to close this. I am not going to save it. We need to find a different way to do this. Because the reason why I'm having the problem is because what I wanted to do is I wanted to take a cut out of there. So what I was going to do was duplicate the ground and have it in 2 slices instead of 1 slice. But unfortunately, the top level for this, and that's just due to a tutorial I followed for making this endless runner thing work, the top level is a mesh instance, which is not a great top level because I can't change it now, or else everything else underneath it gets messed up. Godot change top level node type deletes everything. Be wary of changing node type. Delete all the other nodes in the scene, and for some reason rename the root node. Luckily I have a backup, didn't make any changes. So apparently that is indeed a thing that happens. Oh no. Oh no, and it's over. Well, that's gone. It did not save it. Now I do have a Git. I can revert on GitHub. I pushed so GitHub is this awesome way to make sure you save some of your, you know, mistakes, or save yourself from mistakes. So I can do that. I got to remake the enum. But wow, do not be changing the type of a parent node. I don't know. It almost, to me, it almost makes me want to remake all of those blocks. Now I just followed a tutorial about how to get an endless runner to work. And ultimately, however it's going to end up working is going to look pretty different. So, you know, I think I'll want to remake it at some point anyway. Look at that. It's just obliterated it. But what I did want to do is just come in here and save myself a tiny bit of time. A tiny bit of time. And hold on to the obstacle script change we made. It's not a big change, but it's one less thing I have to do when we get back into the project. So I'm just going to copy that. I'm going to close this, hop into GitHub, and we are not going to keep these. We're going to revert to this past GitHub. Your local changes to the following files will be overwritten. Yes, overwrite them, burn them down. Please commit your changes or stash them. Yes, stash them, whatever that is. How do I stash them? Discard all. Oh wait, stash them? No, just discard. Honestly, throw them in the garbage. There's nothing of value to lose here. Okay, now we're gonna revert to this prior version. Hey, what's up, Entropy? Glad to see some Git usage. Oh yeah, I get into it, and I type out the whole description and everything. I love it. Yeet them. We don't want any of that. That was not helping us. Yeah, it's nice. So one thing that I still don't know how to do is, what if I want to go back multiple reverts? I think Pierogigon did some investigating on how to deal with it, but it looked really complicated. But let's say I wanted to go back to this one, right? And so if I try to revert to this, it's gonna like give me all these like really annoying, I don't know, reverting to an old one I wish was simpler. But for the most part, yeah, I mean, it's probably a me problem that I can't figure out how to revert back to a multiple commits ago. But yeah, it's super nice. It's so super nice. I guess I could always like move it to a different folder. Hey, what's up, Pixel Tuner? Alert. What? What do you mean? What are you talking about? Alert. No more Unreal for now, yeah. Attempt to call fun. What has broken now? What has broken now? It's nice, Entropy, until somehow it's not. What has happened? Failed loading resource. Why? Make sure resources have been imported by opening the project in the editor at least once. What are you talking about? Is it... Oh, do you mean just literally error while parsing file terrain blocks 1? What do you mean? GitHub, did you do anything of value here? What have I done? What have I done? I don't know how I'm the client. In the command line, I think you can check out a hash. Oh, yeah, that was it. I probably haven't seen this name in a while. What's up, Cheetos? This probably haven't seen, yeah, a little couple weeks ago, not too far away. I'm like 90% of Git users. I know how to do 3 or 4 commands and panic when those don't work. It is the Git way. Okay. All right, that comforts me. Yeah, so yeah, Unreal Engine, I'm sticking with Godot. I'm sticking with Godot for now because I really want to work on one game and I want to make one game. And for me, Unreal feels like overkill for like the little game I want to make. So yeah, that's where I'm at. But I am doing Blender every Monday for the member streams. Do you know Godot is in the mobile now? I do, yeah. You can, basically it's the exact same thing with a little, apparently there's some bugs that are present in one but not the other. This reverts commit, yeah. I mean, that's what I want, right? Like, has it been done? Push or do I have to do that? Have I done this? I'm scared. We have headers. I feel like I've made a terrible mistake. I feel like I've made a terrible mistake. But I don't really know what that mistake is or how to do it right. No alerts. Don't give me an alert. Just be the older version and everything can be fine, right? Honestly, like, I'll redo the endless runner part. I'll redo it. Okay, everything's fine. Wait, we're good now. Okay. I just needed, oh wait, everything's not fine. Shoot. Oh no, everything's not fine. I was so ready to just be like, everything's fine. It's not. Load terrain, what's wrong with terrain blocks 0 and 1? What do you mean? Like, what has happened to them? Oh God. We're in danger. We're in big danger. All right, I gotta look this up. This is my new task. Unfortunately, I've made mistakes. Godot, GitHub, revert, error while parsing file. Damn. Damn, what a way to start everything out. What a way to start everything out. When you rename files or move files, Godot sometimes corrupts files with dependencies. Awesome. Part of source code is lost. The only way to restore it is replace with older file version or delete the scene file and recreate again. You can try opening it in external text editor and see if anything is obviously amiss. This file corruption bug situation still exists and it really sucks. Ay. Delete all external resource links to use version control like git. It's dead, Jim. Oh, man. Do you have any TCSN in the same directory? When my scene was corrupted and saving, this temporary file had a not corrupted version. If you have it, remove everything after TSCN part, and then the scene should work. Oh, I hope that's it. I hope that fixes it. You know, these are not fun problems, but I'm still here for Godot. I'm here for whatever comes up. File corruption. This is game dev. Yeah. Totally. You're absolutely right. Terrain no, not what I meant. Terrain blocks. Nope. No, nothing added on the end there, unfortunately. We do have the head stuff. So there is this stuff that GitHub jammed in here. Why is GitHub jamming all this crap in here? GitHub, can you not? Like, I never put this in here. You did. Like, I did the right thing, right-clicking revert. Like, that was the thing to do. Revert changes in commit. You have unmerged files. Fix them up in the work tree, and then use git add rm file. Hint, as appropriate to mark resolution and make a commit. Fatal? Revert failed. Okay. Fix them up in the work tree. You have unmerged files. Okay, just merge them. Merge them up. Merge them down. Do the merge. What's it waiting for? Current branch main. Does anybody know how to do this? Does anybody know? Discard all changes. Compare. Merge into current branch. It's nothing to click on. There's nothing to click on. Squash and merge. The commits in the selected branch will be combined into one commit in the current branch. I mean, I can't choose any of these options. They're all grayed out. So there's nothing to merge. So like, what do you mean? Like, what are you talking about? Amend commit. Reorder commit. Oh, geez. Oh, geez. All right. And it's saying that these are like the changes, right? So it's added all these in here. Can we discard these? Discard these changes and just have us reverted to this one. I mean, this seems better. This seems better. Maybe this solves my problem. The game runs. Oh! 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 All right. So I don't, generally speaking, I have no idea what just happened. All right. So I just want to be clear. I have no idea what just happened. I have no idea why we're good now. I guess I'd be curious to see. I mean, we should be on the version. Now, I will say, this is an older version. This is not the version I want to be on. This is not the version I want to be on. This is missing all the work we did the other day. All that's not here. All of that's not here. So I think I misunderstand what revert is here. I think I'm misunderstanding what revert is. Revert the revert. Please commit your changes or stash them before you merge. I think this is my problem. Okay, let's say changes. I don't know what I'm doing. I tried to revert and did it wrong, I think, and now I'm making mistakes. Does this fix it? That's what we're doing. That's what it's gonna be, because this is an older version. I think when you say revert, this is what I don't like about GitHub. Like, GitHub is nice in theory. Oh God, what's happened now? There are no changes to commit. Bro, what? Okay. It says 6 changed files. 6 changed files. Is it because I discarded them? It says I can get them back from the recycle bin. I'll bring them back from the recycle bin. I'm sorry. This is crap. This is a bunch of crap. Okay. God dang it. But there are changes. They're right there. What? Oh my God. What am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? I want to cry. GitHub recycle bin discard changes. Like, literally, you mean my Windows recycle bin? Like, literally, and so you just want me to pull up my actual Windows recycle bin? Oh my God. Oh my God. Well, okay, so this stream has evolved again. Right now, we are doing GitHub troubleshooting. Yep, that's what it is. So I'm glad. This is a wonderful, wonderful thing. So glad. So glad I use GitHub. I love it. It's wonderful. It's so nice. It's so user-friendly, and everything is clear what it means and what it does and how to fix problems. Did I stash changes? Hell no, I didn't stash changes. I discarded them because I don't know what I'm doing. I should have stashed them. But when I did another discard, it was like, oh, it's going in the recycle bin. Apparently, I don't know how to open my recycle bin also. So that's fun. I don't even know how to do low level things anymore. I'm just, or high level, I guess is what that, I don't know. I can't. There's no recycle bin. Do I not have a recycle bin? I'm clicking it. I swear I'm clicking it. I'm clicking it. Ah! Oh, God. Everything is terrible. Everything is terrible. I genuinely don't know what to do anymore. No, I didn't stash them because I don't know what any of these things mean. GitHub, there's gotta be an alternative to GitHub, right? I mean, dang. How can this, oh, I spelled recycle wrong. How can this, I mean, I know it's my fault. Like, I know it's my fault. But dang, because right now that version of the game is before yesterday's stream. Which, it's, if I just hadn't used GitHub, like, maybe I would have lost one scene. I would have lost one scene that I could easily replace. But because I used GitHub and I used it wrong, I may now lose an entire day of progress. All version control is not fun. The others are just as obtuse. Sad. Windows. What? Oh, man. It's just the recycle bin. I'm just looking for the recycle bin. Is there like a command way I can open it? In these times of despair, you can support Hyper Gamedev. If you type humble in the chat, I don't know if you guys knew this, but you can get a link to check out some Unity power tools. Maybe there's a Unity power tool that will help you because and will help you with version control a lot better than GitHub. Who knows? There's a cloud storage solution on here. Look at that. That looks cool. There's a file transfer server. That looks useful. Whenever you come to Humble Bundle, come to Adjust Donation. Scroll on down. Custom amount. Look what you can do. You can help out Hyper Game Dev. Just zoop. Look at that. And then that will go to Hyper Game Dev. Thanks if you can do that. It's a really cool bundle. $35. You get $1,000 worth of tools. So yeah, there you go. Enjoy that. Enjoy that, Unity. For fludges, frake, recycle bin run command. Like, I'm just trying to open my dang old recycle bin, bro. Like, it's still searching. It's still searching. Do you have files that just need to be added before you can commit? I don't know. I don't know. How do I know? How would I know that? How would I know that? Did we find it? We found the recycle bin. We found the recycle bin. We found the recycle bin. Do I just have files that need to be added before you can commit? Yeah, I don't know. Me no know either. Yeah. Well, here is this. Can I just say restore? Restore. Okay, I've restored this. GitHub. Did you notice I restored something? No local changes. Okay. Okay. All right. Cool. So that's good. And can I... So things that I added the other night. These damage effects and miscellaneous troubleshooting. This was stuff I did yesterday. And so that means, and so if I want to revert to this one, right? So here's this UI effects script. If I want to revert to this one, and I right click it and I do revert changes, does that undo this one or does that revert to this one? So whatever the case, I already did that. And now it says revert damage effects and miscellaneous troubleshooting, and that's at the top here. This reverts. Does that mean it gets rid of it? So that means it gets rid of it. I think that means it gets rid of it. Oh, it deleted it. Oh, no, 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 no. Don't do any of that. So why can't I just say that would undo? That's stupid. That's dumb. I hate that. No, what it should do, in my uneducated opinion, is it should revert means undo this commit. Why doesn't it say that? That's what it should say. So, because I had made changes on accident, right? So I made changes in Godot that messed up some of the stuff. And I wanted to say, forget those changes, go back to the most recent commit that I did. That's what I wanted to do. So, I mean, so like, how do I undo undoing the commit? Would be my next question. How do I undo undoing the commit? Do I revert the changes of the reversion? I don't know. I mean, if I try to do it, okay, let me do that. It let me do that. Maybe. I think. Possibly. The changes should still be there. In the change log. You should be able to check out the old commit again. The change log. Ye old change log. Is that something that exists in a place I can access it that you know of? So it seems like what I should have done was saved my project, flawed as it was, and then reverted that save. Maybe history? I don't know. I don't know what to expect. I mean, it's doing something. It's doing something. Okay, this has my old files. Okay, this has my old... This has yesterday's progress. That's good. I think we might be square. It runs? Oh. All right. Okay. All right. Everything's fixed. Dear God. Everything is fixed. Everything is fixed. It was a mess to get there. I had 2 or 3 palpitations along the way. And I'm already almost done with my tea. So, wow. Oh my gosh. Game dev. So simple. So simple. So elegant. It just works. Get out. Get out of here. All right, I'm going to pretend like we've not been suffering all this time. And I'm gonna move on. I'm gonna move on. By the way, I wasn't just kidding when I mentioned the Humble Bundle thing. It really is a good Humble Bundle, and you can support Hyper Game Dev by doing it. Link is in the chat or the description box. Check out this Unity bundle if you're interested in Unity stuff. There's a lot of cool stuff in there. All right, anyway, so yeah, so what I was going to do was add in a cliff that you instantly die and fall off of because DNF suggested it, and I think it's a fun idea. So yeah, so in this runner game, normally you get hit, you know, a limit of time, right? And then if your body damage or health gets down to 0, right now the game just restarts. But, you know, that's just because it's a work in progress. And so what DNF's idea is, maybe there's something that kills you right away instead of just chipping away your health. So my idea is to cut out a section of one of these strips, because these are all strips. All these, the whole level that you see. That's why, like, one of them is green. So one is colored green, and that kind of shows you what the strips are and what they look like. Let me get the green one. So there's a green one, right? And so I wanted to cut a section out, and you fall through it. And then when you fall, you're going to hit something that deals maximum damage and kills you. So that's what I was setting up, and I realized that and why I went down the whole GitHub chaos is I realized it's not great that my top level node is a mesh instance, right? Instead of just like a generic node 3D. Because now if I want to change this, I don't know, I just got to do some weird things. And if I try to right click this and click change type, don't do that. It messed up files, things got broken. I couldn't even close and reopen it, and that's why I went to GitHub to revert, and it was chaos. But we did get it eventually back to normal. So I got to think of a different way to break this up. And so what I'm thinking is this top level is just clunkily enough gonna be a mesh instance, even though I'm gonna remove the mesh, which is just not my favorite fact. Honestly, what I'd like to do is paste another terrain node in here. What did that even paste? I don't even know what that's pasting. I mean, if I copy this and I paste it, can I paste root node into the same scene? Okay, that's fine. All I really want is this same shape, right? Because I don't want to have to find the size again. I'll do it. Fine. This was from following a tutorial. What if I make a new one? You know what? I'm making a new one. That's what I'm gonna do. So the way this script works for the terrain, and again, I followed a tutorial to get this endless runner put together, the movement. The way the script works is we set an array for terrain blocks, and the terrain belt is drawing from a path. So I have this folder down here of terrain blocks. It's got 0 through 4 right now. And each of these are those strips. And so what I can do is I can just add another scene in here, and that'll be another one that it generates. Now there is a problem, because they do have to be Mesh Instance 3D. They do. This is what the tutorial told me to do. All right. So we do have to make them Mesh Instance 3D, I guess, for some reason. That's what we do. Maybe there's certain properties about Mesh Instance. The tutorial didn't really explain that, or it did and I forgot, but I don't think it did. So, okay, fine. I won't create a new scene with a different root node. That's why breaking it, that's why I probably broke it so badly in many ways, because it does need to be that. Okay, so fine. So I will convert one. How about this then? Instead of adding one into that folder, what if I just add a new mesh instance as a child of the existing parent mesh instance? This feels quite silly. This feels entirely silly. I wonder if I can... It does say I can save this. What if I save this? And I say this is terrain block default .tres. Can I load that then onto here? Because that would kind of do that for me. Oh, okay, nice. So now I have a copy of it. Well, that works too. Whatever works, works. So good, good. All right, so now I have that, and then, you know, if I want to make it the same color, that's pretty easy. And then I guess what I'll do is, what if I just remove that from it, right? So now it doesn't have that original one. Are we good? Can it be at the top level a mesh instance 3D? Oh, it doesn't work anymore. Invalid get index size, because now it doesn't have a size. So I think we might just want to make it invisible. That's probably what would make the most sense. Okay, fine. So we'll come here. I won't clear it. I'll unclear it. And we'll just say the surface material override. Can I even do that? Can I even make it invisible? Alpha 0. Maybe I can. I mean, it looks pretty brown. Maybe in the game, it should look white. If it is truly invisible. Oh. Non-existent function instantiate in base plane mesh. I mean, this has definitely caused some problems. Okay, all right, understood. Understood. Okay, you know, I get it. I understand. You didn't like that. You didn't like that. Okay, fine. I'll undo all of that. Okay. Do you run normally now without complaining? You do not. Invalid call, non-existent function instantiate. What did I change now? It's very finicky. It's very, 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 very finicky. It really doesn't like me to change anything, or it gets quite upset. Okay, so I hit Control Z until the cows came home. Oh, but then that terrain... What, my... Invalid call, non-existent function instantiate, right. So it seems like it goes to instantiate one of these, and which one is it? Which one is the one that it's having the problem with? Last terrain, first terrain, terrain blocks. I mean, it's saying the entire folder, basically. Oh, look. Oh, you guys, I know what the problem is. I know what the problem is. We're good. We're good. So does anyone know what the problem is? I know what the problem is. The problem, and I make this mistake many times. This is not the first time. I'm actually going to redo as many of these as GDevelop as Godot will allow me, which isn't that many, evidently. I'm going to try to redo these. Yeah, okay, we can't. So that's fine. So here's what the problem is. The problem is I added that .tres file where I saved the shape of this terrain. Because I put that in that terrain blocks folder, that is to say the folder that the terrain generation is pulling random blocks from. Since I added a non-scene into there, it's like I can't instantiate a non-scene or a plane mesh. What are you talking about? That's not something. And so it crashes. So what I got to do is I got to pull that out of that folder. So that's probably going to break something else maybe, but hopefully not. So now that's outside of that folder. And let me come back to the 3D version. No, I think we're okay. And then I'm going to add a child, and that's going to be a mesh instance. Oh, we already had a new one? Oh, okay, it did undo it. So there's a fresh mesh instance here. I'm going to put this at the top so we can find it. And then I'm going to load the terrain file. It's the same size. It's just going to be white. And then I'm going to set the top level terrain to be invisible. Okay. Now, will it be invisible? I don't know. But we should at least get the thing to run and everything be fine. Okay, it's running. Everything is be fine. Now, what isn't happening is it isn't invisible. Okay, good. So we're good. The reason why I was crashing there is because I was adding a file into the folder that it can't instantiate. So now, if I want to make this actually invisible, I wonder how I would do that. So obviously using this is not, why is it? I'm running into all these little moments that make it take a while to load. I mean, if I clear this, if I clear that, I'm a little confused. Yeah, there's just 2 of them now. So that doesn't really help. Clearing that does not do a lot of favors here. Because what I'm trying to create here is a gap, right? So like, I want to create 2, so imagine here's 1, right? I want to shrink the size of this down. So let's shrink this down. Oh, they're connected anyway. Well, imagine, just for the sake of demonstration, we want to add a big old hole in the ground. So I want to set it up a bit like this or something, except it be the same size that it's been. And then this is what you fall through to your death. That's what I'm working on creating here, and what this has all been for. And I want the default terrain to not be visible. Visibility range, I feel like that isn't... Oh, actually that did make it disappear. That actually did make it go away. Visibility range begin. Starting distance from which the geometry instance 3D will be visible. So is this like an LOD thing? And can I just like exploit that to make it not visible? I think I can. So if it just never, if there's no point where it becomes visible, then it's just invisible. Hey, whatever works, works. So just to make sure that's working right, I'll take this one, because this is the one that's underneath it, right? So this is the like bright color. Let's add a material, and then I'm gonna make its color pink. Yeah. Okay, good, good. This is good. This is good. We're getting somewhere. So now we've got a pink strip here. Nice. All right. Whew. Not bad. The chaos has ended. And then I'm going to get the brown color here. Just going to copy it. Oh, that's already super invisible. Let me grab it from a different one. I don't really know what the alpha does, but overall, I'd like it to be the same. And this is, you know, this is, I want to add like texture to this and little rocks and stuff. Of course, I want to add all that at some point. Right now, I'm not too worried about that. I'm not going to do that. But that is something at some point I want to think about. So let's make this the same color. I'm also going to want to say that this is unique. So that way we can change the size of it without it affecting anything else. So, and we're also going to need to generate collision, right? Because that's how the fall through is going to happen, is if there's also a gap in the collision. Let me put in the chat just what we're doing so it's clear. I'm okay. I'm fine. I didn't almost fall over a little bit. My keyboard isn't, my other computer keyboard isn't too far away. It is. It might be. Okay, so we're going to say, what a day. What a day. We're going to say adding a cliff to fall off of. All right, I'm just going to pin that or remove it. That works too. Task, adding a cliff to fall off of. I won't delete it this time. And hey, look, now we got the word task in there. All right, there we go. So now we got a task pinned up there. Just to make it a little more clear what we up to, I have a timer. How long has that timer been running? Is it... We live in a world of chaos. No. The chaos has died down. So I'm going to say mesh instance here. We want to make it unique, right? And then I'm going to change the size of it to be quite small. So we can see left behind the shape of the collision. Actually, I should look at, so this is currently the other one is 100 meters. That's the width of it. So I say we make it an easy fraction of that. Let's say 70-30 or something. And then the whole, maybe not 70-30, maybe like we need it broken into 3 pieces, right? The size of the gap, the size of one side, and the size of the other side. So we could say one side has, if I break 103 parts, I'm just, honestly, I'm kind of just going to look it up. I'm just going to look it up. Divide 100 into 3 parts, just so I don't have to think about it. Why think about it? 33, that's a little too obvious. Hey, what's up, Variable? Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. I'm deep in the Godot life. I'm going all in with it. This is something ChatGPT can do for me, right? What are all the ways 100 can be divided 3 ways? Yeah, so I'm making a survival runner game. I wanted to focus in on one game only, so I'm going all in with Godot because I just want to... Okay, but not like tiny ways it can be divided into 3. Why did you take me so literally? Use the largest numbers possible. My gosh. Obviously 1 2 and 97. ChatGPT, you're an idiot. That's not what I mean. Okay, but they're not integers. Not integers, floats. Yes, thank you. I guess I should have said percentage. I should have said percentage. I really want to work on one game and get it done, so I'm going all in with Godot, and I have this project that I'm working on. 10, 40, and 50. 50, 25, and 25. Why didn't they just say that to begin with? I mean, I could have figured that out too, but like, we... All right, whatever. Whatever. But like, I didn't want to have to figure it out, so we'll say 50 will be the size of 1. I don't know. I feel like somebody in the world, something in my search journey there could have pulled that up, but that's okay. So I just want to make sure these are lined up. Let's get them in the same places. So the edge is the same length. Hope you've been well, though, variable. Hope your projects are going well and all that good stuff. Let's say the position here. So it's just at 0, 0, 0. So that's not that helpful to me because I'm moving this to a very different position. I don't know if there's like a way to snap. Lock selected. Here's a magnet. Use snap. Yeah, use snap. Yes, there we go. I think, maybe. Let me just make sure that this terrain, because we just made it not visible, is that actually snapped right onto that? I'm not entirely sure. Right, so if we move that up, that's going to move everything up. So let me just push this up, see if they're lined up. Yeah, that looks lined up to me. Maybe. A little hard to tell. Well, a little hard to tell. Bring it a little further down. Might be more obvious. I don't know if that's lined up. I don't know if that's lined up. I'm going to move this up just a little bit. We have to look at it from the top. I think it is. I guess I could get another thing to use like as a ruler. I guess as long as it comes down to this grid line, right, then it'll be in the same place. Oh, it's definitely not. Scooch it. There it is. Wait. Wait. That's not on the grid line. There we go. Oh, the grid lines are changing. I see. Okay, so that looks actually lined up now. So I kind of need to, I need to experiment there. Let me make this invisible again. Just turn that off. And so I think this is the correct placement. I think. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. It doesn't have to be perfect, but I would like to experiment with vague perfection. I'm going to duplicate this little sliver here, and then I'm going to make it the size 25, and I'm going to put it on the other end. Oh, we got to make it unique first. We got to make it unique. Make it unique. Bring it down to 25. Drag it on over. Oh, that's a big gap. That's a big gap. I mean, it should only be 25, right? I guess that's the same. That's a big gap. Might want to make it a little bit larger. I think I am. I didn't need it to be equal parts divided from 100, but... I mean, big could be good because it'll be more of an obstacle. You know what? I'm going to experiment with big. It kind of also doesn't make sense. Like, why would there just be a random hole in the ground? Look, this is just for testing purposes, right? This is just for setting up a little prototype. so it doesn't have to make all the sense. So let me bring this other terrain back into visibility so I can line these up appropriately. Let's just reset that. And I'm going to lift up our new mesh and just make sure it's lined up well. It looks like it could be. I guess it is. I don't think so. I feel like that's going past it. I think it is on that grid line. So can I modify the snap increments? Because I don't know what it's snapping to, but it ain't what I need. Godot adjust snapping. I'm not really sure how to do that, but it seems like something that could be doable. How to modify the snap grid. Yeah, how to modify the snap grid. In the main editor on the bar with the viewport, you click the 3 vertical dots next to the magnet and choose a configure snap. Are we talking about the same thing here? Imported a map. Are we talking about 2D? Moved to transform submenu right next to the mentioned 3 dots. Moved to the transform submenu. Snap object to floor. Transform dialog. Configure snap. Let's go. What if instead of snapping top part, you snap bottom part? Well, the problem with that is, if I'm understanding snap correctly, the problem with that is so what I'm configuring here are these moving platforms. And so all of them, so imagine these are all the bottom parts. Everything that you see, like this green stripe here, these are what all the bottom parts are. All of these are bottom parts. And what I don't want is for those bottom parts to be out of alignment. And so if I snap the bottom part to the top part, then those will be out of alignment. I will say I'm already curious why there's no gap. Oh, because there is no gap. Okay. So does that make sense? I don't know if I'm understanding what you're saying correctly, but that's why I'm not moving the bottom part. But maybe snap works in a way I don't realize. Snap object to floor. Transform dialog. Configure snap. 0.5? I don't know. It's just wiggling right off of there. It's just wiggling right off of there. Look at that. Look at that. I mean, the grid is right here. I'd like to think it could just snap to the grid. If I snap the object to the floor, I wonder if that's the grid. If the grid is the floor. And then maybe we'll be more on the grid. And everything will be perfect. No. That's a no. Okay, snap 0.1. 0.1, very tiny snap. But will that be just right? I mean, I find snapping to be goofy in a lot of engines, to be fair. But this is definitely goofy. Okay, so I'm adjusting that. I like how I zoomed right back out. Well, I just needed to get the gizmo. Yeah, this is tricky business. This is tricky business. It doesn't have to be perfect. There's really no reason for it to be perfect. I mean, there may be a reason for it to be perfect. I don't know. That's why I'm just being cautious and erring on the side of perfection. Which, considering there's a grid anyway, seems like it should be attainable. But here we are. It's just like it's either too far. I can't stick around, but I hope you have a lovely stream. Thank you for stopping in, May. Leave a thumbs up before you go. I appreciate it, and I appreciate you. Thanks for all the help and the company you've given me. Means a lot that you just stop in and say, hey, honestly, that means a lot. Because I'm just here motivating myself to work on my game, do my best. honestly, I'm about happy enough with this. Yeah, I'm here doing my thing. I'm happy to do it, and it's nice to see people, faces I recognize come through. So thank you for that. I'm going to turn it back up, I guess. I may have already made tons of mistakes. I don't even know. I don't know how I feel about this. I feel like the snapping is just causing more pain. I mean, luckily on this, well, here's the thing is I can actually get a value. I'm going to put this back at 0.1. I can actually get a value for the Y position. So I don't actually need to snap that. This Y position is 0, incidentally. So I want to do the same down here. It's currently 0.1, damn close. I guess it would make sense that it was 0.1, since that's what I set my snap to. Okay, there we go. Now I'm going to make the main terrain not visible. And so now I should have a relatively similarly sized strip, except this time it's got a huge, that's way too large. It's got a huge block missing. Now it's not missing collision yet, which is part of what I want to do. But that's okay. So I'm actually going to make this, unfortunately for the fact that I just aligned all of that, I am going to make this longer. Because that is way, way too long. Maybe I'll let go of some of the perfection of how close the strip should be. I mean, knowing now I can only get so close. Let's see what that strip size is like. Now it's green only because that's what the like sky color is. You know, we can make it like a black ground. So there's that. That's pretty hard to dodge. I feel like it needs to be way, 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 way bigger or smaller. Smaller hole, bigger strip. Because it should be something you can actually get out of the way of. And again, you know, just prototyping the game here. So this is also a question, is how big will the level space be? Like, can you go all the way over here? Do we do level design all the way over here? The problem that I have with that is if this is like an endless runner game, right? Like, what are we going to do with the animations? Like, is the character going to like turn around and face the other way? Are we strafing side to side? I feel like I'd rather it be a narrow area than a big wide area. And then there be... Originally, I was kind of thinking maybe it'd be like an infinite loop. So if you get too far over to the edge, you just pop out the other side. I feel like that's actually going to be more complicated to do than I want. So I don't know if I want to actually implement that. Which means, you know, the classic best option may just be invisible walls. You know, and you just, if you get too far out, you just hit a wall and you got to come back to the center. And so, you know, with this little cutout that I'm putting in here, you know, does it currently go outside of that? I would say it does. And especially, you know, this obstacle probably should be more in the center anyway, you know, which means I might want to adjust. I actually might want to adjust the size of this other one. Let's try making them about the same size. What's this one? This one is sitting at something. 45.2? What if we make them both 50? This one already is 50, actually. This one is 50. That's a little long. So, yeah, let's make them both 45. And then it's probably going to be too big of a hole. I've somewhat let go of being perfectly the same size as the other strips, but only a little bit. So there's just down the center portion. It's probably still going to be a pretty big hole. Yeah, it's too big. So 45, I mean, if I do, well, 50 is going to make it cover the whole gap. So I'll say 48, maybe even 49, honestly. Because then that gap would be 2 meters wide, which is a big width. 2 meters is huge. It might even be good. What if I say 49.5? Right, so then it's a meter gap. Drag that in like that. Drag that in like that. Oh, that's a little small. That's a bit too small, I think. But let me try it. Maybe it just seems... I feel like it's small. I feel like that's too small. Yeah, that's too small. All right, let's try without the 0.5. See what that's like. You know, it's not elegant, it's not perfect, but it's giving us a chance to set up this idea of there being cliffs, which is good because we need as many obstacles. I need a variety of obstacle types. And this is a good way to explore that. So I'm just going to try to make sure it's relatively, whoops, pushed over far enough. Not the collision, please. Okay, let's see. Is this... I feel like it's gonna, like, just be wide enough, but maybe it needs to be a little wider. And then the other question is, too, like, why should it be the entire strip? Yeah, that's just wide enough to be... I just feel like it needs to be wider. I'm gonna do 48, and I feel like that will be the good last width, maybe? And then I kind of want it to be... you know, not such a long strip. I don't know. You know, it just depends. There's so many. It's like, how will this, I normally wouldn't do it this way, but chat suggested I make something like this, so I did. You know, I normally wouldn't approach it this way. I'd first, like, design the idea of how the cliff will work and then start working on it, but I kind of like the idea of mixing up how I do this. That's a pretty good size. The strip is awfully long, but that could be nice, right? So, like, I mean, the thing is, the rest of the strip is going to have, right, these obstacles here. So we'd want to think about what else is on that strip, you know, the choices you have to make. I don't know if, maybe the length is good. I mean, why would it just be a little square, right? If it's cliffs, I guess it would make sense. Okay, so let's get this house that's in here. And we'll say you might have to choose, because when you it's nice because it brings up gameplay questions. When you first know that there's a hole coming, right? Like, do you go right away? Well, then there's that there. And so, like, do I stay out of the way of that? Or do I go on the other side? I don't know. Again, it kind of starts to demand needing to set up some invisible walls. And that might be a good thing to do just for the sake of prototype experimentation and just see what it feels like to have those invisible walls there. Might even make sense to say, like take a house. And so if you decide to go wide, like around the tree, right, you now have to dip back in to avoid the house. You know, just kind of being mindful of, I mean, you know, it's, yeah, so something like that. Now, these, you know, it may not be a house. It could be something else, like a boulder, you know, at some point. But it's just for prototyping, experimental, setting things up, trying things out purposes. So that kind of makes me want to duplicate this house. I mean, you can change the colors or whatever. Maybe the house. I mean, that's more effort. What if I don't duplicate the house and we just do trees, since it'll be easier, since I already have the trees. And we can have one, like, kind of there, like, maybe you can clear that, you know, like, oh, I don't know, can I make that? And then a tree later on down the line. We could duplicate that. Add another tree in here. you know, just experimenting with different ways you have to play. Now, there is something else that this brings up, which is that the possibility that we spawn in on this tile that has this giant gap in it, which is not great. like that means you'll start out and you'll die. So that's something I've been meaning to put in as well, which is like a little buffer before you start getting the like obstacle tiles. I don't know how to do that. Like, you know, I followed a tutorial to set up this endless runner thing, and that's all the tutorial told me how to do. You know, it didn't tell me anything about setting up other things. So I'm not exactly sure how I want to handle that, if I'm being honest. But it's something. Because I guess what I could do... Because I think the terrain controller, so like where it starts spawning, is at the same place that they also start destroying from. Pick random, instantiate, block position Z, append to far edge. And so this is just keeping it going. Block position Z, terrain velocity. Again, I did not make this code, which I don't love. Appending block position Z, target position Z. Append to far edge. So this is what makes the new ones appear, right? So in the back, when it's coming, in the back, when the new ones appear. I mean, when it starts, there's already a bunch there. So it is starting it. It's like stamping down a bunch of them as soon as it starts. So I kind of want to find where that is and tell it to do something different. The number of blocks to keep rendered to the viewport, right? So if I change this down to 2, there's only going to be 2 at a time when the game starts. So there's only 2. And you can see the problem right there, where it was already having me falling off the edge. So now there's only 2 loading in at a time, right? So what I'd like is for there to be like, I need control. I need control over what spawns when. And this code basically doesn't have any inclusions for that. Which brings me to the possibility that maybe I need to think about making my own endless runner spawning code. So at least I understand it. Path directory holding the terrain. Function ready. Load terrain scenes. Initial... is that like initiate blocks? Or is that like initial blocks? For block... Like, let me make this... Let's make this 5. Block index. I mean, obviously, that's append to far edge. Yeah, it needs all that. This we definitely have to keep in here. This, I feel like this is for running the belt. That's what this is. So I don't really know how it's deciding what it starts with. I could go to the video. Godot Endless Runner Tutorial. It's this one. And I found the video, you know, to be very helpful in that it just basically gave me the code. It was like, here's how you do it, just so you know. Enjoy, good luck, you got this. Thanks.
Hello, in this tutorial, we'll cover creating a 3D terrain effect, so an endless
But I kind of want to
so
study it.
You'll be looking out at the terrain, it'll be continually coming towards you, and say third
See
person
if maybe I
person. If
deconstruct
I'm
it more
dating
easily.
myself, but you could think back to like a Star Fox type game, so an arcade type game. So at the end of this quick tutorial, you'll be able to craft a system that produces that type of endless terrain.
craft
And you'll be able to
or
adapt
copy and
that
paste?
for maybe a 3D game you're making on your own.
It's a great video.
So let's go
Don't
ahead
get
and
me
get started.
Don't get me wrong.
Here's a diagram just to help out to show what the terrain controller
I feel like we
is
kind of
doing.
get this.
So in this perspective, we're looking down on the player. The z-axis is going this way. So the player's looking out in this direction. Here's our terrain blocks that we'll have that are under control by the terrain controller. It's moving them towards the player. And then down here is sort of the reservoir of blocks, the catalog of blocks that we can pull into the scene as we need to replace them. This terrain starts to move towards the player. Eventually, a block will be behind the player to where the player can't see it. So at that point, the controller will delete that block, and it will randomly pick another block to grab here and then place at the far horizon for the player. So the player they'll lose sight of this block, so we can make it disappear, and then there's no reason to keep it around, and then we can place another block in the scene that's beyond the point of view of the player, and that just continues on during the entire game flow and never ends. To get started, we need just a general upper world scene for this terrain and this player to appear in. So let's create a new 3D scene, and let's just call that world. In the editor, we see sort of a default skybox and lighting that.
So this is kind of just setting up.
Indoor scene. We see those appear over here. So that now we'll see this skybox and lighting when we play the game.
This video basically doesn't tell you anything about the code. It just tells you how to set up the scene for the code to be pasted in.
So now we just have our basic setup. Let's add our player, and that will be a character body 3D. And we see the warning here that he doesn't have.
So I mean, imagine, just for the sake of chaos, if I push the player way back, right? The terrain is going to delete before it reaches the player. Oh, it didn't. Let me push the player even further back. Even further. Oh, because our camera is also up close. Well, we're falling off because there's no ground. Okay. So if I want to do this, I also need to move the... So I do have like a ground tile in here, like a collision in here. It's currently not something the player can collide with, but we can change that. The ground is on layer 2, mask 2. And the player is on layer 1 and mask 1. So let's set that. So now we should be able to stand on this here. And so then it reaches us. And you can see it deletes there. I mean, this gives us some time. Hey, looking at that video did help me. It did help me kind of formulate how I might want to do this. So if I push this way back, the thing is like if I just have to make sure that this ground here is long enough, and I also have to make sure that the terrain, well, this is where it's going to get messy a little bit for now. We might have to change the code. So right now, the terrain, and how would I do this? Because I'd have to have something static here, because right now we're just floating. So I'd have to it's weird, because I'd have to have something moving forward. I mean, if I take this entire terrain controller, which is the script, and I move it back, so that in theory, the terrain blocks will only remove themselves when they're past the player. I feel like they're going to start spawning under the player again, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they won't. Yeah, so now it's just spawning under the player again. So this not only, this is kind of the problem here, is that this node/script is defining where the tiles begin and where the tiles end. There's not, here's where the tiles begin, here's where the tiles end. So maybe I could redefine where the tiles end. What if I add a node, just a node 3D, and this will be terrain end. And I'll just keep this around here. And what if I push this way over here? Now I just need to reference this in the script. Might be able to do that. This might not be so bad. So maybe it's like somehow it's fetching its own position and deciding that's where it goes away. Append to far edge, pick random instantiate, progress terrain, load terrain scenes, progress terrain, If terrain belt, position Z terrain belt, pop front. So what is, I just need to find what is removing it. Might need to go back to the video, but I feel like it should be obvious here. Q free, first terrain Q free, maybe here. Since Q free it would be like deleting. Last terrain block, first terrain, pop front. What does that even mean? Removes and returns the first element of an array. Okay, that's an array thing. And it looks like, you know, it might be set up in one of these. Terrain belt, terrain blocks path, terrain velocity, terrain blocks array. It seems there's somewhere in here that's defining at what point it starts removing it. And I just need to find where that is. I guess it wouldn't put a new block unless it hits past that, right? So what calls this function? Just the ready function? So it like does that right away. I'm still new to Godot, so I'm trying to transcode it. I might hop into the video though to really make sure I understand it. Because I think he might mention it in the video. Target block, maybe here. Append to far edge. Appending block, no, because that wouldn't be a mesh instance. It would have to be referring to itself. Target path, that's just loading it. Okay, so let's look at the video.
Collision shape, that's expected. So let's go ahead and just add that. And that will be a collision shape 3D. And we're going to make our player a capsule. So we'll make the collision shape a capsule.
I'm going to skip to the script portion.
There we go. Let's save that. And really the only purpose of this node is to hold this script. So let's add a script, call it train controller, create that. We didn't add any boilerplate code because I'll supply the code. Again, all this will be in GitHub. So here there's a little bit more. It's not too bad. We'll go through some of it here. Essentially, this is the class that represents that conveyor belt system of terrain that is fed into the scene. And its terrain goes behind the player. It's removed from the scene, and then we append another piece of terrain on the horizon. We'll see. We'll need to do sort of.
Let me slow him down a little bit here. I think he's just kind of explaining it, but.
So here there's a little bit more. It's not too bad. We'll go through some of it here. Essentially, this is the class that represents that conveyor belt system of terrain that is fed into the scene, and its terrain goes behind the player. It's removed from the scene, and then we append another piece of terrain on the horizon. We'll need to do sort of some calculation of what's the position of that piece of terrain. A few members to this class. Train blocks is just holding the file system paths to all these train blocks that we built and put into a specific directory. That's why they're all in one directory, because we just tell it which directory and then it loads all the terrain blocks. Terrain belt is the array that's going to hold the number of pieces of terrain that's in the system, and we specify that here. At any given time, there'll be 4 pieces of terrain in the system. We could change that to 3, 2, 1. 1 would be weird, but depending on how many terrain blocks you have, those will be pulled randomly from sort of the catalog of terrain blocks in this array, and then instanced into the sort of runtime array of blocks that are in the scene. We'll cover that a little bit more here. Velocity is just how fast is that train moving towards the player. And again, we covered this. That's the number of blocks to maintain in the scene. And here we mentioned this. This is just, we just point to the directory where the blocks are, and we'll see there's a method that loads all those up. So in ready for this class, when it's added to this scene, it loads the terrain scenes. We give it the path, and then it determines the file paths for every terrain scene in that directory.
I didn't realize he did.
Initialize blocks, that's where we build up this train belt. We tell it how many train blocks we want to have in the belt at any given time, and then it does the work for that. If we look at that here, again, it's just going through, this would be 1 to 4, loading 4 terrain blocks. We do this 4 times. We pick one at random from the sort of the catalog. If it's the first one, we just put it at the first slot. If it's anything beyond the first one, we have to put it at the far edge of the current last terrain block. And we do it this way. That allows our terrain blocks to be of any given width. They could be 20 meters wide, 10 meters wide, 30 meters wide. This will do the math
Oh,
to determine
nice.
what that far
I didn't
edge
know
is
that.
and where to place this next
That's
block
awesome.
so that it lines up with
So
the
I can make
previous
them
one.
any size.
And then we just add it to the scene and we
That's
append
dope.
it to this terrain belt
They
array.
can be tiny.
So those happen at the start.
Right, let me just go
and
back
we
though.
place this next block so that it lines up with the previous one. And then we just add it to the scene and we append it to this terrain belt array. So those happen at the start. You can look at the details of, say, this function as an exercise of your own. Feel free to ping me in the comments or even on Twitter or Mastodon. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Maybe I will.
So that's what happens in ready. In physics process, so as the game is running, we run this method progress terrain. So that marches the terrain towards the user's point of view, and then it watches for if terrain goes behind the player. It knows that it needs to remove that block and then append another block.
If it goes behind the player, if terrain belt, the 0 array position, if its position Z is greater than the terrain belt position 0, mesh size Y divided by 2. What are you talking about? I don't know what that means. Is mesh something that's defined somewhere? It's not. It's like a property. Okay. Don't necessarily understand that. If at the 0 array position, or the index 0, if its position Z is greater than its meshes size, its meshes Y size divided by 2? What? I don't understand that. I'm sure it does things correctly. I see it work, but I don't understand that.
Is the terrain towards the user's point of view, and then it watches for if terrain goes behind the player. It knows that it needs to remove that block and then append another block to the horizon. So again, we're using this append to far edge method to determine the current last block, what's its far edge, and I want to append lined up right to that edge for this new block. So that's what's happening there. A little bit going on, but you can kind of go step by step.
Maybe ChatGPT can explain it to me better. Just a little confused. I doubt ChatGPT can. But that explanation is not helping me that much. I really, it's to me, ChatGPT is always a long shot, but it can be a helpful tool. How does, whoops. How does the if statement in this function compare terrain belt 0 position Z to, I don't know if I'm even asking this well, to be honest, to terrain belt 0 mesh size Y divided by 2. How does the if statement in this function compare terrain belt 0 position Z to terrain belt to determine that a terrain block should be deleted? Oops. Wait, but I didn't... Hold on, ChatGPT. ChatGPT, I didn't give you a code yet. I forgot to paste the code, and ChatGPT was like, sure, I gotcha. Whatever. Let me just, what do you got for me? It seems like you mentioned a function that involves an if statement, but you didn't provide the actual code. However, based on your description, I can provide a general explanation of how an if statement might compare that to that. Here's a hypothetical example in Python to illustrate the concept. Assuming terrain belt is a list of objects with position and mesh attributes. ChatGPT is like, I'm just going to try anyway. Check if the z coordinate of the first terrain block's position is greater than half of the y size of its mesh. That's what I thought it was saying. But why would checking the half of the y size of its mesh tell it if it should be deleted? Here's the code I meant to paste. Please help me understand how this function determines whether a block should be deleted. Assuming it's written in Godot, it is. Function is likely part of a game or simulation where a sequence of terrain blocks is being moved. Yep, on the z-axis. The function appears to update the position of each block based on the terrain velocity. Yep, that's true. Let's break down how the function determines whether a terrain block should be deleted. That's what I'm looking for. For block in terrain belt, this loop updates the z-coordinate of each terrain block's position. Oh, so this is actually moving it, effectively moving them forward along the z-axis based on the velocity and the time passed. I didn't realize that. Check if the first block should be deleted. Okay. This if statement checks whether the z-coordinate of the position of the first terrain block has exceeded or reached half of its mesh's y size. Why would that mean it should be deleted? Whether the z-coordinate position, so something has a z-coordinate position, it's moving, z-coordinate position. If its position has exceeded or reached half of its mesh's y size, which is like its y size, like its height. I mean, it's a plane, so it's gonna be like infinitesimal, like very small. And that's half of that. So it's saying, so is it saying 0? Is it saying like when it gets past the 0 point? I mean, there's no way that that's correct. What if I just change this to 0? Just that has to not work. But I want to see it not work. Show me it not work. It works? So you're telling me that it's just looking for the origin? But that has to be like relative to something, right? I mean, if I move the terrain control, now if I move that whole script behind the player here, right? It should still be, I mean, oh, there it's deleting. So it still figures that 0. But instead, it's like basing it on half of the mesh's y size? Why? Why? Why not just make that 0? And why does that still work? So if is it 0 relative to this? I mean, the z position here is now 27.174. So if I were to say global, so right now it's at 2.743 here. So that means if I set it to global, would it just never delete? If I say global position Z, would they just keep going? I'm just trying to understand what's going on here. Okay, no, that doesn't keep going. So, I mean, maybe I just misunderstand global position. I'm very confused. I mean, that basically didn't even make a single difference. Confused. Confused. Intrigued, but confused. Okay, so I've moved the node behind the player. I've set the positions to global position. And it's deleting early. Okay, so now if let me just undo this, put that back. What if I set this to global position? I don't know. You know, I'm just experimenting here. Trying to, as a noob to GDScript text code, I'm just experimenting. Trying to see how making changes has an effect. So that does give me some lead time, but and it's deleting a little closer. What if I push this node back even further? So that moves it a little. It still deletes pretty early. What if I push the node all the way up here? I'm still confused. So that's kind of affecting its starting position. The delete position, that's kind of what I want. I just wanted to delete it further behind the player. Like, I want it to start from far away. Honestly, what I really want is to say, don't load in like, I want to be in control of what blocks it spawns when. So instead of spawning random blocks, I would like to set certain events that say, hey, you know, when the game starts, spawn these particular blocks. Or if this happens or that happens, stop spawning random blocks and start spawning a specific block. But anyway, I mean, this is very interesting and illuminating. And so the problem I'm trying to solve mainly is someone in the chat suggested I make a block or an obstacle that kills you instantly. And so what I wanted to do was add in something that is a cliff. So basically a section that if you walk over it, you fall and you die. But this kind of emphasizes a problem that the game has right now, or the build of it, which is that you will spawn into an obstacle as soon as it starts, the way it's set up. And now, especially with a gap, you can't even just survive and continue. You're going to fall and die, right? You're going to immediately die. So that means the game could start and right away you die, which is not good. And so I want to set it up somehow. I want to look into how I can have a starting, or not even just a starting area, but like control over when a certain block happens. Like, even give me some debug tools where I could come and click one button and it would append to the end a particular block, right? So I'll say, you know, spawn an empty block. Click here, an empty block spawns on the end, right? And I can have the game start out, I could configure it such that the game starts out with 3 empty blocks before it starts spawning the random ones, right? Stuff like that. That's kind of what I'd like. That was borderline pseudocode. Maybe I will do something like that. All right, let me just put it all back to the way it was. So we don't want the global position stuff. I'm going to move this node back to its original position. Well, the player, we've moved back, so we want to move the player up forward more. Right. And so, now this is the way the game was. Where you just spawn, and this big dark green space is supposed to be where you will instantly die if you go into it. Which, I mean, there's a very high chance we just spawn on instant death, which isn't great. So, this has been very interesting. I'm going to just put a little comment in here. Delete. I'm still going to try to understand what it is, but generally delete first index if it passes a certain spot. I don't know what that spot is. Let's keep looking what ChatGPT says. If this condition is true, it means that the first terrain block has moved up or forward enough to warrant deletion. Delete and replace the first block. If the condition is true, it proceeds to delete. In summary, the function deletes the first terrain block and replaces it with a new one when the z-coordinate of its position reaches or exceeds half of its mesh's y size. What's the advantage of having it, or let's say why does it delete when it reaches or exceeds half its mesh's y size instead of doing it some other way? What would be other ways? Which of those ways are ideal and why? Ooh, that's a big question for ChatGPT. The decision to delete a terrain block when its z-coordinate exceeds or reaches half of its mesh's y size, I'm going to make this a little bigger, is likely a design choice made by the developer to manage that terrain in a particular way. Let's explore some alternative approaches and discuss their potential benefits and drawbacks. Absolute z-coordinate threshold. Delete the block when its z-coordinate reaches an absolute threshold, regardless of its mesh size. Right, so that's when I was setting it to 0. Simplicity and predictability may not adapt well to different mesh sizes. So that's kind of what he was saying, where you could make the length anything, and it would still do it. Okay. Percentage of mesh y size. This is what it is, I think. Delete the block when its z-coordinate exceeds a certain percentage of its mesh's y size. I still wish I understood why y size. Because is y size not what I think it is? I think y size isn't what I think it is. Because it's a plane. It's just a plane. And so I guess a plane is like 2D. And it's got x and y. Not x, y, z. Right? Because in my infantile mind, it's like the mesh would have x for width and would have z for length, and its y is just like infinitesimal because it's a plane. But I think what actually is the case is x is its length or its width and y is its length. I think that's what it is. So if it's even with that, I'm still confused, because a percentage of its y size relative to what? Like if the block is way in the back, let me go back to the video. This little diagram. If the block is way back here, right? Okay, so half of its y size, half of its length, right? Which I'd imagine, right, would be like this. I mean, maybe this is me not knowing math, right? How does that value only come up when it's past the player or whatever? I don't. I'm so confused about that. I'm so confused about that. But okay. Pros provides flexibility in tuning the deletion point based on a percentage of the mesh size. But it's also, I guess it's also saying it has to be index 0 or whatever. So it's the one that was last index 0 because it's randomly inserting, right, these terrain blocks into, so it's got you know, index 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever. And so then 0 is going to constantly be like looping back up here. So I guess what it's saying is when it is the one that is on index 0 and the one that is on index 0 is at a Z position that is half of its length. Okay, so if I give it that, still, I don't quite understand how the Z position equals. I guess I'm starting to understand it better because I also have to put this terrain controller node, right, over here. So what I'm trying to figure out, by the way, y'all, I am just generally working on this game, just generally kind of picking and choosing things because, you know, I have a lot of ideas for the game, but, you know, some of the pieces are coming together and I'm starting to see things I want to stitch in and get working right. Someone in the chat suggested I try to make a block that kills you instantly. And so I'm thinking like, okay, how about a cliff that you fall off of? This dark green section is that cliff that you would fall off of. It doesn't work yet. But the problem is the way that this endless runner script is set up, which I borrowed from a YouTube video. The way that it's set up is it immediately spawns you on top of one of these terrains that are randomly selected, these terrain slivers. And so that means that you could spawn in and instantly die, right? Which is like not great. So, so what I want to do is find a way to move it or control it better so it doesn't start you out on a random slice. And so I'm just trying to understand how this logic works. My first idea was like maybe I just push the blocks far away and we just start out on like a neutral plane and the whole thing moves forward. I don't think it's a great idea, but it was my first idea. And so, you know, then I just kind of got hung up on how the hell does it choose what to delete, because it's choosing to delete certain things. So there's this terrain controller node. It is right here. This is the node that has that script on it. If I push this way up forward and we hit play, the blocks are going to start deleting a lot sooner. And actually we fall because now we don't have any ground spawning underneath us. So let me just make sure we do have ground spawning underneath us. Okay. So way in the distance, it's going to delete because I guess the Z position of the node is way out there in the distance. You know what I kind of want to do? I mean, there's a lot of things I want to do. But what if I add, and I'm just trying to learn because I didn't make this script, and so I'm just trying to like kind of understand how it works. What if I add a mesh in here? That's just a little debug mesh to maybe help me understand a little better what the heck is going on. So I'm just going to add this in here. It's not going to have collision or anything, and it's just going to be this bar. It's just going to be this big old bar. And I actually want it to be pretty flat. Okay. And so this is in the center of that terrain controller. So to me, okay, I have some questions. This bar represents the terrain controller node. It's removing those tiles. I mean, pretty much at the end. is what it looks like to me. I'm just gonna go a little wackier here. I'm gonna make all of these different colors just to make it easier to tell the difference between each one. Here's an orange one. It's a little bright for my taste there. And then let's make a differently colored one just to help see the difference between all of these. I'm extremely committed to understanding the script because, you know, it raises the question of just like, how am I going to learn how to put any of this together if I don't really know how it works? It's like the fundamental aspect of this game is the endlessly running part. So I kind of need to understand how that works. Let's open up this one. We can keep that one brown because it'll be pretty obvious since it's got a big cut in it. Okay, so now they're all different colors. So it's a little easier to see, hopefully, that it's removing it right at the end, which I thought if it's saying half of its Y position, that it would remove it in the middle, which obviously is wrong. I'm obviously misunderstanding that. So I'm still not sure what the Y position means. I mean, if I click on this and we look at the sizes of it. So there's X, there's Y. If I change Y, right, that makes it a different length. I mean, we can even make this one super long, right? Because apparently it's set up to be flexible, whatever the width is. So let's make one really long. And it's that big brown one there. So it should just function the same way. And when it gets to the end, it removes it. Interesting that that reaches, which almost raises the question of maybe I should just make them longer. Wow. I don't know. It confuses me. It really does. Okay. Well, this has been something. So yeah, so that's what happens when I move that really far forward. I don't really want it that far forward. And all I gotta really do is push it behind the player. And then it will delete, you know, when it gets, we kind of want it behind the camera, right? So the camera is that yellow or that pink prism here. So we want to make sure it's behind the camera by the time it deletes it. I still feel mostly confused about it, and we still have the problem of spawning in obstacles. You know, and I can't just make them all super long. That would be messed up. Then you'd have these huge gaps between everything. What I really want is to be able to control when things happen. Like, say, at the beginning of the game, spawn 5 very specific terrain strips every time the game starts. And then depending on how the game is going, spawn this strip or that strip or something. That's what I'd like. That's what I'd like. I don't know if I'll get that, but it's what I'd like. My internet seems to be starting to act up, which means for now it might be okay, but in a few moments it might get wacky. I will probably play Star Fox, since that is something I'm using to inspire my game design. I will start playing that as soon as the internet is getting weird, so we don't miss anything too important. Just want to give you a heads up. We're good right now, but if that happens, that's what'll happen. It's kind of fun with all the different colors. I kind of like it. I like how you can jump over the cliff. It's not, I don't really know about that. Oh, that's another thing that I want to, so many little things. I'd love to say you can't jump. Let me write these things down. I think I started that like an hour ago and I never finished it. Close this immediately. stuff to add. This is terrible. I really need to add. I need to, you know, something else I want to do is I want to set up a project manager, a proper project manager. Jump doesn't work when legs are broken. Works less well. Works much less well with one leg. And then what was the other thing? Oh, not being able to run. Jump nor run work when legs are broken. Work much less well with one leg. That would be some stuff that I'd want to add in, just to like make the game feel a little more consequential. Okay. Well, for now, I'm just gonna add in, I'm just gonna keep working on the hole, the cliff, since that is my stated topic. I'm glad I learned a little bit about what the heck's going on all over there. To do that, so I'm gonna say this is left ground, or ground left. And then I'm gonna say this one is ground right. And I want the collision to be the same shapes, right? So I'm gonna actually attempt to copy this. So we got 48 here. I guess, I know that collision, so like how do I change the shape? Shouldn't that be up here? Margin. I guess I generated this collision. Okay, so let's actually get rid of this collision shape. And I'm just going to generate this one. We'll just create a simplified sibling here. Oh, that's a terrible. The simplified sibling is just terrible. I generated a convex one. That looks much better. This will be collision left. I'm gonna generate one for this one. And I'll call this collision right. Make these children of the ground. And so now we should actually have a proper gap there, or cliff. I mean, it's not like a straight up cliff, but, you know, in theory, we would design it that way. So we should actually fall. Oops. I think I know why we're not falling, because I need to say that the player can't collide with my safety, because we set that up so I could test moving the terrain generator. But we don't actually want that, otherwise we won't fall. Whoa, there's already some weird things happening here. You see, I keep like... I don't know what that's about. Okay, here's the cliff. And then, whoa! There must be something the player still collides with. Oddly enough. I wonder if it's certain objects. I wonder if it's certain objects. So in here, there's this cow in here, right? It's just like chilling right there. I feel like this cow, it's colliding with. Doop, 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 doop. The internet's toying with me. It's like, maybe I'm bad, maybe I'm not. Like, okay. So I wonder if that's what we're bouncing on there. Which the collision, I mean, it's not really supposed to be collision like that. Because it doesn't have like a static body. So I don't actually know why that would even happen. But out of curiosity, let's just move it away. That's kind of a new thing See, that's the problem. We spawn in right on a cliff. That's why. Apparently, there's quite a good chance we spawn in right on a cliff. So there we fell more particularly. So I think maybe, which I don't understand why that's happening, because that hasn't happened before. You see, even when we start, we like, what? We like fall down right away. I genuinely don't understand what's happening. What's going on? I wonder if I need to move the terrain controller back further. Like, I wonder if it's not back far enough, or did I like move it up or something? Okay. Oh, nope, there we go, we bump up. Maybe I moved... See how we like synced? What the heck? Dude, I am so confused. What's happening? And why? Oh man, a lot of weird things are going on here. I'm gonna hit a lot of undos here. I'm just gonna undo the crap out of this. Alright, I've hit Control Z more times than I can keep track of. We're still getting some weird stuff. The only thing I can think of is I changed the position, so you can see if we come out here, we're just like what? Oh, I know why. Have you tried enabling collision shapes visible settings so you can see the problem maybe? First of all, great idea. Second of all, I did just realize what one of the problems are. It's because I stretched out this, but I didn't make the collision big enough to fit that. So that's one problem. What's up, Novid? That's a great suggestion. It's a little tough because it's like right on top of it, so it doesn't quite appear. Couple things. So one, let me make sure these are all at the right position. I do see that the stream is buffering a little. I apologize for that. That is my... I don't know what's wrong with my internet. I'm trying to get someone to come out and help me problem solve what's wrong with my internet. I switched to a couple different internet service providers and the problem remains. So I've tried switching cables out in my house and the problem remains. So I'm still trying to kind of figure out what it is. What I'm looking for here is just make sure the Y position on each of these is the same, and it is. But see, on this one, here's the collision shape. Look, it's not big enough. So that's definitely the problem on this one. I'm just gonna delete this, and then I'm gonna generate a new collision here. Can't create a single convex collision shape for the scene root. You bastard. Why not? Come on, man. All right, fine. That's so annoying. What? It's fine. What I can do is I can save this shape that we've made here. I'm going to save it. Not in the terrain blocks folder, otherwise we'll get an error. Terrain blocks, big one. And hopefully the internet isn't too bad. I'm trying to monitor it. It seems like I can only monitor it on a 30-second delay. So if there was a problem 30 seconds ago, I missed it. But so far it seems minimal. So now that I've saved that, I'm going to create a new mesh in here. This is pretty ridiculous. I'm going to create a new mesh, and I'm going to load that which I just saved, the big shape. And then I'm going to create a single convex collision sibling of that mesh, and then I'm going to have that be the ground shape. So now it'll be the shape of that one. And so now, when we play it, that should at least resolve one of those issues. Now I see that we're still floating, and then we're not. So, yeah, I think it's too high. We need to lower it down. So that's a pretty easy fix. Oh, and maybe that's part of the other problem too. So on these other collision ones, or the collision on these other terrain blocks, its position is y negative 0.2. So I need to set that for all of these. Negative 0.2. And now we should be flat unless I've messed up some other one. So let me see. Okay, we're not moving weird. Oh, we do pop up a little bit. Oh, and so this one, so that's the, right. So this makes sense because I created the collision the same way, but I didn't move it down. I don't know if there's some way to standardize this. I feel like there's not. I think I just have to remember to come in here every time I create a new collision. Now I could just move, maybe I could just move like something else up or down more, and then I don't have to change this every time. That may be something else to look into. But yeah, Novid for sure. Turning on that debug helps a lot. All right, so now we got smooth sailing. Good. And then that centerpiece, we fall through and we die. Well, we don't die. That was the next step to set up for that, was to have something underneath that that when you fall, it actually fully kills you, and you're not just falling infinitely. So to do that, I set up an exported enumerator that will let me identify if an obstacle is one that causes full damage or partial damage. So let's look at that. So here's the obstacle script. Oh, wow. So actually I need to paste that in from eons ago. I think I still have that. Paste, damn you. Why you no paste? Okay, well, we can just set it up again. It was really easy. So we just say enum damage amounts. I'm going to say amounts. We'll say lowest, full damage, and then I'm going to set up an export variable for damage amount, and that will just be damage amounts. So then, depending on what the obstacle is, so like, let me see if I can't adjust that zoom amount there. Depending on what the obstacle is, so if it's one of these trees, right, we now have damage amount lowest as the default, which is correct. So if you bump into them, it's going to take 1 hit point away from... That's why I need to fix that, because we're going to spawn into death many times. So if I bump into this, it takes 1 hit point off of whatever limb it bumps into. And so what I want to say is, let's create a new obstacle. So I'm going to add... Does anyone know what the shortcut is for collapsing or expanding everything in the node tree? It's okay if not, but if you do, it's something I'm trying to find. Okay, so I'm going to say obstacle. So we'll create a new obstacle. This is default, this class script here. This defaults to this class script. And then let's... I really wish there was a way to get the chat effects, the like buttons that you tap. I wish there was a way to get them on screen more easily. But there's really not. But I see you, and I appreciate you. So So this script will be on here by default. And then what I'll do is I'll set this object, instead of lowest, it's going to be full. Now, this currently doesn't do anything. Setting it to full doesn't... Wait, why can't I change it? Wait, why can't I change it? You see me clicking it. In theory, this would let me click on that. Click, click. What the? What is happening now? Click, 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 click. What in the... What about these other ones? What? That's just gotta be a bug. I feel like if I save this and we just restart Godot, that's gotta be a bug. That's the only explanation, right? Well, in theory, setting that would let me then check it. Well, it'll let me check it anyway, but setting it just makes it easier for me to say on a per node basis, which one are you? And so I would check it in the damage script, say, hey, did I take a lowest amount, or is this thing a full amount? What? Why would that not change? Another. I don't know, just add another one. And it says in the... Does this even work? It says in down here in the output log, set damage amount. What? Did I set up my enum wrong? I don't care. I will literally look at my own video. Now again, this was someone in the chat who helped me learn this. Someone in the chat taught me this. So I'm not really checking my own video, all right? I'm checking my own video that has advice from one of you guys. But I've been posting shorts. When you guys give me great tips, I'm putting up shorts of those lessons. We can set an exported enumerator, and we can have a list, and now I can send its unique identifier, whether it's a class script or individual script. You have to make enum first, and then export variable that derives that enum. Enum ID, also all are all caps. I thought so, but I wasn't sure. I think I've done that the same. Yep, enum, name of the enum, stuff in the enum. Okay, here we go. Nice. And then export variable that derives that enum. Oh. At export variable ID's ID, like this. Now when I come to look at what's being exported, whoa! That just made a list. That's awesome. Now, did I technically try clicking those? I think I did. I think I did. I'd almost need to look at the original video to see if I was able to click on them. But it seems like we're doing this exactly the same. We can set an exported enumerator, and we can have a list. Let me skip. And now let me skip. It's unique. Oh god, shorts on desktop are terrible. They're just terrible. Identifier. I'll mute it. Well, that puts a wrench in my wheel. I'm clicking on it. I'm clicking on it so much, but it's not enough. Okay, gotta be ready to pause this. That's it. Oh, that's my problem. Look, equals. Okay. Colon damage amounts. Huh? Huh? There we go. Let's go. Okay. Gotta do a very specific thing. Okay, cool. Thank you, Hyper Game Dev Short from Marion Wittek's awesome suggestion. We got it. We got it. Wow. Okay. Colon. Because I guess we're like saying the variable. I don't really understand what function the colon has here versus the equals. I don't know what the difference is. Because usually the colon is about defining like the type that it is. Maybe that helps it infer that it's an enum. I don't know, but it's working, so we're good. Great. So all of these are lowest damage type, right? Those are all set to lowest over here, these trees. The house is, but the obstacle that we're creating now is going to be set to full. This obstacle I'm going to call hole. It's just going to be called hole. And it does need some collision. It needs a shape. It needs a lot of things. So let's give it those things. And so it's only going to do 1 damage to start off with. I need to set up something that actually is checking to see if it's lowest or not. Do you still plan to make You Are a Friend? Maybe. I plan on putting that on hold. And the reason is because I realized I was less interested in that project. The only reason I started making it was because of the like Hello World script that I was just using as my first try in Godot. And somebody in the chat was like, oh, make it into a dating sim. And I was like, oh, let's make it into a friendship sim. And, you know, it's sort of like my other projects, my Unreal projects. Let's see. Not here. Oh, up here. So this was my first stream doing Godot. And what I did was I made a Hello World thing. And so I was like, okay, I'll do what chat says. And then, you know, for the Unreal game, what's up, Stormrun? I was making a noodle-based game just because I was quickly slapping something together. And I was like, oh, let's make it a noodle restaurant game. In GDevelop, chat suggested I make a Celeste-like. So I was just kind of like doing these projects, but I didn't really care about these projects. And that's fine, but, you know, I realized 2 things. 1, I wanted to care about the project I'm working on. And 2, I want to focus on one project so I can actually get it done instead of doing like a little bit this, a little bit that, a little bit this. And so You Are a Friend, I am kind of moving on for it. And the reason why I'm interested in this project is this this dream game idea I have called Survive Escape is this supposed to be this survival game, this super realistic survival game. And I want to put in mechanics I've never seen in survival games. Like really, I mean, I've seen them, but not the way that I necessarily want to do them. Really intricate limb damage is an example of something I want in there. Really intricate weather patterns and tracking down rescue helicopters and different stuff like that. Companions that have different personalities, that it's kind of emergent and maybe even Sims-like. So many ridiculous ideas. Oh shoot, we get stuck in the level. And so I realized a long time ago that making that game was going to be way too much work for me because I'm new to game development, especially Godot and all these engines, really. So I thought what I'll do is I'll make these little games that focus on like a very specific mechanic that I would want in my dream game, right? And so for this project, it's just going to explore limb damage and how those limb damage aspects impact why is this one so, oh, because it's double. I see. Sometimes it's like a really long one and I'm like, oh my god. And how limb damage impacts gameplay, and just explore that like a study, you know, and start getting the code and start putting that together and whatnot. So that's why I'm working on this. And with You Are a Friend, so my Survive Escape dream game, I do want cinematics and like conversations and choices to be in there, which You Are a Friend would have that. So there is some motivation there, but really limb damage is much more attractive to me in general. So it's just sort of what I'm going with for now. But You Are a Friend someday, definitely someday, but it's going to be a while. I really want to, And not only that, but for the YouTube channel, you know? I feel like it's important to have like an identity around a particular game. So we'll see. I'm glad you ask about it, especially if it's something that interests you. You know, maybe. That would make me more motivated to do it. I see you added some blue. Can water hurt the alien? You can have paths through the water. You can have paths through the water you have to time. Nice. So I actually just changed the colors so I could just better illustrate the different strip sizes. And now that you mention it, maybe blue isn't a good color choice because it does look like water. But then again, it raises an interesting question. What if there's water? I don't know. I actually don't know. I mean, with the lore I've worked out so far, water wouldn't necessarily harm the alien. Uh, but who knows? It's an interesting idea. I hadn't even thought about that. I kind of have an aversion to water hurts you in games. It's kind of like a trope that bothers me. So maybe it could just like slow you down or something, you know? Hadn't thought about that. Hey, Pierogigon is in the chat. We got Pierogigon. Pierogigon gets a song. Pierogigon's a member and a patron. So you get a song and I appreciate you, Pierogigon. Welcome, Pierogi. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for joining in. So far this stream has been based a lot on an idea from the chat, which was to add an instant death obstacle. And so my idea was to add a cliff. And so I'm just cutting out a section of the ground and making it not have collision, and you fall. No, you don't die yet. You just keep falling. So I'm setting up an obstacle that that's like lower down, so you start falling, and then when you hit it, I want it to take all your damage away, or all your hit points away, and then that'll effectively kill you. So that's kind of what I'm setting up now. It's just a whim, and then it's bringing up other questions and things that I want to understand about the game, because it's you know, a very rough, non-working version of it is coming together. So it's starting to be an opportunity to play around and change stuff. So we'll see. But yeah, I'm going to at least add in that insta-death thing, and we'll see where we go from there. Slow you down. The path would be normal. Yeah, something like that. Something like that. Because I want lots of obstacles, lots of variety of obstacles, which is part of why I like this idea of putting this in here, so we can just start having that variety. Rogi says, maybe fishes could randomly jump out and you could eat them. I like that. Ooh. And so that brings up another thing, right? Like, I have these cows in here and I still haven't, hold on. I still haven't set up this mechanic to my satisfaction. And this is something I want to work on. I'm kind of waiting until more Godot geniuses are hanging out in the chat before I do it. But so we have this grab mechanic. It's terrible. Me and Chat GPT put it together. And so it lets me grab these itty bitty little cows. Because the alien is big, so you can see that's the cow. But it's actually really tiny. And so what you're saying, Rogi, then we could put like whales in there, which at least would be big. Right? I mean, a whale would be in the ocean, so you'd have to be able to go run into the ocean, which, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Like a brief ocean? I guess it could be like between islands, but this is supposed to be in Switzerland, so maybe, I don't know, maybe the ocean idea won't work. But I initially kind of like the idea of, because we have these tiny little cows. I feel a little sad about that. This is a problem, by the way. I feel a little sad about that we only have tiny little cows, because I don't know, you can't really see them. But if we had a whale, at least it would be a little bigger. But by the way, this is definitely illuminating a problem here. The fishes is a good idea. We could totally do the fishes, in theory. In theory. We have a problem here. If I start to fall, but I save myself, we get caught in between the ground, and we just like float there. This is not good. That means I'm gonna need to find a way to get the character to push itself back up in the event that you try to save yourself. Or rather, instead of it just being a hole, it be a detection area, and if you hit it, it breaks all your collision. I feel like that would make the most sense. That's what we should do. We need to say that when you we need a couple different obstacle type. We need an obstacle on the top that detects if you've fallen in the hole right away, and it'll just say, "Well, too bad, all your collision's gone. You hit the hole. You can't save yourself. You're done for." Although I do kind of like the idea of you saving yourself. Now we're stuck, and then we can. It's oh man, it's getting complicated. It's getting complicated. Stormrun says, I didn't realize you were streaming every Wednesday and Thursday. Well, Fridays too, and then I do the Monday member streams. Right now, Tuesdays are open. I might stream on Tuesdays someday, but for now, we're just doing Wednesdays and Thursdays. And Fridays for the game jam. But for Godot, working on this game, Wednesdays and Thursdays. I was playing the Fortnite Lego game. I started a berry farm and built a fence around our village. I'm so intrigued. I'm so intrigued by this game. Fishes for health and submarine missiles for damage. Nice. All right, let me put it in there. Put it in the collection of ideas that I have not organized. Something else I wanted to consider setting up today was a project manager. Rogie plus Stormrun. Rogie plus Stormrun plus Lees. Water slows you down. Fishes jump out. Submarines / ships fight you. Big ideas. Big ideas. I love it. So, okay. So let me just at least set up the hole where you fall too far and you hit and then you die. And hopefully the internet is okay. I'm trying to keep an eye on it. Basically, I can only monitor the stream on a 30-second delay. And I can also see that the my internet upload speed is dropping. So I see that it's dropping, but it doesn't necessarily manifest in the stream getting messed up. And I try to monitor it, but I can only see it every 30 seconds. So hopefully it's not too bad. If it's, let me know if it's like buffering constantly, right? Then we have a problem. But I think I'll be able to tell, and we'll sort it out. And I'm going to play Star Fox, which I'm studying for this game whenever there's internet problems. That's going to be the way this goes. The cows and fishes can be a bit bigger. Things can be disproportionate and still be fun. That's true. That's true. That's a good point. Yeah, and then, I could also, like, make, the alien, quote-unquote, smaller. Very true. That's a great point. And I guess, yeah, right. Because my thought was, well, it needs to be so we can at least shove it in our mouth, right? Like, the alien needs to be able to eat these things. So however big the alien's mouth is going to be, the cow has to be able to fit in there. But, that doesn't necessarily mean we can't sort that out somehow. Like, make it bigger, and maybe it's just like a cartoon style. Like, it's like big, but it just like, ow, like shoves it in there. That could be really fun. Maybe the alien's head gets bigger to like eat it. It was just a second of lag. All right, second of lag isn't bad. All right, let's add a hole in here, an obstacle that kills us, and then we can do more that inevitably is going to come up. So this is the hole. I'm going to add a mesh instance in here. I don't really need a mesh, but I think it'll be nice. I don't think you really need a mesh. I feel like that's not necessary. So I'm not going to add a mesh. I mean, yeah, you know what? Let's not add a mesh. We don't need a mesh. We'll just put collision in there, right? Because it just needs to fall onto something. It doesn't have to be visible. So I'm going to add... Well, here's the thing, is I find that it's a lot easier to create... No, you know what? We'll just do collision. I was going to say it can be easier to create collision based on a mesh, but the thing is it doesn't... Because it has to be, like, equal on all sides, And if I base it on a mesh, then it just, like, default kind of figures out how it's equal on all sides. I don't know. I'm not making a lot of sense because you can change the shape in here. So just ignore me. Just ignore me. I'm doing my best. Box shape. So this will be what you land on. It'd be kind of nice if it were like a plane. But... Oh, I guess a convex polygon shape would be another way to do it. Let's just do it like this. And then we'll make its height very low. Size cannot be negative. That's okay. Can we just make it 0? Or like 0.1? So it's just pretty small. And then I'm going to make it really wide. It actually should be at least as long. I'm just going to make it huge. It just needs to be big enough that we can't save ourselves after we fall down. And then it kind of needs to be lower down. Yeah, so that's going to actually kill you immediately. I want it to be, you have a little space to fall so we can enjoy the fall. Okay, and so when this collision hits, what would normally happen is this should take some damage away when this collision occurs because of the way we have this set up. I kind of like to test that. I'm going to, for the whole collision, I'm going to move it up for now. I just want to check to see if it is going to subtract 1 HP when we hit it. Oh, I can't really tell because it happens, so... Alright, let's just move it up here. It happened... We disappear so quickly, I can't actually see the numbers. We could change the camera, too, to test that. Alright, let's see. So that's not working at all. Even though we have the obstacle script on here, we have a collision. Does it need more than that? Because the collision should be how it's detecting whether it hurts the player. That should already be the case. This is checking what it collides with. Let me try outputting what we're colliding with. I'm going to come to the... I think right now in the camera script, we're printing something. We're not. Very well. In the damage script, it is not printing anything, but I do want it to print what it collides with. That would be ideal. So let me comment this out. So this should be outputting the thing that we collide with. So there it's saying, oh, that's saying what gets collided with. Not exactly what I want. I want actually to know what it is colliding with. I guess this would work too, because then it would tell me if it's colliding with anything when it goes into the hole. It's not. So I'm setting that up wrong. I don't need a mesh, right? Do I? I didn't know if you do. That's something I didn't know. Add a child node. Mesh instance. I mean, we obviously have a bit of an issue here. Because now it's not the same size, but whatever. There's no way this makes any sense. Why would that not work? I feel like this should just already work. As long as it has the obstacle script, it's an area 3D, and it has collision. Maybe there's like a collision thing that isn't marked, like a layer. Whoops. Collision. No, 1 should be fine. If I look at the other objects here, they're on... Oh, 3! I do see that about 30 seconds ago, we had some glitching. I apologize. Ugh, I hate it. I am trying to figure out the internet problem. It is a very complex problem, evidently, related to the house we moved into. So, for now, it is what it is. If it gets too bad, we'll start playing Star Fox. Okay, so maybe it's because it needs to be on this 3. That may be what it is. Let's put it on 3. I'm going to get rid of the mesh, or just at least hide it for now. Let's see if this functions a little better. I would not say so. Oh, actually, maybe. Maybe the legs took some damage there? Yes. Okay, it is working. Good. So that was it. Apparently, layer 3. I need to set this somewhere. Is that in editor settings? Somewhere. Maybe project settings? Collision. Where do you set all that? Or like layers? Because I think you can rename them. And not that layer names here. Physics. We have layer 3 named ground. Layer 2 named ground. So that should be what this is here. So if I look at this, that is called ground. This is called layer 3. So let me... And does that also apply to the mask? It does. Unless we set the mask separately somewhere. We're going to say this is obstacle. Let's just call it obstacle. Just to help me, maybe in the future, ever remember that every obstacle has to be set to layer 3. This is the kind of stuff, I don't know, like a project manager. This would be nice to put in a project manager somewhere. So that's something I do want to look into. Maybe ASAP. Stuff to add, things to do. Project manager. But then also list of tasks when adding an obstacle, e.g. setting the correct collision layer, etc. Okay. So now that that's set up, let me get rid of this mesh. We don't need that. So it will hurt us, but it's only doing 1 damage. And I need it to do much more than 1 damage. So, since I've set the exported enumerator here to full instead of lowest, now I want, in my damaging script, somehow, I want it to know, or to check, is it supposed to do full damage, or just the lowest possible damage? So that'll be something interesting. So this script is saying if me, the body part that is hit, if I'm the body part that is hit, do these things. For example, subtract 1, right? So that would especially be if it was lowest, right? So I might even want to say if health is greater than 0 and damage amount is set to lowest. Now, I don't know if it's going to be able to find this damage amount thing, right? Because this isn't defined or declared in this scope. So how do I get it to know to find that? I have no idea. I guess I would have to do it in the signal or the function. Literally, I have no idea. YouTube went to another video when it buffered, but it was kind of just a second of buffering. Seriously? Oh, man. Thank you for letting me know. That's terrible. That's where everybody went. Oh, I hate that. That sucks. YouTube, why would you do that? YouTube, why would you do that? That's so weird. And I'm monitoring it as well. But that's not enough. Thank you for telling me. Oh, dang. I hate that. Thank you for letting me know. That's horrible. Ah! It's so hard. And we have, like, no money right now. So, like, you know, the people who can come possibly fix this for me, I don't know how the hell I'm going to pay them. It's unfortunately kind of a problem that I may be stuck with, which is so deeply stressful trying to, like, be a live streamer, you know, and like your internet doesn't work. It's It's deeply concerning and stressful, and it makes me upset. Doesn't make sense. You were still going, and it was like it ended, but chat was still there, but another video was up. My internet glitches YouTube? Is that an honor? I doubt it. Oh, okay, so let me mute this. Now we've got double. I'm trying to monitor the stream in a different way. That maybe will be better. I'm worried I'm gonna mess up chat or something. Well, we're trying. We're trying to do a live stream. I'm trying to make everything work. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much been a problem since we moved into this house, which to me means that the problem is something with the wiring, like underground, or like, you know, the pole with the, I don't know, all the wires on it. Something with the way the house has the internet wired in is an issue. Maybe your internet is good. It's a YouTube problem. I'm streaming well. It's not a YouTube problem. It's my internet, because it's like at the network level. Like my broadcast software can basically detect. I mean, it's like not after the live stream gets sent out. It's before the live stream gets sent out. And it's also not related to like software or the computer. It's like, so it's if there's like YouTube, my computer, my internet. The problem, so the computer can tell that it's in between here, right? The problem isn't happening at this stage or at that stage. It can tell it's happening in between the internet and it. Do you know what I mean? And it's reporting that. We gotta get your Starlink. You can just set it up out your window and you have almost 1 gigabytes up and down. I don't know, man. I'm so skeptical. I'm so skeptical. Like you've pitched it to me before, but like if it, you know, from what I've read, from the research I did look into it because you told me about it. So Starlink, guys, is basically this internet that's like a satellite in the sky or in the space, in the outer space. And I think it's like a SpaceX thing. And from what I read, it seemed like some people, depending on where they lived or what the weather was like, sometimes they would be getting incredibly slow speeds, which to me means we could have the same problem potentially where it's dropping and going up and dropping and going up sometimes. But it would be based on like weather or, you know, just depending on our position. You know, I don't know. It's maybe, you know, you give a glowing review of it. Plug it in, point at sky. I don't know, you know? It makes me nervous because we don't have a lot of money, you know? And so we have to like invest in something like that and then find out that it doesn't work and now we don't have that money and we can't eat for the next 2 weeks. You know? So it's just it's if not satisfied, full refund. I mean, I don't even know if I can front them the money, you know? And like I'd have to try it for a long period of time. So like what's the stipulation? 30 days? 30 days? I don't know, man. What if it starts going crazy on day 31? If I had it higher, it would be better. Weather doesn't matter because it's low Earth satellites, very close. So you're saying like we have to mount it up high somewhere? I don't know, man. I don't know. It makes me nervous. I'm not going to put in my address. I'm in United States. United States. Tell me about that position. Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. United States, Philippines. I didn't know there was a United States in the Philippines, but I gotta say that's very interesting. This is blocking. No, leave me alone. Yeah. I mean, let's just click So it's just blue. It's just blue everywhere. What are these little dots? I don't know, man. You have mine sitting out on the ground outside, beside your house. So only 40% sky. I'm dubious. I'm afraid. And how much does it cost? You said it's just like a one-time. That can't be it. It's got to be a subscription, right? I don't know, man. You've certainly almost sold me on it. And why am I still doing this and not game dev? Well, because I still see that the upload speed is wavering. We're not playing Star Fox, but we're doing something other than dev. I don't want to do dev and be like, hey guys, here's my problem, and you can't even like be here. Like, that doesn't make sense. So we'll just use it as an excuse to take a break. Might as well be looking into this. Damn, 120 a month? All of America's cover. It's 300 for dish, 70 a month. That says 120 a month. That says 120 a month. $600? I can't afford it. I can't do it. Dang. $120 a month? Dang. And then it's saying this is for data. Wait, so does this mean it's gonna be lower? That's for the more expensive RV option. Okay. I believe you. I might believe you. I don't know, man. I would love to think that it exists, that something great exists. But even before I could consider something like that, you know, I need to have enough money to potentially make a choice like that. And I don't know that I do. I don't know that I do. But it's interesting. So I see there's still problems, so I guess we're gonna do Star Fox. I'm gonna study Star Fox until the problem's resolved. What I was working on, what was I working on? Oh, I was figuring out the damage for the cliff. I do want to do that, but internet is being bad. Star Fox break while internet is bad. We gotta roll with the punches. It is what it is. Star Fox break while internet is bad. That's what we're doing. That's the truth. Couldn't make it up, because it's the truth. See how far we can get. Hopefully it'll resolve soon. Sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it does. I wish I could believe in a Starlink solution. I wish I could afford to consider believing in a Starlink solution. Why is the audio not there? OBS, don't you fail me now too. Come on now. What the what? What in the what? We're gonna have a total stream collapse here. I'm trying to... Dude, my OBS is freezing. That's my broadcast software. Well, this is all very fun. This is all very fun. You don't like it when tech doesn't do what I tell it to. I yell at devices' existence sometimes. Yeah. Dude, I'm currently, I can't even put on my audio for Star Fox. If I had a button, so I have a button for, my Stream Deck is working. Is it GitHub? Is GitHub being... Dude, I can't even show you what my current problem is. Oh, man. Oh, man. Okay, maybe I can show you. If I drag it over here, you can kind of see. So if I click on things, like here's the volume, right, for my microphone. I'm clicking all over it. I like how I can pull up my keyboard stuff, all the stuff. But if I click on this, nothing is working. Nothing is actually working. I can't click on anything. If I restart my broadcast software, the stream will go down for a second. And may well boot you to the next video. All right, we're going to have to do it because now I'm having this problem, and I don't know why. Complete mystery to me. What a day. What a day. Like, I don't even... I mean, if we end this task, chaos will ensue. Chaos will ensue. OBS is running normally. Totally. Yeah, it's super normal. Oh my goodness. I will say, when I came in, my PC had an update on my ad block, UE Windows Chrome. It was odd, so maybe today's update broke stuff. Yeah, maybe. I did my update the other day. It's possible. There's a chance. And now you can see a little better. So you see this little red square down here? It's very tiny. But this is how I know that my internet is bad. All right, guys, I'm gonna have to drop the stream for a second, but the video will still be here. The video will still be here. So, you know, it's not gonna close down the live stream. It might apparently kick you to the next video if you have autoplay on, but I got it because my broadcast software isn't working right. Oh wait, it's back. It's working. What? Wait, it's working now. Okay, hold on. Hold on. I don't have to do it, guys. False alarm. Internet still sucks. Internet still sucks. But now I can get my Star Fox audio. Let's go. Okay. Oh my day. Alright, here we go. Here we go. It's fine. It's fine. Oh, a little too loud. I'm gonna start over. We're just gonna do a fresh game and wait out this internet chaos. It seems to be a little better. It seems to actually be getting better. So we might get out of this soon. But hopefully you'll see too, if you don't already kind of see why. This game is like a really good basis as inspiration for the game I'm working on. Because it's got a lot of similarities. I grew up with 64, but I'm here for this one. Scramble! I have a hard time getting 100% on this first level for some reason. I just do. On harder levels, I can get 100%. I'm also not entirely sure what makes 100%. Like, you'd think maybe the 100% is based on if you kill every enemy. But I definitely miss enemies on some levels and get 100%. So I'm not totally sure. Okay. Yeah, give me that double laser. This is kind of where the limb damage comes into play. Whoop. Maybe it's hackers mining streamers' GPUs. Maybe. Honestly, let me move this chat. Honestly, maybe. Like, actually, maybe. Actually, that probably is a good place for the chat. When a YouTube tab is open. Honestly, maybe. I wouldn't rule it out. I would not rule it out. At this point, I mean, yeah, I wouldn't rule it out. But if I, like, lose one wing, I won't have these double lasers anymore. So it's kind of similar. But it's not like a full-on, you know, limb damage system, obviously. We gotta get those double lasers. Without the double lasers, you're in danger out here. I meant to speed up, not pause. The opposite. The internet seems to be stabilizing. I don't know that we have to play much more. I'm just gonna finish this level, and I think we'll be back. I think we'll be back to working for a little while. Thank goodness. Whoops. That was body damage. That was a full body shot, for sure. See, I would love to get some cool obstacles like that, where like, it tricks you. This is like falling on top of you, and you gotta like speed up to get past it or destroy them. I'd love to get some creative obstacles like that in the game. Oh, see, I lost my double shot because I'm missing one wing. So there's that limb damage causing problems. And then there's the question of like teammates, right? So if it's an alien invasion on the game I'm working on, like, do I want there to be other aliens running alongside you, also harvesting meat, avoiding obstacles? I feel like that's a fun extra thing, but I don't know how important that really will be. You know, it feels like a, I don't know, a stretch goal for funsies, but not something that really needs to be in the game per se. But it could be fun to see other aliens around, and maybe you get some vague interaction and more or less points depending on how that interaction goes. Bombs are kind of interesting. You know, if there's obstacles in front of you, maybe there's some way you could get an ability that gets rid of a bunch of obstacles quickly. And I do want a way for you to damage obstacles that are in front of you. So maybe there could be a weapon sort of like the bomb that quickly gets rid of an otherwise difficult obstacle. The internet's still being a little funny. It's not as bad, but it's not looking great. It's still kind of wavering. I might give it one more level. I'm not gonna get even close to 100. 80! Oh, that's so bad! Oh my gosh. I don't know, man. So I don't like stream myself gaming very often. So I don't have a great setup that's my excuse. I don't have a great setup for streaming gameplay. And so it's hard for me to see the game. It looks okay. I mean, if it looks okay, I would like to get back. Oh, it's starting to waver. And the thing is, yeah, it looks okay there. I appreciate that. And we can also look at it. So if I bring this up, let me just show you what I'm seeing so we can, dude, I don't know why I don't do this sooner, because I forgot, that's why. But I could totally just have this up all the time. So we're just gonna bring it down here like this. So that kilobits per second right there, that's the thing. That's the thing. And you know, my computer is fine. It's just this kilobits per second that is the death of me here. And so when that's all like yellow and red, that's how I know that my internet is bad. So what this is measuring is how many kilobits per second are being sent out. 14,000. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. So our internet plan allows for up to 25,000 kilobits per second. So I could, in theory, set it to 25,000. I could set it to 25,000. I do output at 1080. Now there's a reason why I make it so high. The reason why I make it so high is because if I lower it, in these moments of buffering, it'll be worse. So it's, YouTube only allows like a maximum of 10,000, right? So it doesn't even stream those extra kilobits per second. It doesn't even mess with those. But it will output, it will receive that. I can still send those out. YouTube's just going to not actually utilize all that. So the reason why I make it so high, the reason why I set it to 15,000, is because when these drops and, you know, rises happen, I've learned that the stream gets messed up less badly if I set it up really, really high. But if I set it low, then when it drops, it'll like hit the stream harder. Because I guess there's like less room for it to allocate, or less wiggle room for it. Storman says, when YouTube buffers, can you use the internet elsewhere? Maybe memory or CPU. It's definitely not. Try opening Task Manager when it happens and see if either are 100. They are. I've done so many tests. And I mean, I'll drag this out here, because this actually will monitor a CPU as well. So you can see that. Look at that. My computer lags about 7 seconds sometimes when I'm streaming. I appreciate, honestly, I appreciate your interest. I assure you, guys, I'm telling you, it's the internet. Or something happening between the internet and my computer. But you'll see, my CPU is super solid. The memory, I mean, it's not up here right now. It's super solid. Your computer lags about 7 seconds sometimes when streaming and have an engine builder open. I hear you, but it would be a different issue. So there would be frames dropping, and it would just be like kind of slow. So I mean, I'm trying to think if there's something I could do to trigger it. What makes... Oh, I know something that makes the frame rate drop. If I edit the credits text, for some reason, whenever I edit this, the frames start dropping. So let me just come in here. Just typing things. So right now, frames are dropping. And so the more I do, you can see how it's kind of slow. So let me wave my hand. So see how it's kind of jerky and slow? And see how the FPS is changing and stuff? Right? CPU is going up. And now if I stop and I pull away, we're back to 30 FPS. CPU goes down. So that's what it looks like. It's definitely not a memory thing or a CPU thing, I promise. Or this is. So see how this is at 30 FPS now? I start typing. Let me just redo this so you can see it. Type. FPS tanks. You can see I'm barely moving. CPU goes up. So that's not what's happening with the internet. It's something else. Because the internet, you'll notice the gray bars happen. The stream literally stops or it buffers. So it's like a totally different effect that occurs. So it's not like a memory or a CPU thing. I wish it was, because we could fix that really easily. I really wish it was. The standard FPS for movies is 24 FPS. That might help. It's not. Let's Stray on the internet. It's just not. It's just not. I mean, I maybe like it might. It might. But it's like the only thing that it's gonna do is it's not though. It's just not. Like that's just not the issue. I wish, guys. I wish those things would help. But it's literally my internet. It's literally my internet. It just literally is my internet. Yours is either a memory thing or CPU. I see what you're saying. You have 16 gigabytes RAM, but you're using an old 13 CPU. i3 CPU. I said 13. an i3 CPU. Still it's able to run UE5. Yeah, UE5, if you set the settings right, it's not necessarily all that consuming if you don't have it taking up too much. And yeah, I mean, less strain on the internet, but I mean, these dips aren't because of that strain, you know? These dips are despite the strain. Your OBS has a lot set up in it. Maybe something in there. It's not. It's not. It's not. It's not. Stretching the program past what it can do irrespective of what CPU it is given. No, it's not. And I'll tell you why. Because I've tested it on another computer without anything running. And let me show you guys my test. All right, look. I'm happy that y'all want to talk about it. I am. Because look, I've made mistakes in diagnosing this. So if you guys have other perspectives, I want to know them, right? Because I don't know what the problem is. I've eliminated what the problem can be. But let me show you some of these tests. I've run so many tests, including on a computer without OBS tricked out, anything set up. It's literally, unfortunately, just the internet. And I don't know, and this is what I need to hire somebody to help me figure out. Is it the cabling underground? Is it the cabling, you know, the wiring on our post in the backyard? Is it, you know, the wiring on the house? You know, I don't know. Is it something else? You know, I don't know at what stage it's a problem, but I know that it's before we even get to OBS. We love troubleshooting. Don't hold it against us. Okay, I don't hold it against you. It's just like, and I know I sound frustrated. It's just like, I stay up at night thinking about this problem. I stay up at night thinking about this problem. Run a speed test. What's your ping? Well, I don't know if I want to do that. I could try. I'm a little afraid to do it because, one, I'm afraid I might accidentally dox myself. Two, I would worry that that's gonna like make the internet and the stream even worse. But I'm open to it. So I've done a bunch of tests for whatever they're worth. Let me bring this up here. So I've done all these tests. These are all just me trying to find it. These were pretty short. These were like pre-stream tests. So before a live stream went, I did a test. Yeah, I don't want to show my IP. Yeah, exactly. But I have done some here. So there's a 12-hour one. And the thing is sometimes the problems happen, sometimes they don't. So this one is an interesting one. So this test is on my Alienware, which is a separate computer, which has like a blank OBS in it. Like nothing special there. Hey, what's up, Cheeky Boon? Hope you're doing well. What's the rose and thorn of today? Ooh, I like that. Now that's how you ask, how are you? What are you up to? Look at that. What's the rose and thorn of today? I also was going directly from my modem at this time. And I don't know how much I put up on screen. But, oh yeah, so there's OBS here. And not every test would necessarily yield the problems. Basically, Cheeky Boom, I'm trying to work on my game in Godot. That's what I'm trying to do. But my internet has had a lot of issues lately. And that's what I'm currently monitoring here is the stream kilobits per second. You can see it's pretty decent right now. So what I would do is I would set it up, right, my OBS live stream with just that same kilobits per second check here. I often would be tracking the speed as well. And then this is also checking the network frames dropped. And I actually have to configure the stream differently for this to work. On the stream I have right now, this actually wouldn't happen because I've set it up such that it's got a dynamic bitrate, which means So this is no dynamic bitrate, which means, so the dynamic bitrate is why the stream can stay up. Like when Stormrun said it kicked them out, but the stream kept going. The reason why the stream can keep going is because I have dynamic bitrate on. But for testing, you know, this internet issue, I turn off dynamic bitrate. So that way I can see this track the dropped frames. Now, I don't know if we get any. We do. So here we're losing a bunch here. So move back, and here you can see the kilobits per second. Now, I think I have it set to 10,000 here. Now it's going to yellow. So this is a stream from 3 months ago. 3 months ago on a separate computer in an empty OBS. The only thing that's in the OBS is the display capture. And it's happening. So unfortunately, it has nothing to do with the way I have OBS set up. It's got nothing to do with the computer. It's just it's just directly a problem with the internet. Cheeky says, I noticed the KBS is 15K, but maybe OBS and Twitch only need 3,000 to 6,000. Yeah, that's true. That's true. But the problem is before it starts getting sent out. So it's not about what happens between YouTube and my computer. It's what's happening before there. And so I've done other tests as well. The stream looks good since the last 2 minutes. Yeah, it is good now. So now would be a good time to go back to work, right? So we got the kilobits per second up there. It's green. So now would be a good time to go back to work. But, you know, I also wanted to show you a little bit of the diligence I've tried to do. So I don't know which of these is going to have it, but some of these I would set up actual, yeah, here. So I mean, again, I might accidentally dox myself here. Hopefully not. It looks like I won't. But so I was actually checking. Now this is from the router, right? So I would hook up through the router, not the modem. That's a lot of detail tests. Yeah, I've been like banging my head against the computer screen trying to figure this out. And so in those moments where it drops, you know, you'll see, so this is the upload right here. I mean, that's sitting at 8. That's horrible. It's supposed to be at, I mean, that's horrible, but I don't really understand why it's sitting at 8 right there. It should be a lot more. But in the moments where things go wrong, I think it's just in this moment. I think it's just saying that this is how much is being used. I think that's what this is saying. So it's pretty much the same information as what we see up in the top left. It's just a different way of looking at it. Yeah, so that's it. So the bitrate, this is when I had my bitrate set at 6,000 instead of 15,000, right? So this was sitting at 6,000. So that's why it's saying 6, because I'm only using 6 megabytes per second, or 6,000 kilobits per second. And sometimes it'll just, I don't know if in this test it happened, but sometimes it'll like dip way down and then go back up, and dip down and go back up, and dip down and go back up. And that's when this problem happens. That's where it lives. That's where it exists. Looks like this was a clean run. Kind of unfortunately, because I'm here to when I do these tests, I want to capture the problem. But sometimes there is no problem. Looks like there was briefly a little issue. I actually kind of remember this test. Fixing internet was your job for a while. Bypass router may fix it. It doesn't. We can get in your modem to see the root cause too. Yeah, I wish. Gosh, I wish. So that last test I showed you, that one was just the modem, and the problem still happened. So it's not the router. I've also switched different routers. So I've used 3 different routers now, and they all have the same problem. So it's not a router issue, and I've gone directly from 2 different modems. Well, actually 3 if you think about it, but 2 different full types. So here's where it's going to happen right here. And so this is directly from my router reporter. And so in a second here, this should drop down and go up. I'm going to skip it a little bit. Just a little bit here until it happens. I think it's going to happen here. There it goes. This wasn't too egregious of one. See, it just dropped a little bit. It's dropping to 3, 4. So this is, anyway, I know this is super boring. It's the most boring thing ever. It's so boring. I know people here, but YouTube still says 1 watching. You know, I think it's, I don't really understand. I don't understand a lot of things about YouTube. Namely the viewer count. It might be because the stream like buffers and like it confuses it. Because YouTube checks it every like 5 to 30 seconds. It checks to see if there's new people watching. Actually, it might be like 5 minutes. It might be up to 5 minutes sometimes. It checks to see if there's new viewers. So if people have come and joined within the last 5 minutes, the views won't be up to date. Could also be other stuff. Anyway, I know this is super boring. Well, let's get back to work. It is being super stable. Bypass router may fix it. Yeah, I know. Fixing internet was your job. I mean, if you could get over here and save my life, I would appreciate it. I was wondering about that question too. Does connecting to the router or modem make a difference? Yeah, so we talked about that. Anyway, yeah, I've made a lot of tests. A lot of tests. And this isn't, I have 63. I've done 63 of them. And still, I don't know. But what I do know is we have some stability now. So I'm going to get back to game dev. Thanks for joining me on that sad journey of there's nothing to be done unless I pay somebody who I can't afford to pay to come help me figure this out. I'm supposed to call them this week, but I mean, I'm really gonna be riding hard on their promise. I'm gonna be relying very hard on their promise of free consultation, because I don't know if I can pay them to do more than that. But I'll keep this in the corner so you can see what I see. You can see the problems that I'm experiencing or not. I should have this up here more often, so at least we're all on the same page. All right, let's continue forward. Now, what I was working on before everything started to get goofy was setting up this hole in the ground that we can fall in and that will kill us. Reset the modem. There's a small button on the back that says reset. Press for 15 seconds while on. I mean, I can do that. It won't fix it. I've definitely done that, and it doesn't fix it. I've actually done it during a live stream. I don't remember which one, but I did it during a live stream. I said, guys, I'll be right back. I'm going to reset the modem. Did not fix it. But I could do it, like, because you suggested it. I love the troubleshooting. If you were, I understand though, like, it would be helpful. And if you were here and you wanted to diagnose it. The other thing is like, it's not always happening. So like right now, we're not having the issue. And so often what I will do with those tests is I'll sit there and I'll just wait. I'll just wait for it to start wavering. And then when it does start wavering, I'm like, go, go, go. I'll like hurry up and I'll start trying things. Like, okay, let's try resetting the modem. Let's try, you know, I don't know, switching out the Ethernet cable. Let's try using the other router, you know, and I'll just like hurry up and quickly try to switch all those things. But so far, literally none of those things have made the problem actually go away, which is very disheartening. Hell, switching internet service providers didn't even make a difference. I think. That's a whole story. But anyway, let's see if we can get back to some game dev. So, yeah, so we have this, I guess I'll change the thing. Hole in ground kills you. That'll be our new task for the time being. This reset button clears all settings and sets it to factory. If you've done it, it may not help, but it does allow you to use the default password to get into the modem. Okay. Yeah, I've certainly never gone into the modem. They have switched the modem multiple times, and that hasn't helped. Okay, so we've got the pinned message now. Task hole and ground kills you. No more Star Fox break. It was a very short Star Fox section. So this hole right here, we can fall down, but it doesn't yet kill us. It does damage. It'll do a little damage, but I want it to do more than damage. I want it to actually fully kill the character. So I'm going to go to the damage script, which is called body parts. And so we have, right, so the little problem is, so what I've done is I've set up, let me see, which one is it? Let me go back here. This one. So here's the terrain block or strip or whatever that has the gap in it. And in here, I have a hole with a script on it. You just realized your YouTube wasn't live. You were like 2 minutes behind what I was saying. Oh, okay. I got you. I hate when that happens. I hate when that happens. It especially happens when you like leave and rejoin. I'm sorry that that's been the case. You're trying to fix a previous problem. Fair enough, Stormrun. And look, if I seem frustrated, it's because my frustration is with the internet problem. My frustration is with the internet problem. And like it gets me so riled up to think about and to talk about. I appreciate all the suggestions. I truly do. I also hope you'll trust me if I'm like, that didn't work. But sometimes when I say that, that's not always true. I mean, I think it's true, but sometimes I'm wrong. Often I'm wrong. With the internet stuff, oh man, it's such a headache. Okay, so this damage script, I just added an exported enumerator on here. And what I want to do is use it to set which type of obstacle that it is. So right now, it just sends the information of what it is you collided with, or that you collided with something. It sends that information to the damage script to say, deal the damage. And I've now set this enum, this exported enum on here for damage amounts, either do the lowest amount of damage or the full amount of damage. And so when I click on these different objects in the scene, so there's a tree, there's a house, they all have this damage script, and I'm setting the damage amount here on this enum list to lowest, except for the hole, which is this collision that exists under the gap, and I'm setting it to full. Now what I want to do is I want to somehow check, when that collision happens, how does the body part know, oh, this is a full damage, not a lowest damage? So that's what I'm working on. I'm going to go to the body part. I'm kind of thinking maybe I'll try to, I've tried this before and I failed, but maybe this time I won't. I'm going to try to have it send out multiple bits of information through the signal. We'll see. I get it. I think, how hard is it to keep one wire connected sometimes? Yeah. Yeah, it's, I mean, look, this internet provider has been serving this area for a long time. Like, as long as the internet has been around, as long as cable internet has been around, they've been running it here. So, it's possible there's just some really old stuff somewhere. I don't know. I don't know. I wish I knew. You can layer some damage boxes so it instant kills. That's an interesting idea. That's a very interesting idea. That's so hacky. Let's fall back on that. Let's say if I can't get this to work, we'll fall back on that. I love your hacky suggestions. I do. Let's fall back on that. I'm going to try to follow through with this idea. But that's a very interesting way to make it work. That would work. You know, I like the idea of setting up this system so in other cases it could be more flexible if we wanted like partial damage or we wanted to change. I don't know. It's interesting. And then I worry about performance as well, but it may just be like a little performance thing. I don't know. Consider that considered. That's a great idea. But let me try this. If I can't get this to work, I'm going to do that. So I want to get that information somehow. So I'm going to say from the obstacle script, not only better to learn the right way, but always a fallback. Yeah, totally. Psychonic Joe, what's up? Welcome. Good to see you. I'm glad you've made it back when my internet is behaving. I'm doing well now that I'm getting to go back to my game dev and not be sad about my internet. How are you doing? How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. I hope your internet is good. So I feel like I turned my microphone volume up at some point. Yeah, so I want to send multiple bits of information. Not only do I want to send body part area, I would like to send the damage amounts, or the damage amount, right? I don't know if I'll get that to work. I mean, if I say damage amount like that, you're doing great. Let's go! It doesn't give me an error. And does that cause errors elsewhere if I'm sending this signal along with extra info? No. Oh, actually, yes. So now it's actually not seeing any damage at all. So that does cause a bit of an issue there. What if I say body part area damage amount like that? We have a bunch of debugger things coming up too. So that is definitely an issue. Method expected 0, but call with 1. See, this is the issue I always get. She's just gonna get started again after playing some Star Fox while internet was being bad. Yeah, that's right. That's correct. Accurate. This is the problem I often have when I try to send multiple arguments with a signal. Is I get that very problem, that error. Method expected 0 arguments, but called with 2, which is so weird to me. Because if I set this here, I mean, that's 1. This is calling with 1 argument, and there's no error. But if I put 2, we get an error. So I think what I need to do is I need to send another signal. So that's what I'm going to do. And I'll come to the messenger here, and I'll create a new signal. And we're going to say damage amount. Or let's say amount damaged. I don't know if that's a great way to put it, but it's the way I'm putting it. Check the functions that are connecting to it. Maybe they expect 1 argument. Oh. Okay, let me try that. I'll try that. Yeah, you're right. It was. No, that's true. Okay, hold on. I didn't set it up across the board. That's correct. I should do that. I should definitely do that. All right, we got a Godot genius in the house. So that means we can get away with some more complicated things. I love when that happens. So I'm going to say damage amount. May be able to fix it. We've had this problem on a few things. Yeah. It's not the first time. We absolutely have. All right, so I don't want to test it yet. Right? So here we're sending body part area and damage amount. We're sending that along. None of that is on the messenger, so we don't need to clarify that here. However, on the body part script, where there's the damage checking, on here, we're only listing body part area. So if I also add in here damage amount, now here, this isn't checking damage amount. I don't think this one has it. This is coming from a different place. I don't think we need to worry about that. Okay. Now I'm not using it in this function, so it might complain at me for not using it. But I think technically now, This is all the places that it would be at, and I think we're still getting the error. Still getting the error. Method expected, 0 arguments, but called with 1. I think, unless there's somewhere else that this is appearing at, because this, even though it's got body part area, this is actually coming from the health script, which is very similar, but it's not the same. It would be kind of nice if there's a way to see a map. Can you click on the function and see if it leads you to it? Oh, interesting. That's kind of exactly what I was wondering. On the error. Oh, okay. Click on the error. Clicking my little heart out. I'm clicking my little heart out. That would be really convenient, though. Here, the local function parameter damage amount is shadowing an already declared variable at line 5. Okay. I mean, that's the different error. Yeah, it's not taking me anywhere. I wish. I wish it was. So, even though I would like to do it this way, and it seems like it would work, I'm still open. I'm still open to going back and trying that, because I would really like to be able to have multiple arguments going to a signal. And based on what I've read online, it seems like that's possible. And you can have as many arguments as you want. But whenever I do it, it tells me it expected 0 and it got 1, which I don't fully understand. So then my alternate way of doing it, which though I don't love, is to have yet another signal that we send and come back to the obstacle. The thing is we don't want to connect it there. We want to say, will this work? If I say damaged amount emit damage amount. Let's see if that works. So then that should, in theory, send that variable along. In theory. And if I come back to the body part, I'm going to make sure we connect it here. Messenger damaged or did we say amount? Did I forget the name of it? It's amount damage. Okay, that's the name of it. I think I need to go fix that. And then damage amount is what we're receiving. Back on the messenger, amount damaged. I did see we had an error back there. Back on here, we want to say amount damaged, like that. Come back to the body part. Identifier damage amount not declared in the current scope. Well, no, it wouldn't be. It would be over here. Damage amount. So that would be, this is what I'm looking for. Godot. Why would you say this? That's supposed to be relative to this. Because damage detected isn't declared in here. What might? Why would it not see that? If we look at area damaged on the messenger, we have area damaged here, just like that. Obstacle script. Oh, I see. I got it. I see you guys. I forgot to connect it to a function. I see. Whenever internet died. What's up, y'all? Internet died. I don't know if you saw. It might have died before it happened, but It went red. It went red. It said 0. And then it's just like, no, I'm fine. Back to 15,000. We're good. We're back. Sorry about that. If you got booted out of here, I apologize. But it looks like it was just a quick one. It was just a little quickie. Nothing happened. No, or you're saying like, yeah, yeah, something did happen. Very much so. So I realized when it says declared, not declared in the current scope, that doesn't mean that it wasn't declared earlier as a variable. It can also mean that something isn't declared later on, i.e. a function. So I need to say a damage amount. I actually don't need to say damage amount up here. It's actually not the way that this works. But it can work that way. Maybe that's part of why I get confused, is I name it like that. So anyway, let's come down here to... I actually kind of want that above this. Not that it matters, but I think it'll make more sense to me if it's above it. So I'm going to say function damage amount, and we want damage amount. And so that's what I want to get from that. This feels like a ridiculous thing to do. I wish I could just call it in the same function. Or I wish I knew how to get it to call in the same function. But, you know. So I want to say if damage amount is set to... Now, if this is going to look for an array thing, I don't really know how to clarify that. Like, if I just say that, does it know I'm looking for something in an array? I don't know. I think so. If it's set to full, then... Oh, I need to say double equals. If it's set to full, then I want to say... It's a little confusing. It's really confusing. Hurt limb set to, you know, 100. I don't know. Are you trying to check... What are you trying to check damage amount against? I don't know exactly what that means. Expected a colon after dictionary key or an equals. Oh, so that's not correct. So I might... Maybe I want to say like a string or something? What do you mean? A variable hurt limb equals, we'll say it's 1 by default. What are you trying to set to? The damage amount, the full thing. Oh, an enum entry. An index in an enum. I guess I could just say 1 or 2, right? But the enum is supposed to allow me to make it like human readable, right? So over here on the obstacle script, I'm setting up this enum damage amounts. Is enum defined in the same script? No. It's defined in a different script. So I have this class script called obstacle. And I have an enum with damage amounts. If you remember, Marion helped me figure out this trick. Not that I've applied it yet. So I'm now trying to figure out how to apply it. And so I have these different damage amounts possible. Lowest or full. If it's a class, it should be global. Okay. Oh. So you're saying I don't need to set a signal? At all? You should be able to use obstacle.damage underscore amounts. Are you serious? Are you serious? That's interesting. I did not know that. This whole time, I've been using the messenger for things I don't need, evidently. Godot genius in the house. What? I mean, I would be very happy not to do any of this. So I guess I'll comment this out then, only for the enums, not the actual value. Huh? So because then I'm also exporting this, right, as a variable, which means when I click on the objects, up here, I'm setting it to either lowest or full. And so I want to make sure that the exported variable is the thing. So I don't really even need the enum. Really what I need to check is the variable here. And you're saying that this is going to be global. And so I can access this from another class script. If I do what you just said. So let me get rid of this connecting the messenger. And I'm going to get rid of this whole function, honestly. And I could say, if body part area is set to self and obstacle wow, it is. Why did I didn't realize that I could call this anywhere. Class scripts are global. Ah! That there's probably a couple things. You don't have access to the values stored in the class. Oh, right. Well, yeah, right. Right. So I think I do need the messenger then. Right. Because it's going to be on a per object basis. Okay. So wait, I can't actually do it this way. You don't have access to the values stored in the class, but you can know what kind of properties your class has from anywhere. Okay. That's useful. Do I need that for this? So I guess that is not what we want to do. So I'm glad I only commented this because I think I do with this because the signal is, I got so excited. You can't, but you can know what obstacle can contain. Right. Oh, so you're saying if I want to say if it's set to obstacle damage amounts. Oh, I get it. I think I get it. So I don't have to try to figure out the full thing. Oh, okay. Wow. So we have to define exactly what it is that it's supposed to be carrying or comparing against. This is how we tell it what to compare against. Gotcha. That's so helpful. So if I want to compare an exported enum value to a and one of the enum entries, I can access what the enum entries would be via the global class information being sent out. But since we need local information that I set in the export variable, I still have to use signals to get that local information. But I can access what I'm comparing that local information to using the global class script values. Wow. I'm getting so good at this. I could not do it without you. Like, it's teachers who explain things in a way that is comprehensible. You're a great teacher. You're a great teacher, and I'm devoted to understanding. Like, so I'm getting good at this because you're good at this. The class is global in the sense that we can just know the structure of it from the outside. The only way the exact values will be global is autoloads. Yeah. Like, you know, I could spend all day reading documentation, asking ChatGPT, going online, looking at forum posts, going on Reddit, Stack Exchange. You know, I could do that, and I do that for entire streams. And I wouldn't understand the concept. But someone like you comes through and explains it in a way that, like, I can actually wrap my head around. Bob's your uncle. Like, we're off to the races. Yeah, you're most welcome. You're most welcome. You're a fantastic teacher. Thank you for being here with us. All right, so I'm going to put this code back in here. I think that's back here. I think I need to go back to the obstacle class script. I still didn't know that those were global. I still did not know that those things were global. So that's still news to me. And really, really useful. And it's useful to understand the context in which they are global. Okay, so I think everything is uncommented. And so now we want to say if damage amount is set. I actually want to say, yeah, so we should actually keep this. If damage, did I set this up right? Let me make sure. Messenger amount damage, connect damage amount. Yes. Damage amount, damage amount. Damage amount is set to obstacle damage amounts full. Hurt limb, set that to 100. And if hurt limb is set to 100, so I want a different one too. I want to say if damage, I guess we could say else. I don't know. No, because there might be other things. If damage amount is set to obstacle dot damage amounts dot lowest, hurt limb goes to 1. So instead of saying current health minus equals 1, I would say current health minus equals hurt limb. And in theory, I'm not saying this is all set up right, but in theory, we should get 1 damage now when we run into any other obstacle except for the hole that we fall through. Then we should get full damage and the game should restart. Whoa! So I'm just fascinated by what's happening, and I'm just gonna observe it. So what? Negative 96. So it's clearly the trees are being interpreted somehow. There's a lot of things going wrong here. Why would it hurt limb be going up to 100 at that time? So each tree, make sure they're all set to lowest, number 1. So this is set to lowest. This tree is set to lowest. This tree also lowest. This tree also lowest. This house set to lowest. They're all set to lowest. The hole is set to full. The hole is a little raised, but we could bring it down a bit. But it should be under the ground here. So we shouldn't collide with this until we actually fall through the hole. Any of these other trees are all set to lowest, 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 lowest. They're all set to lowest. I'll check them all, just for the sake of being thorough. They all are set to lowest. Just check them all, just to be sure. Lowest, 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 lowest. So that's not the problem. The problem is happening somewhere else. That's set to lowest. They're all set to lowest. 1, 2, 3, 4, 0. Okay, so If that's not the problem, then it's somewhere in here. This isn't getting set. Well, I don't understand why it's getting set in the first place. So it's saying if this function should only get sent out. We come back to the obstacle script. When the area collides with, that is to say, when the body collides with an obstacle, it should then send out the information about the damage amount. Then and only then. But it doesn't seem to be behaving that way. I'm going to say, instead of print itself, let's say print hurt limb, so we can see what that's being set to. So if I hit this one limb, we're fine. And so it's set to 1. So down there at the bottom, it's saying 1. Way over there in the bottom left, set to 1 because we get hit 1. So I'm going to do it again. Hurt limb is set to 1. I'm going to hit this other arm. Hurt limb is still set at 1. So it's seeing 1. If I hit the houses, it's still 1. So everything is fine. No problems. I think maybe it was that collision was just too high. So it's just 1 across the board. Everything is fine. Okay. So now let's drop into the hole and see what happens. So it changes to 100. It sets 1 to negative 96. So I think what must have been happening is that collision wasn't set low enough. I think that must be it. So if I kind of flit around that, let's see. Then we're okay. So I just needed to move. So the problem was that collision was set too high. Now, it is setting it to 100. The thing is it's not registering that as a destruction, but I think I know why. Are those little animals? Yeah, they are. It is little animals. I made this cow in the Monday member stream in Blender, and a little womp. Yeah, it's a little cow. There it is. And it actually, so this is the other thing I wanted to work on, and I didn't want to work on it until there were Godot geniuses who were around. Not to say I expect y'all to help me with it, but I'm definitely not going to bother with it. Well, I will, but, you know, it's a lot easier. So I have this grab that kind of works. Edit a reticule. So I did this by myself with ChatGPT. All right, so this is a me and ChatGPT thing. It does not work great. So a couple things about it is if I move the mouse too quickly, it lets go. So even though you're going to see me holding click down, it lets go. So that's a problem. The second problem is if it hasn't deleted the object that I grabbed last yet. So I'm grabbing this cow, right? Now I'm going to come over and grab this one. The last one that I grabbed jumps to the next one that I grab, and it becomes the last one that I grabbed instead of the one I'm trying to grab. So it's got some issues. But in theory, it allows me to bring the cow over to the health, I know, over to the body, and heal it. So I can collide it into the body. But that is not really the ideal way for it to work. Actually, that reminds me, I've been meaning, so for stuff to add, grabbing meat, or meat only heals when grabbed plus collided. Because right now, you can just walk over the meat and it will just heal you. But what I really want is to say, only if you're grabbing it and you drop it on the player, that's the only situation that it actually heals you. So like, if this bottom right leg is at 3, if I run over this, it goes up to 4. But I'd rather it be, you pick it up and drag it. So this is a lot of problems. What I kind of really want is a system I'm thinking that when you click on it, it teleports to the Z position of the character, and then you hover over the limb you want it to be applied to, and then that limb like lights up or something, and then you let go of it, and then it heals that limb. That's the way I want it to work, but for now it kind of works. But anyway, so the other thing here with our hole, so when I come up here, it just applies. There's a couple problems here. Number one, it's only applying it to the legs and like maybe other things. I mean, that time it applied it to everything else. But it seems like sometimes it'll only apply it to the legs. Okay, it kind of is going to the body. But it's doing negative 96, and I think I know why. So right now it says, if current health is set to 0, hide the mesh. All I gotta say is if it is less than 1. If it's less than 1, whoops, that is not how you write that. We gotta put this right here. If it's less than 1, then kill the limb. And that might not work for the body, but the limb should all disappear. See, that only did the one leg that it saw. Working with multiple colliders must be hard. Yeah, it is. I might have a separate one. Yeah, so we have a separate one for the body here. So I need to set this as well. If the body is less than 0. So there is this problem where it's only actually detecting the first limb that it hits for some reason. I wonder, and I have a feeling this isn't going to fix it, but I wonder if I make it taller, so I make the collision box a lot taller, will it have more time to register the other collisions? Maybe? Yes. Nice. I gotta test it over and over, but I'm gonna try to fall into that hole. It's gonna spawn it. It still just spawns randomly. Another thing I want to set up is having more control over what spawns when, and it not just be purely random. And we just died. Okay, there we go. Oh, it didn't work. So I almost want to say, that's so weird. Why would it not see the next thing it collides with? It's like it sees the leg, and then it's like, forget the rest. But not always. So there it saw the leg, and then it saw the others. Maybe it's like speed or velocity. There it saw the others. Come down here. There it didn't. So the leg disappeared, but the rest of the body didn't get hit. We could try Stormrun's earlier idea. A little different than what Stormrun was saying. But I could try putting multiple collider layers in here, which means I would need to put, like, what? Up to 3? Maybe more? Uh-oh, internet! It's buffering. I see it. I see it buffering. I apologize for that. But at least you can see now what the upload speed is doing. I'm going to duplicate this. This is not a great solution. But if I put 2 of these here, stream looked fine during that dip. Oh, thanks, Cheeky. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm looking at my own version of it, and it seemed like it buffered for a second. But if you didn't see that, that's wonderful. Oh, look, it didn't detect it, even though I put multiple in there. So that actually doesn't seem to help. It didn't even knock off 2 limbs. I thought it might knock off 2 limbs. Wow. So that's not enough. It's almost like, I guess because it's probably seeing 2 at the same time. But then I would think the body... So here's how the collision works. So when you say multiple collisions psychotic, here's kind of how that's set up. So we've got... I guess the easiest way to think about it is there's 2 layers of collisions. This is so fast. There's like 2 layers of collisions here. And then there's 4 or 5 different collision sets. Well, there's 2 sets, 5 pieces each. It's kind of weird, but so we've got the area collision, right? And this is what detects, like, information-wise, have I collided with an obstacle? And then further down here, we've got another type of collision. And this collision is for the static mesh itself. So this is actually when I lose both of my legs. If I can make that happen. Let's get those legs broken off. Oh, I healed them. That's why I need to fix the cows, because they heal me. So if I fall down here, the body collides with the ground. That's what that second set of collision is doing, is it's letting me collide with the ground when I fall. So we do have those 2 sets of collisions there. And then each body part has its own collision for both of those sets. So we've got, one for the right leg. It's kind of hard to get them all visible in the frame. So there's like the right leg collision, there's the left leg collision, and stuff like that. And so what seems to be happening is it is only seeing, and actually, I mean, if I look at this, interestingly, the left leg is a lot lower than the right leg, but the right leg is the one that it sees first. Cheeky says, I see a drop in bitrate and buffering now. I'm really glad I started putting the bitrate up there, because at least now you can, like, see the correlation. Might as well have more eyeballs on it. And then you're not like, what's happening? That's what's happening. Yeah. Yeah, thanks for letting me know. Yeah, it just, like, flares up and happens sometimes. Oh, there it goes. There it goes. It might be Star Fox time. It might be Star Fox time. So for some reason, when I hit that hole, sometimes, so there, it's the body. So when the game restarts like that, that's because the body, its health is being obliterated, right? But sometimes the body just passes through it. There. Well, I think we kind of sped through it there. I kind of know why. Maybe that's why. Maybe I need to add... I don't know. That really doesn't really make sense, because that wasn't always happening. But I could, just to, like, eliminate it, I could set this up. It might be time for a Star Fox break. It might be time for a Star Fox break. I could set this up so... Wait a minute. Wait a stinking minute. Guys, my collision isn't big enough. Guys, the collision isn't big enough. I didn't make the collision big. That's why it's only seeing the leg sometimes. It's not long enough. Wow. Okay, good to know. Well, I think I still would want this here, so we can't cheese it on accident. That is why. That right there is why. The collision doesn't actually cover the entire gap. Just a silly little problem. So it works. So that means it works. That means we got a hole that instantly kills you. So this gap just needs to be small enough that the body can't fit through it. I also don't want to put it too high up so we can't accidentally trigger it. But I just need to make this a lot longer. I can't believe that's the problem. I'm glad that's the problem, because that's so easy to fix, and that means we've done it. Oh, they're linked in size. So I actually need to make this one size unique. Ooh, we're buffering. I see the buffering. All right, we're going to take a Star Fox break. Let me just finish this. We're so close to this one task being done. So I'm just going to attempt to finish it. So I'm just stretching out to cover this gap. I don't think it's bad if it's a little too long, at least for now. I mean, probably better if it's about the right size. Okay, so there shouldn't be enough space in here for the player to slip through and not get dieted. That should be pretty solid. And then I guess I could make this... I mean, yeah. I guess I don't need this second one. I shouldn't need this second one. Oh, buffering. Oh, it's 0? When I see 0, I try not to say anything too important. I'm actually going to get rid of that extra one. We might as well just make this one really tall. Push it down. And then have it be a small enough gap in between that the alien body couldn't fit through. But not so small that maybe accidentally the collision hits it. Because you saw one of those leg collisions is a little low. I could fix that as well if it becomes an issue. And then I just want to make sure that fits, yeah. Okay, so what if we just do it like that? Let me see where that gets us. I love that the problem was just about resizing. Ooh, those kilobits are dropping. That kills us. I'm still unsure why the right leg sees it first. Especially considering the left leg is the one that's a little too long. It's kind of amazing to me. I would love for it to be further down, though. I'd love for you to, like, fall down the hole. You know? Oh, you can survive it! So we kind of do need that second one. What if I make this... We kind of need it to be... I almost want to go into Blender and make that shape. Like, make a pit. You know? Even though the kilobits drop, it doesn't look like the stream is lagging. Right, sometimes it doesn't. It's kind of like hit or miss. And then what'll also happen is like the quality will drop if it goes too low. So like if you have it set on 1080p or whatever, it'll like suddenly go down to like 480 or whatever. And then it'll go back up. And then so that's like the least bad the least bad consequence is you don't even notice it. The next least bad is, you know, the stream quality goes down a little bit. The next stage is that the gray bars will just appear everywhere, and it'll like the whole, like, you can tell like packets are being dropped and the whole image doesn't come through. And then the next phase is that the stream starts buffering until the worst, which is apparently YouTube will kick you over to another video if you have autoplay on. That's the worst. So these things totally do happen. It seems to be stable a little bit. Doesn't mean it won't just get out of control again. Yeah, I kind of want to go into Blender and design a pit shape. You know, that way I don't have to construct a bunch of mesh instances. I kind of want to do that. I think I'm going to do that. In terms of what size it should be, I mean, looking here, like this is about 10 by 20 meters. And then it's about 10 deep. I don't know that we need it to be that deep. Since it's stabilizing a little bit, I'm gonna try to make this in Blender. So that way we just have a custom shape that represents that pit that kills the player. I think we can pull that off. I'm gonna save the Godot project. I'm gonna close the Godot project. Or the Godot program. The reason I'm doing that is because I have Blender and Godot linked. So if I add a .blend file to my Godot project, Godot will be able to read that. And sometimes I find it's a little glitchy if I don't restart Godot. So I'm just going to close Godot for now. Also, I'm going to take this as an opportunity to do a GitHub push. And so let's make a commit. I'm going to say hole in ground mechanic almost done. Added damage amount mechanic to the obstacle and body part class scripts that allow setting obstacles to be a certain, to deal a certain amount of damage, 1 or 100 for now. 100 or full is dealt when falling through a hole in the ground. I still need to make a good collision shape that represents the hole in the ground. Okay. Now I guess I would need, if I'm making it a mesh, I need to make a mesh instance first and then create like a collision based on that mesh shape. Which is fine. But probably true. Oh, I think you can actually even set collision in Blender. Wait, let me look this up. Actually. Godot Blender set collision flag. We might actually be able to make it collision from Blender. Let me look for the Godot Blender tutorial. I think this is the one. And in this video, he talks about, it's kind of the best place I've found for this, best resource, importing materials, working with Blender objects, and import suffixes. Yeah, this.
This weird glowing effect.
So I think I might be able to just import it as a
It.
collision.
It's going to be hyphen. I'll move that so you can see it. No IMP, no import. So we'll rename our object with that suffix. We'll save it again, and we'll go back.
So if I do dash no IMP, it won't import it. So I can like have like a light or a camera in Blender, and if I put dash no import, then that blend file won't bring that into Godot.
Object name, for example, or your, we'll save that.
Dash COL.
All you have to do is add hyphen COL for collision. We'll add that to our sphere. We'll save that. Head back into Godot. Re-import. And we've got a static body and a collision shape.
So it doesn't just make it collision, but it will give it collision, so we don't even have to make it. I like that. So dash COL is what we'll want to do. Okay, so I'm going to get rid of the camera, though. I don't need it in here. Okay. All right, Blender. No, Blender, you want to take your time? I don't know. I pressed delete. And Blender needs a second. Blender said, just, can you just give me a second? Just, hold up. I need a second there. Okay. All right. Okay, Blender. Okay. All right. No, it's fine. Take your time. I'll be right back. Blender, you just sort yourself out. Don't mind me. No, it's fine. I'll just, I'll have Star Fox in the background. You do your thing, Blender. You do your loading. I respect you. Wait, I actually want to save where we're at. I'll be right back, Blender. Take your time. I'm gonna use the loo, and I want you to keep doing your thing. Alright? Good luck, Blender. I believe in you. You can do this. Alright, just hold on. Blender, I don't know if you figured it out, Blender. I hope you did. I hope you did. Okay, I don't think it did. And we're still alive. Dang, I mean, we died once, but that's not bad. That's a pretty good survival right there. It is level 2. It is only level 2, to be fair. Wow. All right, so I guess I guess Blender is taking a dive on us. We'll just try it again. We'll just try it again. It happens. Whatever. Apparently, we don't want to press delete on a camera because Blender will have a meltdown. Okay. Try this one more again. This time, I'll just right-click and hit delete. How about that? All right. So we got a simple cube. I'm going to go into edit mode. We're going to switch to faces. And I'm going to drag this out. So I'm just making a pit for the character to fall into. Let me keep an eye on its sizes. So we can just make sure we're keeping track of how big it is. What's like the most useful one? This one's giving me, is this the size? I think so. Isn't there another one that has like more information? I thought maybe I closed it on accident. Alright, I guess this is the one. So that's about 7 meters. I was thinking, I think on Z it was like 20. Let's just go with 10. This might be a little too big in a few ways. That's okay. It's more like proportions, I guess, that I care about more than anything. So I'm gonna select the whole object, I guess. I kind of like to just make it bigger on a certain axis. Yeah, like that. There we go. Oh, there's the other. Oh, since I see. So this is the transform I was looking for. I gotcha. So wow, 20? That's a little big. I don't know if that makes the most sense here. Oh, I'm looking at scale. There we go. Dimension is, I see, it's this one. I was looking at the wrong one. I don't know if this is, oh, and then X is 11. Can I just set that to 10? I can. Nice. And then we'll set this one to 10. Sweet. but I kind of want it to be like a pit, right? So I want to cut out the middle of it. So I'm going to do inset. Is that Control I? I don't think it is. Is it Alt I? No. I don't remember how to do the inset. But that will let me get like a little square on the inside. Oh, maybe I need to be in edit mode. I'm in object mode. It is I. There we go. Okay, so now I can make like a little cutout in here. And then I'll be able to adjust that here. Whoa. That's not exactly how I want that to go. Offset even. Offset relative. Outset. Select outer. So I kind of was hoping I could have a little more control over this shape. So I think I'm going to not use the inset. I feel like this isn't really what I want. I'm going to use a cut here. Let's do a knife. Let's knife this cube. Cause I mean, it would be nice actually if it was like proportionate. If I'm being honest. Like vaguely. And I could do like a loop cut. Maybe a loop cut. Because that's going to add more cuts than I actually want. Which is like arguably not a very performant way to handle this. But... Two cuts. And then I'll add another set of cuts. Two cuts there. That's it. That's what I want. That's all. Thank you. And then I'll grab these edges and just sort of size them differently here. I kind of would like it to not... Yeah, like that. That's what I want. Come to these sides. Just on one axis, spread it. And then we have like a little pit here. So if I select all of these and I extrude it inward, now we've got a little pit. So the reason why I want this is so the player will have some space to fall down. Hopefully that's far enough. I might want to adjust it. But hopefully that's enough space for the player to fall down and feel their fall. And then not be able to like wiggle out of it and bounce, you know, bypass it by going through the sides. So I think that's pretty much the shape I want. You know, I don't know if the sizing is going to be perfect, but that's kind of what I'm wanting. And I'm just going to move it a little more central here. All right, looks okay. I mean, it is supposed to be under the ground, technically. so we could even spawn it in that way. All right, so then I'm going to call this pit 1 dash COL. I don't know if I need to put a space there. I don't think so. But let me just double check. It doesn't look like he's using a space. So that should import it in with collision, which is pretty great. So I want to say, is this an object? Is this an NPC? Is this terrain? I don't really know what this is. It's not really an object. For right now, in objects, I have buildings and foliage. In NPCs, I have cows. In player, I have, well, the player. In terrain, I mean, it's kind of terrain. Let's put it in terrain. I'm gonna say, fall pit 1. Okay, so we've saved that. Now I'm gonna pull up Godot again, and it should already be in the Godot project, which I just love. Should start saying that it's importing assets if all went according to plan. There we go, it's importing. Love to see it. Take your time, that's all right. I will be here. All right. Oh, it's still. We're still waiting for Godot. Okay, we got it. Now, in the terrain folder, I don't know if I really like this here. Kind of want to put it somewhere else, but I'm almost afraid to. We'll just leave it there. So here's that. If I drag it in, make it a child of the whole. There we go. It's actually pretty good size-wise. It's pretty close. It's a little less wide, but we can work with it. Okay, so it is like an instance. It's not like the actual, so I need to save it as a new thing. I'll put it in the same place. I'm really wishing I'd put this somewhere else, if I'm being honest. Fall pit 1, save it. And then I want to make sure that that's what's in the scene. So I'm going to actually get rid of this one. We're going to put the scene in here. And I also want to say editable children. Like that. So now I've got all these available to me. We got the static body, collision shape, and the pit. And I don't actually want a static body. I do want the collision. So actually, I guess I need to come into the scene instance. Move that up. Can't operate on nodes the current scene inherits from. Oh. Okay. Okay, cool. This is not ideal. This is not ideal. Let me try something here. I don't think this is really what I wanted, but I have an idea. I'm gonna save this shape. This resource can't be saved because it doesn't belong to an edited scene. Make it unique first. Okay. Make unique. Save. Okay, we can save it. In terrain, I will call this fall pit 1. Just call it fall pit 1. And so I guess what I'd rather try to do, and I don't know if this will work the way I want it to, but if I come to this collision shape here, this is the one we had before. I'm actually just going to hide that. So there's the collision shape that I had in here before that the character would fall on. What if I make this, if I try to load that shape that I just saved? The selected resource does not match any type expected for this property. So then here's my other idea. It's a little roundabout, and I'm not saying there isn't a better way. I'm going to add a mesh instance, and I'm going to set that mesh instance to be that shape that I just saved. So now we have a mesh instance that is that shape. And then I'm going to go to mesh, create single convex collision sibling, get rid of that mesh, and what we should be left with is collision that is that shape that we need. And then I can delete everything else. Forget the fall pit scene. Now we just have this one collision. That should be exactly the shape that I want it to be. It's kind of hard to tell. It looks like it's just one block. I feel like that didn't create complex enough collision. Like, it looks like it's just a solid block. So I'm gonna try it again and choose a different collision type to create. So I'm gonna add a mesh instance. I'm gonna change that to load terrain, the fall pit shape. There's that. And then this time, I'm going to choose a different collision to create. Mesh. Try mesh collision. This is the most accurate but slowest option. Give me that one. Now this one has a lot more going on. Much more what I want. Yeah, that looks better. So now we've got polygons that trace out the whole thing. So I'll get rid of the mesh that I used for reference. Get rid of the collision that wasn't complex enough. And now we should have a collision box, I think, that has that big ol' hole in it. So the player can fall in there, but not necessarily get out of it. Yeah, it looks pretty good. So I'm just going to size it so it fits. I know I shouldn't necessarily change the scale, but at least it's not non-uniform, which I feel like is the big sin. So you can see I messed up a little bit because it's super long. It's much longer than it is wide. It's too much longer than it is wide. So if I want to fix that, I have to go into Blender, adjust it, and then redo all those steps to get this collision shape. It might be worth it. Because I'd rather have it too big in width and length. Because what if there's a ledge you can drop down someday that isn't going to kill you, and it's right after this? Then it'll still kill you. I mean, I don't know if that'll ever happen, but if it is, this would prevent that from working. So, like, I do kind of want to think about that. I guess the alternative would be, and let me see if this will work. If I create a mesh, load in the shape from Blender, although it would be nicer if I didn't have to do this every time, if it was just like the right size. But I guess I'm curious. So if I take this and I adjust its shape, Oh, it doesn't understand how to do that. It's like, yeah. I was wondering if I could adjust its shape a little bit. I mean, I could maybe do transform and make it non-uniform, right? And then shrink this in a little bit. That might be a good idea. And then hopefully the collision will have a uniform scale. But I don't actually know. I'm kind of curious. Let's find out. I don't technically know. We need it to be bigger. So I guess it'd be better to shape it first before making the collision, assuming this works the way I want it to. It may not. But it's worth a shot. So I'm going to make it a little smaller. So it's not hanging off. Need to be a little smaller than that. Seems pretty good. Yeah, good enough for me. And then the edges underneath are pretty good. Yeah, not too bad. We got a nice little pit here. I still don't know if the depth is enough, so I might want to change that too. So I won't remove the mesh yet after I create the collision. So I'm going to create tri-mesh collision. Hide that. And the tri-mesh collision... Oh no, it's got non-uniform scale. So that's not going to work. And it's going to give me an error and say that it won't perform correctly if I do that. Well, I will say this does give me some dimensions maybe to work with. Maybe. It's going to be tough. So that means in Blender, I need to adjust those sizes. It's going to be tricky. I mean, but it doesn't even look like that. Look how... That's how it looks in Blender. So why does it import so differently? Oh, that looks fine. I guess maybe I... Oh, that looks perfect. Maybe I resized it and I didn't realize it. We already did a good size. It's a little wide, but that's okay. Yeah, well, that's fine. Why didn't we just do that? I don't know. Some got something at some point. It might be the what I saved. And then maybe when I re-imported it. So that's the new shape. Or that's the shape that I actually want. Oh, but look, if you look in the mesh up here. Look, it's longer. So it looks different. Oh, maybe I didn't apply my transforms in Blender. That's what I didn't do. Control A, apply all transforms. Let me make sure I select it. Control A, all transforms. There we go. I didn't apply the transforms. I bet that's the problem. Let's save it. It's re-importing it. I don't know if this will change right away, but in theory, it should. Whoa. Certainly something has happened. Well, now it looks a lot worse. Now it looks much worse. Can I save the... Oh. I'm a little confused. It's actually worse now. This node has no shape, so it can't collide. Oh, yeah. I'm very confused. So the shape looks the same here. What if I drag a new one in? What happens? It's the right shape. If I open it over here, I've actually had these bugs. Okay, so it is the right shape. Oh, it is, look, the mesh is right. We're good. I've had this before with the Blender Godot import. If I don't like kind of refresh the inspector, it won't update the image correctly. But we're good. Look, it's the right size. Nice. So that's only the mesh. So actually, it looks like I can save the collision. I don't need to save the mesh as a fall pit. I can save the collision. So let me try that. I'm actually going to replace fall pit 1.tres. Before I do that, okay, actually, I think we're fine. I don't have a mesh object left in here, so actually we'll be fine. So let me save this. I'm going to override it against some better judgment. I'm going to override fallpit1.tres here with this new one. And I'm doing this from collision. So this might be the right type, and I might be able to just directly make it collision. Let me delete these out of here. I'm going to create a new collision shape. And can I load it as such? I can! Let's go! Nice. Look at that. Snug as a bug. Okay, cool. Just a little adjusting. Not bad. There we go. And it's good collision shape. Alright. And I just want to make sure it's high enough. Hopefully that's not too high. We'll find out. Alright. Nice. So now it's got collision. Let's test it. Let's see how it works. Now, I do remember that one of the legs is hanging down a little bit. So it might hit the ridge. It doesn't. Okay, good. And if we fall in... Nice! We get a little time to fall, and then it kills us. And if I'm flying forward, we'll hit that one of those walls on the inside. Ooh, we passed through it. We still got that pass-through problem. Now, how was I... But no, that was a different problem. That was a different problem, right? It turned out that I didn't make it long enough. So I wonder if that's not what's happening here. So I'm just trying to like blast through it. Like almost bypass it. I did one of those times where I fell through, but I just didn't get killed. I might have been able to wiggle through a little bit. I mean, the success rate is much better. That's for sure. Get that RNG. Here we go. I kind of wish I could say spawn more of those. I guess I could. I actually could. If I come to the project folder. It's only a little bit risky. It's only a little bit risky. I feel like the project's gonna be angry, Lees. It scares me a little. If you're gonna do that, at least close all of these. It scares me a little bit. But I'm feeling dangerous today. We've survived so many potential collapses. What's one more? So wait, I think the one that was on was not 0. 1? 2? Which one do we do that on? 2? So, in theory, I should be able to come to that folder and remove, let's remove all of them but like 2. And let's say I just move them. I'm going to move them to like a different folder just to minimize Godot's confusion a little bit. I'm just going to make a temporary folder here. Drop them in. Okay. So now they're out of that folder, which means they shouldn't be options. And I can see they've gone here too. So I think we're safe. And so what should happen is it's only going to spawn those 2 blocks. Yeah. Nice. So now we can test it a bunch of times. I do see a problem. I mean, if you stitch them together, right, sometimes you're going to hit that edge and you're going to die sooner, which kind of makes me want to go back into Blender and actually eliminate the like narrow walls. So say, go into edit mode. It's going to be a little tricky. I guess I have to cut. Let's use the knife for this. No, I should probably loop cut this. Maybe. So if I do 2 loop cuts here. Whoops. And then move them. Wait, how do you edit the loop cut? I forget. Is it, I press escape or enter? I don't know. I know there's a way to move them, like just by like editing them. Just by like clicking them a certain way. But I forget how to do it. So I'll just select them. We'll just click on them and that'll be fine. If I grab, oh, that's doing a little more than oh, because I have the circle. If I click on just that one, this one, I know there's a way to adjust the loop cut position, but for some reason I'm not remembering how to do it. So I should be able to move this now. Right? Grab these edges. Scooch that over. Didn't quite work out the same there. Oh, it did. And then if I grab all of these, oops. X-ray might help me here. Sometimes X-ray confuses me a little bit. It hurts me more than it helps me. This is the one that I want. Wait, that's the corner. Okay, so we want this. Select these. Yeah, that didn't really help me. And then I want the edge on the other side. Oh, it's just the corner now. That might be a problem. What if I just move that? Not exactly what I had in mind. Not exactly what I had in mind. What if I select these corners as well? That's probably going to be weird, right? A little bit. A little bit weird, yeah. But I could drag it down like that. This is a little messy. I'm still new to Blender. I'm still new to Blender. I feel like that's mostly obvious. I mean, I wonder if I could just select the faces and delete them. Nice. Because I don't really need any of these. Probably didn't need to do all those loop cuts. But maybe. Just burn all these down. Yeah, that still keeps the wall intact. And then we have like an opening. It's a little messy. Okay. It's a little messy. What if I just undo... Let me just undo all of that loop cutting that we did. Because I feel like that's just making everything worse. Forget that. Delete these. I mean, we do end up with that weird corner. I could probably cut that off pretty easily with like a knife or something. We do have these weird openings. I don't think that really matters. So yeah, let's just do a knife. It's a little sloppy, but it's just like a zone, you know? It's not really meant to be something viewed or whatever. I think it can stand to be a little messy. And then delete that. Do the same thing over here, and then I'll do the same thing on the other edge. It's a little messy, yeah. That's okay. Delete this, and then I'm going to do the same thing on the other side. I'll get ahead of the cut. Cut it like that. Select the faces I want to remove. And voila. So now it'll be a little more open, because otherwise, you know, if there's like multiple chained together, which I don't know why that would necessarily happen, but what if it does? The player won't die before they fall as far as I want them to fall. Oh, but the problem with that is... Right, but then they can fall forward. I see the mistake I've made here. And so this... this points to something very complicated, right? Because I would want to be able to have a system that can say, if two of these spawn next to each other, don't have the divider. Otherwise, do have that wall. I don't know how to do that. And that's, I mean, as far as I know, that may never happen. I mean, it may. I think it's actually pretty likely that it would happen. Like, maybe like a canyon or something. And it like splits for a while. I think that makes more sense than like one hole. But, at least for now, there might still just be one hole. I guess the other option is it just kills you wherever you fall. That might even make more sense. To set up like a plane that's like so large. You know, it'll even make more sense. You know it'll make more sense. And instead of an obstacle that kills you, just say if the player's like Y position is a certain number, they're dead. Why don't I just do that? Instead of doing any of this. Okay, hold up. Hold up. first of all, I'm going to save this as. All right. This is Fall Pit 1 open. We're going to save a new one here. All right. And I think it would make more sense to just do that. So that means I don't yet need that enumerator that I set up that says either do 1 damage if it's a tree or do 100 damage if it's this other thing. I'm definitely going to need that someday for weapons that do more damage or something like that. So now we have that, and that's good. But for this, I don't really need that. I don't really need that. And that's okay. So let's go with that. So I'm gonna, I guess in Godot. Oh, first I want to put those project files back in there. The ones that I cut out, let's paste them back in. So we have all the terrain blocks available to us again, and they'll all load in. And this will be more effective because it's not going to be collision based at all. It's just if your Y position is too low, then you automatically die. I mean, you know, I guess there's something kind of cool to think about, like, if there could be, like, levels. There's something kind of cool about that, though. And then you can, like, jump. So then it's like, but what do I want that Y position to be? Like, imagine you, like, go down into canyons and you gotta, like, jump up and down. That honestly sounds cool. My imagination is working a lot faster right now than my ability to put anything together in a reasonable way. And I'm kind of okay with that. So, like, okay, go with me on this journey. So if I get another ground here, I mean, I even wonder, what if we create a new terrain scene? What if we just make a new one? I'm going to duplicate this. I'm going to call it number 5. And so in here, I don't need any of these obstacles. So many trees on this one. I picked the one with so many trees. Oh my gosh, there's so many objects in here. It's like the busiest one. Okay, literally get rid of all of that. I don't need it. Now, what if I just move it down? Just move it down. That's it. It's just going to be lower. So, like, imagine this, right? Like, sometimes you go down and you can, like if you're navigating a mountain region or something. That could be kind of cool. And then you also have to, I guess we'd have to, so there's some collision issues here. Because we need to set up some walls. And then I would want to say that those walls, like, hurt you, I guess. It raises a lot of questions. But it kind of gives it, like, a platformer vibe, which I really like. So let's say I add... I'm going with this impulse. I'm playing around, man. I might as well. I've got the echoes of a game here. I'm gonna have a little fun with it. So let's make this... I'm gonna load the terrain mesh. Keep my snap on, please. Is there a shortcut for snap? Y. Rotate it. I guess technically I'd want it to be the same color. Really, I'd want it to be like the brown. I mean, the blue was arguably a mistake in a lot of ways. Not a unified color scheme here at this point. I could probably benefit from adopting a palette. I should really look into that. Alright, so there's our ground. Let's make this the same color. And this can be like the back wall. Give it that. Whoa, it looks so different with the light hitting it that way. So I'm going to want to make sure. So if this terrain is at Y0, which is where it usually is, I'm going to want to make sure that this is also at that point. I don't think that would be 0. I think maybe right about there. So I kind of want to say that this terrain isn't visible. And then I could create a mesh instance. I'm just going to duplicate this one. Put that in here. I have to rotate it to put it back flat. And then give it the same transform position as the collision. 0, -0.2. I guess we kind of want it at 0, 0, though. Actually, I want it at 0, 0. And then we can take this ground here, push this down, right? Actually, what I should do is duplicate the ground. Rotate that up. Push that back. Until that's flush enough. Perpendicular. It's pretty perpendicular. Oh, it's not. It's pretty close. And then we just have to make sure that the top of it aligns, whoops, with this terrain outline here. Whoops. Which is maybe easier said than done. It looks like it's at 0. So I guess we just have to make sure that this aligns with the floor. Might be able to do snap with floor. Couldn't find a solid floor to snap to. Okay, never mind. I guess that's not what the floor is here. Seems close-ish. Okay, so if I do that and we play it, this should now be what? So there's a few problems. There's a few problems here. It does kind of bump into it, but the level velocity isn't at 0. So I'd want to say that this is like a back wall, and it should stop the runner from pushing forward. Since the runner continues to push forward, right, it's going to shove us right through there. And so what I'd need to do is I'd need to say, if that ground area is detected, stop the runner from moving. And then you can like bump into it or whatever. And we could even say that you take damage if you do that. You know, just one time. It's not like constant damage. You just get a little damage. Now that's a little too tall. I can't jump out of that pit. So we'd want to make that a little taller. I don't know, I'm just making pits. Just making holes in the ground and stuff that happens. I think this adds an interesting mechanic to the game that makes it more... Looks like we need to raise it up higher. That makes it more like a platformer in some ways. I think that's cool. This is going to take a lot of coordination to get this to line up right. So that's a little too high. I'm not sure what's going to be the perfect height. And then this is still too low. It's hard to jump out of. So, you know, there's probably a more thoughtful way to approach this. Whoa. What the what? Oh, I started out in the ground. That's pretty funny. But you can see how there's a gap there. And I'm sure I could take some measurements to try to find just the right spot for this to go in so it closes that gap. But I think this is exciting. That's pretty good. Can jump out of that hole. And so I'd almost want to set a different obstacle type. Look at that. Almost any obstacle. Really, I feel like we should do it with any obstacle. I don't think it should just be the wall. It should be anything. If you run into something, it should stop you. I don't know. I mean, that's not necessarily true. Like, maybe it'll slow you down, and then I'd want to know the amount. So I feel like this could actually be on the obstacle script, and it could be another enumerator we set up, is to what degree does it slow you down? You know? And I'd love if you, like, trip over the house, or if the tree, it, like, snags you, you just, like, run into it, and you're like, you know, it, like, flips you around a little bit, makes you trip. Now, a lot of that is some animation-based stuff. Wow. And so since I'm shorter, I actually can't jump over that. See, that raises some problems, though, because then it's like, well, then how do you get over that? Oh, you just die. You would just be stuck in that hole. So then we'd need, that kind of brings some problems, because it's like, what would you do if both of your legs were broken off and you needed to jump out of here? I like this, though. This is a cool problem. These are the kind of problems, that's exactly why I wanted to make this game. Because my dream survival game would need to contend with these things as well. What if you get stuck in a pit in a survival game and you can't climb out of it? How do you make a mechanic that gives you the chance, you know? Is there some mechanic, some kind of climbing thing? Well, what if both of your arms are broken and both of your legs are broken? Do you have like a suicide pill so you can just end it all? I probably should have said that. I feel like YouTube's gonna be like, flag. But you know what I mean? It's like, it raises a question about how this mechanic would work in any game, which is exactly why, which is a main reason why I want to make this game at all, is to learn these lessons and to solve these problems and make discoveries that benefit a future survival game project. And I don't have to worry about everything else in the game. Just, it's, you know, it's just, this is just focusing on limb damage and how that affects moving. I mean, I've never been more sure. I definitely want these little trenches in here. And, you know, it's less to think about. Like, we don't go backwards. It's all forwards. So there's less dimensions to worry about than if we had like a full 3D, full movement type game. So yeah, how would I want to handle that? I don't know. I'm not entirely sure. And I still want, like how you get multiple of these, so you're just like jumping over a blank area or like a wall. Again, pointing to the need to have more control over the order that these appear. It's almost like, you know, if one of these spawns, make sure that at least, you know, another one, at least one particular block spawns after it. So like a block that has a ground that the wall can attach to, if it's 2 walls in a row or whatever. But what happens if you can't jump out of it? Well, now I need to code in a thing that stops you. This is awesome. I like this. This is exciting. So what I'm thinking is on the obstacle script, I set up a new enumerator that is going to check to see, just like we have one that says damage amount, even though I'm not going to use it for now. Have one that checks, looks like we have one that's off size a little bit. Have one that checks how much and for how long should it slow the player down? Should the speed of the game drop? If it's a wall, we need to set the velocity of the level movement to 0 until the player is no longer colliding with it. If it's like a tree or something, it could like drop the velocity down, but only momentarily. Which is some data, like where would I even set that up? I don't even know. So I'm only gonna do the wall for now. Yeah, I'm doing that. That sounds awesome. It's been a long stream. I'm gonna say, first of all, this something got set wrong. So this is at the Y position, which is good and correct. But I think the ground, oh, this collision is at negative 0.282. I think that should be at just -2. Let me just double check. Look at a different one. Come down to the transform. Ground. Transform. Wait, where is that in here? Yeah, negative 0.2. So the ground collision, I'm just going to move this up, it needs to be at negative 0.2. So there was just a little bump that was happening. That'll fix that bump. Okay. I'm going to set up a wall thing. So on the obstacle script, the same way we did this other stuff. I'm getting a backlog of features here that I want to put in. I want to put in, but so, okay, but let me roll back. So the reason why I wanted to do that was to prove that it's not necessarily in the best interest to say that there's a certain Y position that you fall and that kills you. But maybe we could say depending on certain scenarios. So, oh, this is getting, I need paint here. So if we have like different levels of things, right? So there's a level of thing, there's a level of thing. I'm going to put a big gap there so you could fall. Maybe some things even go way down low. Way down here. It's not a great example. We kind of needed to step down a bit. So like this, it could start working its way down. until it's like below the ground. Okay. So we have all these different possible levels that you could fall and get hurt on. But like some of them are going to kill you. Some of them are quite dangerous. So this one is a death pit. Whereas the others, not so much. Let me get this. Oh no. Oh, I hate that about paint. I hate how the last one that you selected remains selected when you try to change the color. Okay. It's fine. We're not here to do paint. Kind of. So imagine with me. I'm just going to set this up a little bit here. Where's the gap? Oh, I see. It's over here. So we have all these different levels, right? I'm spending so much time on this. Spend all the time on paint. Okay. So we have this game with all these different levels, right? And some of them need to kill you. This red section here. This section will kill you. It's very dangerous. You do not want to fall into that section or you will die. But sometimes I want to go lower and it be okay to traverse. So what I need is some kind of flag that gets set. So if the player falls down this hole versus here, they die. But I don't necessarily want there to be collision here that kills you, because that raises some problems. Let's say if many of these are in a row or something. So, okay, so here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that you will die if you hit a certain Y level. So let me put like a flag here. So you start falling down this hole, right? You start falling down this hole, and this flag says, from now on, while you're falling, you have a Y death. Like if your position, your Y position hits a certain amount after this flag is set, then you'll die. But that flag isn't over here. In fact, there's even a different set of flags everywhere else. Let's say your Y position, you will not die at a certain Y position over here, but you will die at a certain Y position over here. So kind of what I need is, and then, you know, there is kind of a little problem with that. So if I were to have like a lower section right here. So we say like it's a little tough because why would you die here? Like what if there's a section down here? We wouldn't want that Y position to be right there. I feel like I almost needed to decide on a lowest point. Okay, this has been helpful to help me work this out. I think I do want to set a lowest point. And we just don't build the level down too low. If we want, we can always build it up and make it feel like it comes down. But if you think about it, there's a core of the earth eventually. There's a sea level eventually. But I kind of want it to be, you know what would make even more sense? Is if it was based on distance, right? So forget all of that. It's a little complex, but I just kind of want to understand it. So like, it would be based on how far you've fallen. So it's literally looking for if you started at this point and you came this far. So as soon as you start falling, so we could say if you aren't fall damage. This is fall damage. We're talking about fall damage here. I want to say that if you're not on the ground, which by the way, I'm pretty sure in the project that already exists, is grounded. So here on the player script, we've got if not is on floor. We've already got that. So we say if not is on floor, and then we need to kind of check to see how much. I have no idea how to do this. I don't have a clue how to do this. But I would want to check to see how much our Y position has changed since. And if that exceeds a certain amount, then you take fall damage. Wow. It's kind of complicated. I do see the internet is wavering in the top left there. So that's fun. That's a lot to set up. That's a lot to set up. Definitely can't do that today. Hell no. So I could set a pit that instantly kills you. We could make that for fun. For now. And then ultimately, what I really want is fall damage. If not on floor, check how much Y position has decreased after too much. Too much equals scaling damage up until death. I mean, this kind of gets us way away from the original idea, which was to have something that instantly kills you. That was the original suggestion from chat. And that's okay, you know? I think there is something exciting about having to avoid an object that could kill you instantly. And there's really no reason not to add that in, per se. And I'm not sure, and so I think this has been a good exploration of fall damage. Or certainly highlighted the need for it to implement a fall damage system of some kind. See, now I fall here. We don't die. So then what I'd want to do is I'd want to make sure there is... I mean, no, I don't even need a ground, right? It's a little tough because, like, if you've... it shouldn't just be if you've fallen a certain distance, then you get fall damage. Because if you're just falling in the air and you've fallen a certain distance, why would you just start taking damage? You know, it's more about if you then impact, then you take the damage. That's still, we still might want to set a minimum that the game can be before it auto kills you. And just never have anything go lower than that. I think that's still worth setting up. So I'm going to also say minimum Y distance player can be minimum Y position player can be at before insta-death. I think that's worth having in as well. And then this raises, since I'm wanting to add in these little sections, this raises the need and question for fall damage. So I think we can proceed with adding a Y position. Oh my god, there's so many things. And then wall or objects slow you down, slow level down at different amounts. Wall equals 0 velocity, for example. Different amounts. Some objects only for a short time with a trip animation, maybe. All right, so stuff like that. Wow, that's a lot of things to tackle. I'd like to explore the minimum Y position. I think that's going to be the easiest thing. I'm going to come to where our pit is. How are we even dying earlier? Wait, the pit is gone? There is no more pit? Whoa, what's happening? Did I break something? Okay, I think we're all right. Anyway, so wait, why was I getting killed when I went through here? If the pit isn't there anymore. Oh, the hole is there. It's just not visible. Okay. I was like, how are we getting killed? Okay. But instead of the hole, I don't really want to get rid of it yet. Because what if I change my mind? Then I'll regret that. So on the player script, which is what this is, I guess I'd want that on the physics process. Maybe. If global position Y is equal to, let's just say, -100. I would want to say messenger. I kind of want to just kill the character, right? I set up a little bit already where the body parts get damaged. But that's predicated on there being a damage collision. So if we don't have a damage collision, how do we kill the player? Right, so this will set the hurt limb to 100 if it detects a collision. So we could just put, no, I don't want to spawn something down there. I want it to happen no matter what. But I want to apply, I still want hurt limb. Well, it doesn't have to go to 100. Yeah, I do want it to be, I want to trigger damage detected. So I guess we need to say, as if damage was detected. Or we just set up something new. I think we just set up something new. I think that's what we do. And then we just set current health of, we have to set all the body parts to a current health of 0. I think that might work. Okay, so I'm going to come to the messenger script. Dude, I would love to clear this out so bad. There's so many things in here. Messenger. We'll even make an instant death signal. Okay? And on the player script, I'm going to want to communicate with that, or from the player script. Messenger instant death emit. And so I guess I want to set a variable here, right? Let's create a variable, and that will be fall death. And we'll set it to true. And then I want fall death. Assignment is not allowed. Oh, when you say set to. And then I want fall death to be what it puts out there. Okay. Now, fall death will be null otherwise, I think. I mean, it's only going to put it out there if it's true. And it's your instant death. So maybe we'll be okay. So that's going to send that via that messenger signal. And then on the damage script, I'm going to want to connect to instant death. And we can call this fall death. And then I need to create a function called fall death. And it's going to look for fall death. And we're going to say if, or we'll just say fall death, right? Because I think it'll just be true in general, I think. Fall death I don't really know, so I'm just going to not do that. If fall death is set to true, then I want current health of literally any body part to be 0. I don't know if that'll actually work, but maybe it will. Let's try it. A couple things. I don't know how far away. Oh, it worked! Wait, did it? Hold on. Wait. Lise, don't get excited. Do not get excited. Because the hole is still there. Do not get excited. The hole is still there. So I need to actually remove the hole. Or we'll just disable the collision. So that way, I don't have to worry about if it doesn't work. Okay, here we go. We're falling. I don't know. I don't really know when it's going to hit 100. I wonder if we can print its current Y position. And that, you know, there's a lot of ways this could fail. So I'm going to say print global position Y. Global position not declared. Oh, so we have to say like self or something? That could be why this didn't work either. Okay, let's check that. Invalid, get index. Oh, I spelled global wrong. That'll do it. It's a cute way to spell it, but it's wrong. All right. So it is working. It's printing global position down here. We're falling 40, 50. It's definitely past 100. So we need to say not set to, But if it's less than 100, negative 100, okay, so let's see if it at least does that. So I'm going to say when that happens, print dead, dead, dead. Just print dead, dead, dead. So that way I can figure out what it is that isn't working. All right, so drop in the hole. Not this hole, the other hole. It's dropping. Dead, 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 dead. So that works. It's this other stuff that isn't working. So let's find out why. Or what about it isn't working. So let me go see on, I'm going to get rid of this print. We don't need that. I think we could do a different number. Not exactly 100. This would be something I wouldn't want to hard code. I probably should do that now. I'm going to say constant fall or fall death distance. Let's make it negative 50 for now. And then we're going to say this is fall death distance. Okay. Now, that's a little low, but that's okay. Maybe. We'll see. So on the body parts, let's see if it's receiving this. So I'm going to have it print, if fall death is true, print death, death, death. So now if we see death, 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 it will mean that the body parts are receiving the information that they should die. Okay, they are. We got death, death, death. So what isn't working is the current health isn't being set low. And you can see we even have multiple, we have like 5 in a row. That's because all 5 body parts are reporting it. So that's good. But setting the current health to 0, not working. So we got to figure that out. If the current health is less than or equal to 1, so is it actually, are they becoming zeros? So one thing that's a little frustrating is the camera doesn't actually see. Kind of need like a debug camera. We don't actually see it because it doesn't follow it quickly enough. So I'm kind of inclined to, I'm going to adjust it a little bit for now. It's going to be pointed a lot different. Actually, let's not do that. Let me not do it that way. Instead, let's just change the FOV. Internet is at 0. The internet is at 0. It's back from being at 0. All right. So let's make this FOV a lot wider, just so I can actually see those numbers that are on the character. It's okay. Maybe we don't have to make it that big. I can't even read them. They're so tiny. Still wavering. The internet is a little bit. So let's keep an eye on that. Boot up Star Fox if we have to. This perspective is kind of awesome. All right, there's a hole. So what I'm looking for is for these numbers. Oh, dang. It wasn't enough. All right, let me move it more. We got vertical offset. What's that like? Yeah, give me some vertical offset. All right, try it again. Try it again. We got death, death, death. The body parts don't appear to be dropping down to 0. It appears that they are staying where they're at. Death, death, death. They're still not at 0. So it's not actually setting it, unfortunately. Let me put this back to the original FOV here. That's the original FOV. Are you sure? Sure about that? I don't think it was. I think it forgot. I think it forgot the original FOV. That's okay. What if I set just the vertical offset to like really high? I just kind of would like to be able to actually be close. Really, it's the interpolation that's making that so confusing. Well, this is wild. This is wild. Oh, I missed the hole. There we go. You know what would be easier is if we set, for now, the fall depth distance. I'm going to make it like 10 for now. Just so that way we can see that happening a little sooner. And then I don't have to worry too much about all this mess. So it should have been zeros by there. It wasn't. I'm even going to make this lower. So I think what the problem is it doesn't necessarily know what body part to do that with. I don't know why it wouldn't know that. Variable current health equals 4. So by default, it's at 4, right? If I set this to 10, current health. Well, max health is 4. God, that vertical is terrible now. Let's just reset that. So that doesn't actually do anything. They're set to 4 already. But look, it is. So 4 is just what's appearing there. 4 is just what's appearing there. That's interesting. And so it does become that. I can't remember why we're using max health. I'm even going to say, let's go lower than -5. Does it, in that pit, does it drop below -5? Looking for the pit, trying to drop into the pit. It doesn't. So let's say -1. Very low fall insta-death, but that's okay. On the alien script, set it to 1. So now we should be getting death, death, death down there in the bottom. As soon as we fall into that pit right there. Instant death. Right into that pit. In theory. But we can see nothing is happening to the health points. They're not getting set to 0. Otherwise, they disappear. In fact, oh, but look. Oh, I think it is working to an extent. Did you see what happened there? So, right now, I set the current health to 10, right? Superficially, it's 4. So if I bump into this, it's actually down to 9. If I bump into this, it's going to be down to 8. Now, if I go into the pit and we get death, 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 everything's going to look the same. Nothing is different, right? We got death, death, death. Now, if I bump into this tree, the arm completely goes away. because it did set the current health down. It just isn't like applying it like officially or updating it in that function that we need that. So if I hit any of these, it's insta-death. Because it's waiting for a collision. It needs a collision before it will apply it. So we got to look at what's going on in that function where it applies the damage based on the collision, and we have to mimic that in our insta-death script or function. So this is the collision. It damages it. If current health is greater than 0 and damage is detected, drop current health down by the hurt limb amount. Is damaged set to true? Maybe we need to do that. Is damaged true? Let's see if that makes a difference. Something in there is doing it. Well, it ain't that. Because we just fell and we did not die. But I'd be curious to see. Yeah, so it's not happening yet. So it's not is damage true. Damage label. So that's what updates the label. So we could also say update the label. Now the body part, now that's what ends the game. What ends the game is if the body gets killed, not the limbs. So if the collision is detected and it's the body, then we send out the signal, body is damaged. We might need to send out the signal that the body is damaged. Now this says if the current health is less than 0. Shouldn't that be 1? Shouldn't that be 1? Three, 2, we need to jump over this. I guess it's less than or equal to. I guess that kind of makes sense. If it's less than or equal to 1, 0, I see. Then it kills you. Gotcha. Okay. So then what I need to do is I need to say, because since the only way you die is the body damage, we want to say as well. That's if the current health is above 0. Body's damaged. Oh, because that makes the red flash. I see. So this makes the red flash. Wow. Red flash. I need to name a lot of these things better. It's hard. And then this is what ends the game, or whatever. A lot of these things I don't want to have hard-coded this way. But I'm still learning not only what this game is, but the ways I want to use Godot. And so I feel like these are a lot of lessons that I'll learn to improve in time. And I can always optimize this code later. Okay, I think this will work. I think it's going to kill us. It does! Insta-death. Let's go. So if we fall into that little pit, death. That's how we die. It's weird that it has like more lag when we fall into there. I would kind of like to see. I wonder why it lags like that. It's kind of interesting. It might be because it's on the physics process, and since all 5 are being detected, it's running this 5 times. That's probably why. So I could even... instant death, connect, fall death. Could I connect this to damage detected? And then put fall death in here? Would that work? And then in theory, I don't know if this is gonna work. Stick this in there, and then we could say this is only relevant to if the body part area is the body. That way it only calls it once, since the body is the most important thing. If fall death is true, yeah, print death, death, death. Set the current health to 0. You're damaged, messenger, get tree, all that. Will that work? Maybe that's what the multiple arguments signals thing is. Okay, it doesn't work. I wonder why it doesn't work. Because we're not getting any errors. It allows me to receive this argument and allows me to connect it to that function. But it doesn't actually receive that function or that argument. I'm a little disappointed since we didn't get any like errors. And does the body damage still work, or is that broken? Would be something I'd want to know. Oh, it is. It's broken. So it does break it. And our debugger is probably our favorite error. Method expected 0. But got 1. Yeah, it is. Okay. All right. All right, good to know. I thought it was worth a shot, though. So if I don't want it to be called 5 times, I would need the body part area to be updated as a script-wide variable. So, I mean, I could do that. So let me get rid of this. Put this back to fall death. And I could say that like set part is set to body part area. And then come up here. Is part. Set it to null. And then we can say if fall death and is part, if fall death is set to true and is part, well, I actually wouldn't want to do that as much because we want to say it has to be area body. If body part area is set to area body. So that's what we want it to be. If it's set to that, then the reason I'm doing this is so it doesn't lag as much when you die, because it's calling it 5 times. So if I do this correctly, which I may not, but if I do, it should only happen 1 time. So the lag when we fall and die should be a little less. Okay, it's not happening at all. That could be for some other reason. All the damage is working. Oh, that worked. Whoa. I don't know why exactly that doesn't work. Oh, because it needs to be colliding. So the only way it knows what its body part is if it collides. So it's not going to update it if it hasn't collided. So I don't actually necessarily want that to be null. What I want it to be, what I want to say is another enum is parts, right? Set that to body. It's a lot. It's a lot. I don't know what, at some point, I don't know what makes the game more performant. I think at that point, it's like, well, at what stage does it make it more performant? Like, will the game take longer to load? Maybe. But when you die, will it be faster? I think I'd prefer that, the first one. Leg right, leg left. I'm just trying to keep it somewhat consistent. Leg right, leg left, arm right, arm left. So set that enum, and then say is part is set to is parts. Export that. Move that up here. And then I'll set these parts, in theory, if I've done this correctly, which maybe I haven't. Export variable is part is parts. Enum is parts. Let me just fix this. It might be because this is wrong. Let me just take this out for now. There it goes. So now that's there. So this one is the body. This one I want to set to leg right. This one is leg left. This one is arm right. And this one is arm left. And now, on the script, if fall death is true and is part is set to area body, invalid operands, body part is parts, and node. Oh, I see. It needs to be body. Right. So it has to be body. So I would want to say, could I even just say, I don't think I could. I don't really know how to reference that. Can I select it and drag it in? Is part. It's not helpful. So I might have to say body part dot is part dot body. Can I find member is part in base body part? Are you sure? Is part variable right there. Cannot find member is part in base body part. I mean, that is itself. I'm asking you to look at yourself. Can I get property from enum value? Now we did this up here with the enum obstacle dot damage amounts dot full. That's the same thing here. So it knows it's an enum. I'm a little confused. I'm a little confused. I mean, it doesn't auto-complete it, which is interesting. I mean, the variable is definitely there. Oh, I see. I think well, I don't necessarily see, but I need to say is parts dot body, right? There we go. Okay. I was going to the variable. So the variable is, yeah, okay. Now let's try it. So hopefully this will only do it if the body is the one that notices that we're falling too far. Whoa. Never mind. Trying to assign value of type object to a variable of type int. Oh, we don't need this. This is old. Get out of here. Get out of here. Okay. Fall down. Insta-death. And it's quick. We got it. All right. So now we have a minimum Y position that the character can be before they die. Now I'm going to want it to be a lot lower than this. So let's go back to the player. And it's at -1, -15. So we should be able to fall a fair distance before it kills us. Woo! And then we die. Fall into this pit. We do not die. Awesome. Let's go. I love it. I love it. All right, next task. We're knocking them out. Save this. Scratch it off the list. Minimum Y position. Done. And then I'm going to make a GitHub commit. Minimum Y position equals insta-death. Set up a way for game to tell if player has fallen too far below the map. It will kill them if the body, it will make their body's current health 0. Let's go. Push it, baby. All right, next, I want to run into the wall and it to stop us. So in order to do that, I'm going to need to add something to the obstacle script because I might want to add this to obstacles someday to slow us down. So we're going to add to the obstacle script, which means in this little ravine that I've set up, I'm going to want an area. I'm going to want this wall to be an obstacle, but not an obstacle that damages you. So that means we want to set it not to lowest, but to no damage, right? So let's go back to the damage obstacle script. We have lowest and full. I'd like to make a new one. Call it none. Now if I add one there, okay, so that's a bit of a problem because then now since index 0 is none, they're all defaulting to none, which is really annoying. So that's not going to be index 0, so I don't have to go change all of these. It's going to be lowest, full, none. It's a weird order, but that's okay. So none is there. And I need to define what that means on the body part script. Right? we have damage detected, body part area, where it can get that. Is that where it gets it? Or is that somewhere else? Up here. Obstacle. Oh, function damage amount. Nice. Got you. So then we want to say if damage amount is set to obstacle damage amounts none, hurt limb 0. I don't actually want it to be 0 though. But I don't actually want it to be 0. Cannot find none? I mean, that's just not true. Oh, wait, no, I don't see. But I did just create it. It's right there. Why would you say that it doesn't exist? I just made it. Can I find member none in base obstacle damage amounts? Why? Why? Are you sure? Is it because I haven't set anything to do that? Or to, like, have that? That seems odd. I realize I don't actually want it to be none. I want it to be 1. I want it to do some... If you run into the wall, I want it to do some damage. So, I mean, that's still true. But... I hate that I can't zoom in more. It's silly. This isn't an area 3D. So I'd have to add... I mean, if I just add an obstacle... just somewhere. It doesn't matter. Let's get on in there. And if I set it to none, does that get resolved? What do you mean it's not in-base obstacle? Did I spell something wrong? Obstacle damage amounts none. Let's see if it auto-completes. Obstacle damage amounts. Full is in there. Lowest is in there. None is not. Why not? I mean, it's not really something... I mean, I realize I don't need none right now. But what if I did? What if I did need it? Parse error. Cannot find none in base obstacle damage amounts. Why not? Why not? I mean, that would be silly. If I have to put a comma there, that would be silly. None fruity. I don't know, just put another one in there. If I come to the obstacle, I can set none or fruity if I want. So it knows that it's there. This is the obstacle script. Area 3D. Oh, now it sees it. What if I make it fruity? Now it sees it. I feel like it just like was a cache problem. Like it wasn't, it just didn't, whatever. Well, I don't really need it because I actually do want it to hurt you. But it exists now and it could be chosen. So I want this to actually be lowest. And I like how now we just have one called fruity. I should probably change that. I feel like enums or arrays are just a little not performant or something. So let me just do that. On here, I wonder... I mean, the position is important. But can I also just drag this into there? And bam, it becomes that obstacle. So what should happen is when I run, if this worked the way I want it to, when I run into that wall, I should lose 1 health. First of all, that was very hard to tell. Oh, because there's no collision shape on it. So the collision shape needs to be, which is fine, on the obstacle. I don't really need it on the ground. Because this doesn't actually have to be a ground. I do want the mesh. I don't actually need this ground here. Because we're not really colliding with it as a static body, right? It's just gonna stop the level. It's like a fake collision. So we can actually get rid of all that. And okay, so I'm not seeing the damage come through. There's an area 3D. It does have a collision shape. We've got the mesh. Why wouldn't that do damage? Set to lowest. Let me see. So we've got a couple things going on here. I've still got the player script reporting its global position on the y-axis. I don't want that. Instead, let me go back to showing what limb is hurt. I need to change some of these names. It's hard. Naming variables and stuff, like things that are good and convenient, it's tricky. It's not so easy. It's not so easy, man. I'll tell you what. And I will tell you what. Okay, so if I... Oops. Oh no! Wait, our body is gone. What? Wait, if our body is gone, we're supposed to die. Uh-oh. Alright, hold up. Hold up, we got an whole nother problem here. We got a whole nother problem here. Whenever the body is damaged, it's supposed to kill us. Why did it not kill us? That's a whole type of bug right there. That's a whole type of bug. We don't die when the body dies now. What? If the current health is set to less than or equal to 0, it should end the game. Wait, if I set that back to 1, I think I had it at 0. But see, then we die at 1, and that works. If I change this to 0, it must not be dropping down, but it is hiding it. Something very odd happening there. But then when I hit the ground, we do die. It's like it's waiting for something. So there we go. It's gone, but we're not dead. What if I break off the legs? Then we die? What? The bugs are coming. The complexity is increasing, and the bugs are coming. My God. All right. Oh, so we don't die there. What have I done? Let me go to Git, because this might actually be helpful for once. In the last change, in the last like commit on the body part. Oh, this is recent. So let me go back to this one and look at the changes. What did we change here on the body part script? I was trying to figure out how to read this. Well, body part script. Fall death. I added a comment to do the red flash, but I didn't change anything else. And I'm pretty sure it was working well before that. We added the instant death. We added the enum that says what kind of body part it is. I wonder what's going on there. In a previous version, the body part script, at that area, if damage detected, if body part is set to self, so there's not even anything else relevant here that changed. If body part, yeah. I set less than or equal to instead of equal to. I wonder if I say that it's not necessarily less than, will that make a difference? If I say if it's equal to 0, will that make a difference? No. Current health is less than or equal to 0. Body part area is set to area body, and collision area is set to collision A alien body, which I could even change this. Especially if it's, I don't know. I could say, since we set up that is part, I could say if is part is set to body part is parts body. Could also do that since we set that up. But I mean, not sure why that would make much of a difference. But maybe it does. No, so it still is disappearing. I'm a little confused there. It's like it doesn't know that it's the body. The body is getting hit. That is the thing that's hit here. I would like to revert to an older version and see where it worked. I'm afraid to revert to older versions. Some fear scares me more than others. I added that that red flash in there. Can't imagine that would make any difference. I could try removing the insta-death thing. There's no way that's what fixes it. So it's like, so the body's gone, but then if I get, oh, it's got an extra health. It's got 1 extra health point. It's hiding, but it's giving it 1 extra health point. Or is it hiding it too soon? Maybe that's it. Does it ever go down to 1? That's what it is. It's hiding it before it's 0. because this one has to be set to 0. That's why. It's hiding all the body parts too soon. There we go. Fixed. Okay, cool. Oh, I guess it's been doing that for a while. Bug squashed. Alright, cool. Good. I see we still have death printing down at the bottom. I should fix that. Okay, good. Bug squashed. Let's get the death out of there. I don't remember where I put that. Right here. Okay. Anyway, so what I was going to set up was I wanted to check to see if when we hit that wall that's in the little canyon, does it print body parts? It doesn't. So if it saw that collision, it would print body parts at the bottom. So like, for example, if I bump into a tree or a house or whatever, we'll see down here at the bottom, it prints that which it collided with. But if I hit that wall, no new collisions are going to get added because it's not seeing it. So I need to fix that so it can be seen. I don't exactly know why it doesn't see it. We have the script on here. It extends from an area 3D. So there should be an area entered. The only thing is if the shape of it is like wrong. That was kind of the weird thing about it that I did, is I just dropped it into something. And you know, maybe it's transform or it's shape. I mean, an area 3D doesn't seem to have a shape. Oh, it's got to be 3. That's, man, I hate that. That's so hard to remember. It has to be set to layer and mask 3 in order to be seen as an obstacle. Is there a way to make that like happen every time? Class script Godot set layer and mask. Change collision layers and mask layers via code. So can I just come to the class script and say that every obstacle, I mean, it would be weird to say on ready, right? And I can't put that up here. It's kind of a weird thing, right? But if I tell it to like automatically, I don't know if that's gonna work. It seems to not even recognize this. Did you mean set collision layer value? Yeah, that's totally what I meant. Am I allowed to do that? I feel like you're not resolving the error, which makes me think I can do that. Expected at least 2, but received 1. So looking for layer number and value, or a Boolean value. Okay, I can do that. I don't know, it would just be nice if I didn't have to worry about it every single time. So I'm gonna not set this object over here to 3. And I'm gonna see if it does it on its own. And if it does, I should see the areas being printed in here when we collide. Oh, it works! Nice. So it's a little confusing because that means it's not visually gonna be set here. But it also means I never need to set it. Let's go. Cool. So then just to double confirm, so we should see our health go down. Yep, health goes down. Nice. Okay, good. Now, I want it to stop the player when that happens. So in order to do that, I need to communicate with the player script that this has happened. So what I want to do, I'm going to come, well, I do want it to be on the obstacle, right? And this will be on a per obstacle basis. So I'm going to set another enum. This is going to be slow down amounts. And I'm going to say stop. I don't know what other ones there would be. That's the only one I really got right now. One? I don't know. So we'll just make this stop for now. So I'm out full. Full stop. Full slowdown. Okay. And then we want to export it. It might be better as just a regular array than enum. What if I say slow down velocities? I mean, I feel like amounts is fine. And then instead of an enum, is an array expected end of statement after variable declaration, right? So I mean, an array isn't just like array, is it? It's not. So then how do I guess I want to say variable. How do I tell it to be an array? How to set array? Because I know how to do the enum, but what if I don't want it to be an enum? I just want it to be an array, like with integers. Right? Oh yeah, Godot. Forgot to say Godot. Kind of important. So do I, oh, it's brackets. Slowdown amounts equals 1, 0, 1, 2, 3, whatever. That makes it an array. And then can I just export this? And it will be a nice list. Whoa. It looks a little different than the enum one. Slow down amounts. I need to spell that correcter. Array size 4, 0, 1, 2, 3. I guess this is fine. Right? But I want to be able to choose it on a per object basis. So that's not really what this is doing, is it? So I might not want to do it that way. What if I say at export variable slowdown amount equals slowdown amounts, or colon slowdown amounts? Will that do that? Slowdown amounts is a variable but does not contain a type. Okay. So it doesn't see it like as an array. How to define array type variable? Like so it doesn't infer what it is? Ugh, Godot. I keep forgetting to type that. Type hints can't be used with arrays. The array container in Godot is a variant container. Export array in Godot. I mean, like, suppose I make it an enum instead. And it's just numbers. Expected identifier for enum key. So that's saying it wants not numbers, right? Yeah. I mean, look, if this just makes more sense, it would be nice if it was a number, though, instead of a word. Yeah, this is fine. It's probably not the best way to do this, but it's all I know. So slowdown amount, I mean, 0, it doesn't really make sense, though. Fine, I'll say full. We could always say partial, slight. Okay. So this obstacle is going to be full. Well, we don't want that to be the default. So I'm going to say the default is none, right? Slight or partial and full. We'll just do that. So they'll all be none by default. And then I want to set this one to be a full stop. Okay. Now, I want to fetch that information. And this is when the collision happens. So this will actually be a lot easier. I actually don't even think I need I do need the messenger. I do need the messenger. So we want to say when it happens. I need to create this still. Messenger. Amount. Slow down. Emit. Slow down amount. I don't know. It's just the way I'm doing it. Amount slowed. And then I gotta come to the messenger. I know I'm making some terrible names. I just know it. Signal amount slowed. And then on... We actually don't want to receive this on the body part. I want to receive this on the terrain controller, because that's where the velocity gets changed. And right now, that's set as a constant. How is that set as a constant? I guess because we have the terrain velocity. Why are there two different terrain velocities and one changes and one doesn't? That's kind of weird, right? I guess it's fine to have two. Oh, and I guess I just realized I didn't capitalize some other constants I have. This one. Oops. I should do that. Fall, death, distance. Change that here. Okay. There might be somewhere else I set a constant. And I didn't capitalize it. Seems like a good thing to do. Okay, so on the terrain controller. So this is what we want to update, is the terrain velocity. And I want on the onReady to load messenger amount slowed connect, and the function will be We'll just say slow down. So I'll create a new function for slowdown. Somewhere. Function slowdown. Specifically, I want to receive slowdown amount. Right? And I want to say slowdown amount if slowdown, or not if slowdown. Well, yeah, I guess if slowdown. I'm not saying this is the best way to do it, but it's the way I've been doing it, so it'll work. If slowdown amount is set to do we say full? I don't remember what we called them. But we don't want to do that. We want to say obstacle dot slowdown amounts none. None? Full. Full is what we want. It's all a bit confusing. Terrain controller. If slowdown amount is set to obstacle slowdown amounts full, then set terrain velocity to be 0. Cannot find member slowdown amounts in base obstacle. So this might be that like cache update thing. Because slowdown amounts is definitely right there. Is right there. There it goes. I had to save it. I literally had to press save, and then it found it. I don't know if this is going to work, and there's some reasons for that. Invalid type, load terrain scenes in base node 3D. Cannot convert argument 1 from nil to string. What? What? This always happens. This terrain controller gets so angry. Oh, does it have something to do with adding that in there? In the onReady function? All right. Put that before then. Is it because of the void? I don't really know what void does in a function. I have a feeling that might be where the issue is. But I don't know. Okay, good, it's running. Okay, so let's try it. I don't know, apparently that couldn't have been after. I don't know. Maybe the void has something to do with it. Probably, maybe, I don't know. Alright, let's see if it stops when we hit it. It doesn't. It does not. Let's see if it notices it. Print ran into wall. Just tell me that you at least see this function being called. And let's even put it here. So does it at least see that we've run into the wall? Or see that we're trying to change something? It does. So ran into wall does print. So the terrain velocity is not actually updating. Would be the issue here. So when we're speeding up, which is in here, that should also be updating the terrain velocity. That is where? Is that in here? That's not on here. Is that on the player? It is. Okay, but then so it up. Oh, I see. Because on the player, we tell it to default to the constant if we're not pressing up. I feel like we don't need that. Oh, then it doesn't slow back down. If we don't do that, it won't slow back down. So I guess what I'd rather say is not if else, but if input up is false, then make it constant. But then again, it will be false and it'll make it the constant. So we need to override that. I guess we want to say, we want like a condition, extra condition in there. So like, if input up is false and I really need that slowdown in this script, honestly. Because I can't like, I mean, I can just grab it from here. I could say, and terrain controller. I don't love it, but we can do it. And terrain controller. Well, I then I need to set a variable in here, right? So I have to say, if that's true, update a variable. Velocity slowdown equals true. Which then that has to be false sometimes. I don't like where this is going. It might just be easier to put this. Yeah, I think it's going to be easier to just put this on the player. And terrain velocity slow down is true, is false. As long as that's false. Whenever this becomes true, don't do it anymore. Assignment is not allowed. Oh yeah, it's set to. This seems problematic because I feel like it's not going to unset it. So we'd have to determine that, which is a little annoying. But let's just see if it at least stops us. It does. Nice. It does stop us. And so now that that's true, so now that that's still true, we're moving super fast. We're already boosting whenever we jump out. And in fact, we can even boost through this, which isn't good. But it almost starts to work. It almost starts to work. So that actually raises a few complex questions. A few problems, in fact. So, if I would want to set it back down to false, I'd have to say we are no longer colliding with it. I feel like that's super messy. We don't have to do it this way. We don't have to live this way. So I'm going to go back to the terrain controller, and I'm just going to pull it off of here. We're not going to put velocity slowdown. We're not going to change this. I'm just going to yank this off of here. Go to the player. And we'll set this up on here instead. Come to the terrain. Get that messenger connection off of here. Everything on here should be fine. Go back to the player. Drop this on ready. There is no on ready. Does it have an underscore in it? I literally don't know. I don't know off the top of my head. I just don't. It doesn't have on. There's no on. I'm imagining the on. Okay. Right, and so then instead of terrain velocity, we want to say terrain controller, terrain velocity set to 0. And then over here, if input is false and we could even say terrain, I don't know, this might cause like a weird feedback loop. But what if I just say terrain velocity is set to 0? I could just, there's so many other ways I could do this. But I'm just curious. Okay, that's not good. Yeah, that causes a feedback loop. Because you could see we slowed down a little bit, but then we started up again. So I might want to say, if obstacle slowdown. Okay, and it's a little confusing. And it's a little tricky. It's a little tricky. I think we could just pull this out of this function entirely. I mean, we probably want that on the physics process. If we're not pushing forward, that is to say speeding up, if we're not speeding up, don't just set it to 0, because we need to override. I wonder if, no, I don't know. If input up is set to false, and I guess what I'd want to do is check this right here. So I could say here, variable velocity slowed or terrain slowdown, not create the variable. We still have to unset it though. That's the thing. Then we get back into that problem of needing to unset something. But what I could maybe do is say Because really, what if I say if slowdown amount is full, train velocity is 0, else, but then okay, let me try. There's so many different things I'm trying here. Maybe we can make this work. So if I say terrain velocity, set it to or terrain slowdown, set it to true. The terrain is slowing down. We need to create a variable here. Terrain slowdown. It starts as false. This makes it true. I probably could still put this in the other script, now that I think about it, if this works. Else, terrain slowdown equals false. I probably could have set this for sure on the other one. And then here, I would want the terrain slowdown to be checked. If this is false and terrain slowdown is set to false. Let me see what that does. It is kind of nice having it all in this script, though. We stop. Nice. And now we got speed and slowdown. Now I can still push through here. So that's another thing to figure out. But this is good. This is good. This is very good. So we got the stop happening. Now, it's getting a little convoluted. It's getting a little spaghetti. It's getting a little spaghetti. So now what I also want to say is if that is true, then we can't press up. So we want to also say, which maybe this is why it's good it's on this script. If input is up and terrain slowdown is set to false, so there has to be no terrain slowdown, otherwise you can't boost. No boost if there is a slowdown. If there is no slowdown, you can boost. Nice. Stops me in my tracks. You even get the boost zoom, but it doesn't work. Now we have a little bit of a problem here. It's not letting me jump. My guess there is that the hand is colliding with the ground above it. And so we can't jump over it because the hand is colliding with that. Now, if you think about it, I don't really need the arm to collide with the ground because the body is going to collide with the ground before the arm does. So what I could do is say that the arms don't actually have any collision. So you have arm left and arm right here. I could literally just delete these, and I don't think we'd have any problems. I don't think we'd have any problems. I'm going to delete the physical collision with arm left and arm right. Because if you think about it, we only need the body to collide. Because when the body's gone, if it's just arms left, you shouldn't be able to collide. So then we can jump over it. Ah, but now, whoa. What just happened? Is it... I don't know what just happened. So I feel like, what is that? What are you talking about? Invalid set index disabled on base null instance. Oh, so it's trying to turn off the collision that doesn't exist anymore. Oh gosh. So now we have to say, if current health is set to less than 0. Oh, wow. So I actually need a separate condition here. If current health is less than or equal to 0 and is part body part is parts, and the thing is I need to do multiple of them. It's either, well, it's anything but arm left or arm right. So it's only if it's a leg. Actually, it only needs to be if it's legs. If you think about it, that's the only thing that we need to fall down. Can I say, there's no way this works, right? Can I do it like this? That's not gonna work. Definitely doesn't work. Could I do commas like that? Nah. Or like, right? No, that doesn't work. So I think I would need to have a whole separate line for the legs. Get rid of or remove leg collision if I am a leg. I don't really quite understand how OR works. I'm pretty sure this isn't how it works. But I'm kind of curious just to try it. So if we break the legs off, I want to see what happens. Yeah, so one of the legs is still staying there. So that, or both of the legs at least. Could I say, or current health less than or equal to 0? I'm getting real experimental here. 0 and body part is parts leg, right? Would that work? I don't really know how OR functions in here. And I could read about it, but I'm sure it'll just confuse me. Uh-oh, we're stuck. We're stuck. That's yeah, because the feet are getting caught on the ground there. But that kind of doesn't make sense. Yeah, it's gonna be a little tough. That's gonna be tough to figure out that. Oh, there, that worked. It did work. Well, what if I only do one leg? So we can have and conditions on either side of an or, potentially. And it'll understand sort of what I mean. So let me just get rid of one leg. Oh god. I don't think I can clear it. I can't test it. If we hit that, if we get 2 ravines in a row, the game breaks. Unfortunately. No. Invalid set index disabled. Oh, so that did not work quite like I want. Okay, so I don't know about the OR thing. So let me try this. So the collision disabled true is only going to happen if it's a leg. Collision disabled true. We need more than that. Oh, we need the await. We still need to put await on here. That's gonna make it not work. Actually, it might have worked earlier with the ore the way I had it. Because I didn't have this in here, which is necessary to make the collision deletion actually work. But let's try it this way and see if even this works. So I'm just going to try to do one leg. Oh no. Oh no, we can't make it. Oy. I think setting the jump to be higher would probably fix that. Or making the hole, the ravine, less low. That would fix that. Oh shoot. So it's only supposed to do it if it's a leg. Do we have the legs set as such? And the arms what they are? Arm is set to arm right. Arm is set to arm left. So it's only supposed to, in theory, bother trying to turn off the collision. But you know what? If both the arm and the leg are being hit at the same time, I feel like it doesn't know which one to do the collision destruction on. And so I think it's still trying to turn off the collision on the arm, which is not a great situation. So I guess we do want to leave the arms collision. I mean, I don't. Let me try this. Let me try this. So we're going to do a lot of undoing here. Oh, just a little undoing. Arm left, arm right. Those collisions getting deleted. Although I kind of would like to just remove all this anyway. No, don't zoom in. Why do you zoom? I know why. It's because I hold control and I move with 2 fingers on my touchpad on accident. And so it starts zooming. It just, the editor gets really slow when I zoom in here. Okay. Oh my gosh. You can do it. I would like to zoom out a little more, but I don't want to wait. Oh my gosh. Let's go, come on. Let me just get rid of all this crap for now. Forget this. I don't really love the idea of having collision that I don't need. But okay, so this is where I started to add the extra one in there. So we've got all the limb collisions. Oh, and so then what I want to do is have the arms turned off by default. So I'm going to say turn them off by default. And then they shouldn't ever be on in the first place. And there's no reason for them to come back on. So the arms won't collide anymore. And in theory, we can jump over it. But our jump isn't actually high enough. So if I set the jump to be higher, we may well be golden here. Jump velocity, let's just try 7. And then we may have just implemented this new feature. Ooh, oh god, it's such a high jump. It's such a big jump. Oh, it's still not tall enough. I mean, at that point, I just want to make it a lower canyon, a lower ravine. Like, come on, that's too much jumping. Now, we could say that maybe in certain situations, the arms can, like, grab up and can pull you up. So your jump is actually higher if your arms can reach a ground above. Oh my god. I mean, I kind of like that. I honestly think that's kind of cool. And then, like, normally when you're running around, you can't jump that high. You can't just decide to jump that high unless you run into a wall. That's not good with that wall there, because then we stop at a bad part. So, like, that's a big issue, is having a wall without... Oh no! I can't. There's some problems here. Yeah, it's a risky thing to add in. But we could say the jump velocity goes higher. I'm going to put that down as an idea. Idea: can jump higher if in front of a ledge and you have arms. Like, that's something to consider putting in. Don't need to think about it right now. But let me make that ledge a little shorter, because that way it could be like, then we have like a climbing mechanic, which I think is kind of cool and kind of goes with some of the survival elements. So let me pull the ground up here. And also, this collision is a little low. We want to see this at -0.2, because I noticed our feet were sinking in. See if we can clear this with our... I mean, even this feels like way too high of a jump. I hate how high this jump is. I think the climbing is a really good idea, and will add something much more interesting to it. So there we run into that. Oh god, it's still not enough. I still can't clear it. Dang. Okay. I don't like that. I mean, I want it to be a little taller than that. Oh gosh, I'm really wanting that climbing mechanic now. So I should say this is a climbing mechanic, is what that is. All right, fine. I'll just make the jump higher. I will just make the jump higher. Make it a 7. Just make it a 7. Just do it. Ooh. So it may well be, for some reason, we can't even clear it. It doesn't seem to think that we aren't running into the wall. All right, make it 10. But I thought we were clearing it at some point. What changed? Because it should be false by then, right? It should become false. So if terrain slowdown isn't true, we can print run at a wall. Let's print wall scene and then terrain slowdown. And then when this is false, print wall unseen terrain slowdown. We've also got another collision showing from the body thing, so let's get rid of that. Oops, Control K. And let's see what information we get here. I've had this zoomed in for so long. At least it didn't cause a problem. Okay. So wall unseen false, wall seen true. So the wall unseen isn't going to false. Every time we go in here, it is getting seen, but it's never getting unseen. So I guess I can't set that here. A little disappointing. A little disappointing. Because it just emits it if the area's entered. Oh! Dude. What if I just say area exited? Connect. I don't know if I can connect it to the same one. Same function. I feel like that's a mistake. How is that? But that's not like a true false, right? What is area exited? So that's like a particular area. So we'd have to somehow uncheck area. Uncheck area. This is a little messy. And now this function, or this argument, body part area. I wonder, I'm a little confused to how body part area is being defined here. If I make this argument body part unarea. I'm so sorry. And then messenger. I'm so sorry. Area undamaged. Emit body part unarea. I know this is such an embarrassing way to do it. And then we come to the messenger. There's so many things going on here that I feel a little complicated about. Signal. What is it that I was calling it? Not memorable enough. It's getting a little too confusing here. That's okay. Area undamaged. Okay. Signal area undamaged. And then we want to connect that to the players. This is a lot. I don't know, it feels like a lot. Messenger. But the thing is we don't want to get it from there. Right? So we have here amount slowed that we're connecting. And that's where all this logic is coming from. It's getting a little crazy. Because I would actually want that. I mean, this might, honestly, I might not need to do this. I might not need to do the else here. Like if I come onto the body part script and I say, which is where we get area damaged. I gotta zoom this out. I'm just so sorry. It's gonna take a second for it to reload it. You see, messenger area undamaged connect. Oh gosh, I don't know what we call it. Body part unarea. Oh, it's so confusing with the We need to indent it. There we go. Let me just reset my zoom position here. Okay. So, wait, why is that a problem? Identify body part unarea. Oh, we don't want to say unarea. We want to say damage undetected. It's wild. It's getting wild over here. And what do I want to do with that, though? I mean, we're saying... But that's not where the slowdown stuff is coming from. The slowdown message is coming from the obstacle script. So just keep this on the obstacle script. This is getting confusing. It's getting really confusing to me. It's getting late. Oh man, I really just want to like seal the deal on this mechanic for now. So that's where the slowdown is. Slowdown amount right here. So what if we just, I mean, I could change the slowdown amount. Why do I feel like that's not going to work? So, I mean, if that happens, what if we just say slowdown amount? That's not going to work. Because that's, I mean, it's not going to get overridden, right? Because that's something we click on. So we can't just update that like that. That's not how that's going to work. That's not going to work that way. What I could maybe do is say that no, I don't think that's going to work. I feel like we do have to do it this way. It has to go through the body part, and it has to know what body part was hit into it, and is that one no longer the one slowing it down. It's a little more complicated than I have it set up for. A little more complicated than I have it set up for. I mean, it's weird because it's saying wall scene. It's sending out wall scene again, but it's not necessarily becoming false. Wall scene isn't becoming false just because we're no longer bumping into it. It doesn't become false. It just is no longer sending out the message that it is true. And if I wanted to send out the message that it is false, we'd have to have something else we'd almost want to set up a collision. I don't know how I feel about this. This feels like an exploit waiting to happen. So, I mean, and this seems really silly, but let me just sketch it out. So imagine, you know, we're in the canyon, we're down here, and, you know, when I hit the wall here, it says stop. And if I jump, right, we could say that if the legs, but it has to be like which part of the legs. So it almost have to add like another collision at the bottom. If the feet touch, you know, this part, now we can move again. Or if the, I guess it'll be here. If the feet touch here, then we can move. I really wish the Area 3D had a true or false. Like, if a collision is occurring, instead of just having to say, well, what is colliding with it? How about I don't care what's colliding with it? It just is, true or false. That would make this a lot easier. But instead, I need to... The only way I can send these messages back and forth is if I say what it is that it's colliding with. Because the Area 3D signals output what it is that it's colliding with. And or not colliding with, right? If I want to do area exited, I have to say, well, what has exited? And if it has exited, is it the thing? It doesn't necessarily have to be the thing that initially collided. If we had those like feet collisions and we say that the feet have exited collision with that obstacle, then we can start moving again. But I don't have feet collision. I could add feet collision. I don't want to add feet collision. It feels like a lot. It feels like a little excessive. And like, who knows? Like, what's gonna happen with the animation, right? I'm gonna have to animate the collision, the separate collision zones. I mean, it's gonna get complicated. Like, we haven't even begun to scratch the surface of complication. I might have to hang this up for this week. I'd really like to be able to jump out of this pit. I thought we were, but I think that was because it was setting the speed to maximum automatically. But now we have this condition that says only let us go full speed if terrain slowdown is false. But we don't know how to make terrain slowdown false again. I don't know how to make terrain slowdown false again. That's kind of the problem. You know, we could say a certain time after you jump. But like, what if we want a jump that has jump sustain? So you can jump a little or a lot. Then it's not going to make as much sense. What if you press jump, but jump is currently not allowed because you don't have legs? How will it know that this isn't the jump you're looking for? And you know, this is like the first project that I'm actually working to complete in Godot. That's like of a bigger scale. And it is a big scale. It is a big scale. It is not a simple game. Especially if I'm trying to add in, I'm over scoping, I'm adding in these features. We're going to have platforming with walls. It would be fun though. The game, dude, it feels so much more fun. So somehow we need that character to get released. Where have I started adding things that I didn't finish? Damage undetected. Where did I put all that? Oh, up here. All right, so on the body part, I was going to say if it's not detected anymore. But like, so what? I mean, we could say if the legs aren't detected anymore. Honestly, this would be, if I do create the feet, which is not a perfect solution at all. But let's say I do create these feet. I'd want that to be one of these areas over here. One of these detection areas. I don't want it to be a body part. I just want it to be an area 3D. And this would be feet. Area feet. And I'd want to add a collision shape in there. Make it a box. Shrink it down. Scooch it over. Push it up. You kind of want it to be below, actually. Actually, that's a pretty good spot. So maybe like there. And then I would give it its own script. What's up, Rogion? That seems consistently high bit right now. Yeah, it's chilling now. It is. And you know, perhaps you're thinking to yourself, maybe that means if it's later at night, it's not as bad. In my experience, it happens late at night or during the day. But it's worth keeping in mind. And maybe you weren't thinking that at all. And I was thinking that. Just able to sleep. I hope you're able to sleep. You are able to sleep? Are you asleep? Are you asleep right now? That's amazing. I mean, or concerning. I want this function to receive. Do we have that on the clipboard? We do not. Let me grab that. Oh, I guess I didn't cut it. I thought I did. I could just copy this. Come to the feet. Say damage undetected. The grind is real. The learning never stops. The learning never stops. The grind is real. The learning stops. The grind is real. The learning stops. The learning never stops. The learning is real. The learning never stops. The grind is real. And never learning stops. That's absolutely correct. Oh, look, it's dropping. There it goes. There it goes. You see? Who knows? There's no rhyme or reason. She's manic. Yes. That's what it is. You nailed it. I have been diagnosed with bipolar disorder. I haven't. And Entropy, a psychiatrist, licensed psychiatrist, he's not, has determined that I am currently suffering a manic episode. I'm not. I'm just having fun with you, Entropy. All right. But whatever. You know what? Go ahead. You were about to sleep. Got you. Well, thanks for checking in. I am here. So, what I'm setting up, for whatever it's worth to anybody, I started getting a little overscopey in a fun way. So, I have like I want to add platforming elements. So, we have like this like little ravine in here that you can drop down into and then jump out of. Right? Okay. And then I also have the hole, and that it will instantly kill you. And so the way that it kills you, please overscope never, I know. And if you fall down this hole after a certain amount of time, you'll die because it checks to see your Y position. And if it's at a certain Y position, it'll kill you. Okay, now here's what I'm working on is when you fall into this little ravine, I want you Okay, well, that's a bad example right there. Let me give you a different one. Mania sounds like a magic spell. Or like mana. Mania would be a very problematic spell. But it does sound like mana, and that's worth keeping in mind. Good night, Rogie. Thanks for checking in. You too, Entropy, even though you're still here, maybe. So if we run into this wall, bam, we stop. It hurts you, and you stop. And so I want that to happen, and then I want you to be able to jump over this. This is where I'm running into a bit of an issue. Because it needs to somehow recognize that we are no longer colliding with this. There's a lot of problems here, and I actually just realized that the solution I'm setting up isn't going to work unless I make the feet super long. Because the arms are what hits the wall first. And that may change. So this is like entropy is fleeting, comes and goes like the wind. You know, if I didn't think of that as your name, that's pretty deep. So a lot of this is not being set up to be future-proof. And that's just true. I kind of don't care right now. I'm willing to accept that for the sake of planning this out. Because now that I'm seeing the things I want to add in, things like climbing and whatnot, I can like reformulate how things are set up. And I'm learning Godot. I'm learning the things that you can and can't do, or the way you can do things. And I could plan out, well, set this up like that versus that. Okay, that looks long enough. Set it up one way versus the other way. Now that I know I'm going to have climbing, now that I know I'm going to have wall stopping, how can I set this up so it's not spaghetti code, which it is quickly becoming? And that's okay. I'm here for that experience because it's what I need to experience in Godot. I have to. Okay, so if let's make this before bed, one idea. I like ideas. Damage undetected. If the feet no longer see it, I want to be able to access this. So I guess what I'll say is just, oh, we could go to the, I think the player script has the terrain slowdown variable. We want to update this, make it false. This is not ideal in so many ways. We'll figure it out. We can fix it if we need to fix it. And what I'm loving is I'm starting to feel like I can express myself in Godot. I can try things in Godot. I can play around and experiment. And I'm getting to that point, and it's really exciting. Entropy says, imagine I introduced myself as Entropy in real life. I think it would be cool. It would be cool. That would be such a conversation starter. You could be the next mystery. Remember that pickup artist dude who had a show? No. Except instead of being a pickup artist, it would just be about entropy, which I guess is like kind of depressing. Entropy. How would we want to characterize it? Unavailability of a system's thermal energy. Lack of order or predictability. So you would just be a bringer of chaos. Your show would be about chaos. Oh, look, it's entropy again. Here we go. We better run. Entropy's here. Honestly, I'd watch that show. I watch the crap out of that show. You should do it, and I hope you do. And tell me how it goes. Just once. Just try it once. What's the big deal? Just tell one person you have a different name. It was the best, cringy, and amazing. There's no way a pickup artist show can be good. That's horrible. Pickup artists are the worst. Oh, so wait, it's literally called The Pickup Artist? And the show was called The Pickup Artist? Alright, this does sound pretty entertaining. I can't vouch for it. Not good good, bad good. Heard. Cringiest reality show. I could definitely watch content about this show. I don't know if I could stand to watch the show. You realize your idea wouldn't work? Alright. I'm excited that you had the idea. Yeah, I'm starting to keep down all these notes. I gotta set up a hacking plan, like, immediately. That's gotta be next week's first task, is set up a hacking plan. Because I'm starting to get a lot of ideas, starting to rack up some bugs. It's time to start project managing. Which can make ideas easier to work with, and at least then you can always look to see where I'm at. Terrain, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? Terrain, we want to say specifically on the alien script. Can I just like reference? Oh, I guess we'd want to reference the player. Yeah, that makes sense. So I would want to say on the feat script, player dot terrain slowdown. Can I set it to be false? If the damage is undetected, set it to be false. It's hacky. It's a bit it's a workaroundy. Okay, not working. We do have wall scene true constantly happening. But it's not going to false. Oh, this, I see. Oh, okay, hold on. If terrain slowdown is set to false, because we didn't set it up that way. Print wall unseen. And we want to say that the terrain velocity goes back to the constant. So right here. That's what we want. Okay. Let's see if it unsees it and if we move. I got hopes. I got high hopes. It's still hacky. It's still workaroundy. Oh, it doesn't see it. But at what point doesn't it see it? I'm going to go into the feet. Oh, I might need to say something in damage undetected. Wait. Uncheck area. Messenger area undamaged. Body part unarea. I think I need to have body part unarea be in here. Okay, first let me try that. Body part unarea. What? The parameter body part unarea is never used in the function. I don't know if that's actually going to, I don't think that's going to fix it. I just don't think it's going to fix it. There was something in the debugger. I should actually probably look at that. But I'm having a lot of fun just like experimenting with Godot. Like I'm able to have these ideas and start just like plowing them in, even if they don't always work. It's a great experience to try to study. Okay, so that does not work. Let me see if anything's working here. Print feet unseen. Let me see if at least that is happening. Feet are being unseen here. So that's happening. But it's not happening with this. It's happening with, wait, it is happening. But then wall scene is getting set to true because it's still, do I need to be able to jump higher? I guess it's overriding it because this isn't becoming false. Slowdown amounts full because that's still, but that should only happen if the collision. This is a little confusing. Let's make the jump super high. This is confusing. I think I gotta return to this. I think I'm too burned out. I think my brain is too burned out. See, we're getting wall unseen set to false, but if the wall gets seen once, okay. I don't like when there's multiple in a row. This is another problem that has to be solved, as if there's multiple of these. Wall seen true. So the feet are being unseen, but it's not unsetting the terrain slowdown. It's not becoming false because I guess this is remaining true. And this is like, it's like a feedback loop maybe? It's like overriding itself? Could you not? Is there a way to make it do it? I thought there was, like, a way to make it, like, do it once. Maybe that's high pipe. Oh, no, I'm thinking of GDevelop. Dang. I don't think I'm going to be able to figure this out tonight. I think hitting the wall and getting going again after you jump over it is way more complicated than I can handle right now. I wish it wasn't. I wish it wasn't. Because we kind of had it working before, but it was like technically broken. It was like working, but it was broken. In that it didn't have the right, so like in this code right here. But if I were to remove this condition, then I believe we can blast through the wall. So we stop, but then I can blast through the wall, right? So that's why I have to say you're not allowed to do that. But now we jump, and then I could like start pushing forward. So that's me pressing the boost button. But then you can see I'm actually boosting all the time. It's not unsetting the boost. We're going the super speed all the time, which is not good. Now that doesn't happen normally. There's so many problems. Don't hit the wall. Oh, I hit the wall. So I feel like this is something I kind of want to reimagine how to set this up. I was going to do the hack and plan on stream. I don't know if I want to. So I speed up here and stop, right? We speed up, it stops. We speed up, it stops. Speed up, it stops. But without that one condition on there, when I get into the ravine and it sets the slowdown, even if I'm, you know, going slow or whatever now, when I jump and I speed up, it doesn't slow back down anymore. And now it's just constantly going super fast. So, I mean, I could set some other weird way of doing it, but I don't know. You know, and so with this in here, there's just, I think there's just like this weird feedback loop happening where the terrain slowdown is getting set. So even though the feet are unseen, it's not becoming untrue that the terrain is slowed down. The terrain is still being slowed down. And really, this is terrain slowdown is true. It's not becoming false. Because this function is seeing that collision, but there's no way to say unsee that collision. I mean, maybe on the obstacle script. I mean, how would I unemit this? Unemit the amount slowed. I could have it go back to full, but it would have to be something else. I guess if we collided with something. So what I could also do is I could say that with every edge, with every ledge on top of it, there is this collision area that's looking for the feet. And if that collision area sees the feet, then the slowdown amount goes to full. And if the slowdown, or the slowdown goes to none. And if the slowdown amount is none, now it will know not to slow us down. I don't love it. I don't love it. It feels like a system that could fall apart very easily. But it intrigues me for a couple reasons. If I duplicate this ground, oh yeah, she's going for it. If I duplicate this ground and I put it y0, y0, move this back, so it's kind of like, and I needed to put something here anyway, so this is my chance, I guess. Trying to get these lined up is gonna be a little tricky. Okay, there we go. Good enough. And then I'm gonna make it a little shorter. I mean, it can be this long. It's okay if it's this long. Now this would be a little different. So that means this needs to be an obstacle, which means I need to put it in an area 3D. So I need to create an obstacle and then put this ground in that obstacle, which means it also needs a collision. And I would set this damage amount to no damage. And I would set the slowdown amount to no slowdown. Now, I haven't configured the slowdown amount none yet. I have configured the damage amount none. So if damage amount is set to none on the obstacle, then it will only hurt the limb 0. It probably will flash because it's going to think damage has been done. So I kind of would want to actually need to fix something then. And say, so the flash, when you hit things, happens where? Where's the flash? This is the flash right here. So if right here is the other flash. So we'd also want to say for all of these, and obstacle is a little confusing. Damage amounts is set to... Is this gonna work? No, 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 no. Not like that. We would want to say, is it'd have to be in that function. That's mad confusing. So I'd actually have to say, set a damage amount variable damage amount equals damage amount. This is a little wild. I don't know if that'll work. Set it to 0 by default. It has the same name, so we have to change that. We want to say amount to damage. This is terrible. These names are just disgusting. Just terrible. So confusing. Really want to think about how I might want to name these to make more sense. Oh, I see. So I want to say amount to damage. I'm just finding different ways to name these so it doesn't conflict, but I'm not saying it makes sense. So I think I would want to do this the other way around, right? Set the amount to damage to damage amount. My God, it's messy. And then we say, and amount to damage. So if that is not set to 0, if amount to damage is not set to 0, then flash the damage stuff, or then do all the damage stuff. Always get messy. Always get messy. First of all, does that even work? Okay, so this is broken everything. So the damage does not work there because it's probably not set to 0. Oh, my bad. It's not a number. I see. Oh, dear God. It's not a number, guys. It's not a number. It's not a number. It's much more confusing than that. So if it's not set to obstacle, that's not going to work. No, it will work. Obstacle damage amounts none. This might work. And then I'll do the same thing wherever the hell I did that. Where did I do that? Oh, that one up here. It's not a number. It's an array. Or an enum. So I need to somehow... Where did I put that? Here. Amount of damage. Obstacle. Damage amounts. None. Assuming I can actually set this the way I think I can. Nice. Okay, damage works. Good. Good, good, good. Okay, we do have... This is good. That's working. It's working. Now, the other problem we have is it's overlapping these meshes, which I'm a little surprised by. Because the terrain needs to cover the full width of this, and then it will spawn it in that length. So I have to adjust this size. I need to make it twice as long, basically, for this to work. 40, but then I have to put it on top. Oh gosh, center offset. Yes, please offset. Very much offset. 10, I guess, -10. Because they were spawning on top of each other, which means we can't necessarily detect it. Oh, okay, bye-bye. Okay, there we go. It's still a little overlappy. Okay, nice. We hit it. We don't take damage. That's good. That means that's working. I will say, it isn't... I don't know why it would be overlapping it still. Because it's Y size. Oh, I see. It's not recognizing the offset. It doesn't recognize that offset. Unfortunately. That's annoying. I guess what I can do is I can move everything inside of here forward until it aligns with this terrain thing here. Okay, then. So I gotta find right there. Gotta move it all up right about there. This is a little wacky. It's like maybe like that. Not quite. Not quite. But almost. I can also look at it over here. Grab all this. It's just getting messy. Oh, and then where is the... It's just about at that grid line. Not that way. This way. It's pretty close. It's not perfect, but let's see if that fixes that issue with the overlap. A little bit. So you can see where I didn't quite make it. It's glitching because it's overlapping in a weird way. But, oh well. Okay, good. So this is good. So now the reason why I set all that up so this in particular, I'm going to rename this. This is wall 1. And this one is ground top 1, we'll say. Now on this, so this thing is set up to give no damage and to not slow anything down. So I would want to say that if the feet, oh gosh, it's getting confusing. If the feet are seen to collide with it, so we have area entered, right? So this will be able to tell if that feet area goes in there. So let me just see if that prints, just out of curiosity. In order to do that, I need to connect it to, so it's kind of like it's being damaged, but it's not really being damaged. It's more being detected. So I need to connect to the area damaged on the messenger from the feet. I mean, this is wacky town. It's so wacky town. And I don't like that. Messenger. Wait, why would we have area damaged here? Wait, that's supposed to say undamaged. Wait a minute. Would it have worked a long time ago? Did I just connect it to the wrong thing? Hold up. Hold up. It's supposed to be area undamaged, not area damaged. Wait. Hold up here. Are you telling me? Are you telling me? I didn't need to do none of that. I don't know. We'll see. It still may not work. Oh, it works! All right, we didn't have to do none of that. I didn't have to do none of that. I mean, I did set up some things I've been meaning to set up. I set up the top level after you get out the ravine. Set up that. That's good. Set up the slowdown amount none to matter. So all is not lost at all. Actually, I've done nothing that I need to undo here. I don't think. I don't think so. I think literally I inadvertently checked off some things. Oh, what's up, Ninja? Oh, dang. How long ago did that message come through? 20 minutes? Oh my gosh. Ninja, I'm so sorry. I don't know how I missed it. Dude, I was in the zone. What the what? I want you to know that around here on Hyper Game Dev, I take great joy and pride in noticing when people are hanging out here and joining in the stream. And I apologize for missing your message. Wow. Dang, I was in it, man. Where have I been? Welcome, Ninja. If you're still here, thank you for stopping in. Thank you for your message. Wow. I checked out. I checked out, man. That's too bad. I really apologize. Random idea. Don't know if it'd clash with everything or break the other systems, but what about using the Y level to make the player collide with walls rather than actual collision? Interesting. I have questions about how that would work. I don't understand how that would work. The Y, but I like that. I like the sound of that. And I hear you, right? Yeah, it could clash with other things. I don't know if it does. And I'm sure by now you've gotten out of here. And I couldn't blame you. Thank you for stopping in. Man, it's so rare that I miss a message like that. Look at that. It works. It already was working. The way I had it set up before was working. Wait, but the feet, I need the feet in here, right? If I turn off the feet collision, that breaks this, right? So adding the feet in there was the thing that makes it work. It has to be. It's not? What if I just delete the entire feet script? Just burn the entire feet script down to the ground. Oh, that is a problem. Okay, we need it. We need it. Come back. But I don't need the collision? This is just saying... I mean, really, I guess I could just put this anywhere. I don't need to put this anywhere in particular. So I don't need the feet on there right now. I could put this on the player with everything else. Right? Connect this in the ready function. I gotta keep your message in there just in case you come back. I apologize. I apologize, Ninja. Dang. I would need to know more about that, honestly. Using the Y level to make the player collide with walls. Because, like, when I think of Y level, I think about, like, height, right? So, like, maybe you mean Z, like, going this way? So, like, if I don't know. I just don't know. Or maybe you mean that, like, to determine, ooh, oh. So, like, if we're colliding with a wall, have that wall say, I am Y high. I am whatever Y high. And then if the player has risen to that Y height, then we know that the player is over the wall. That's an interesting idea. That's an interesting idea. I mean, apparently, I've got it working, and I didn't realize I did. I just had something spelled wrong. Which is just not the worst mistake to have made. This is fixable. I think I might not need the feat script at all. Pull out this function here. And go back to the player. Create this. And instead of player terrain slowdown, we could just say terrain slowdown false. What's the problem here? Expected statement found indent instead. Oh. That should be better. And then for the feat, I mean, I don't think I need this script whatsoever. I better not delete it yet. I'm just going to comment the whole script out. Okay. Oh, it doesn't like that. It's like, hey, don't comment a whole script out. Hold up. That's too much. That's too much commenting. I'm sorry. Can we just do this? Is that acceptable? Yeah, don't need it on the feat script. The whole feat thing. I mean, maybe someday that becomes useful. But right now, not needed. Oh. Well, there's some problems. And look, I expected there to be problems. I fully expected there to be problems. Because really, the feet weren't doing anything yet. So it might be good to have both in combination. Because it seems like there is a way to break it. And then sort of like what Ninja was saying, if I'm understanding that correctly, right? If we have it based on how high the player should jump in order to get over the wall, then there's no weird accidental collision that causes a false, you know, positive or something. And you're not going to get stuck. Because once you've definitely jumped that high, you're good to go. I don't even know how we did that in the first place. How did that even happen? I'm trying to recreate that. But it doesn't want to be recreated. There we go. Seems like if I kind of fall into it at a weird level. Oops. So then it's not the arms anymore. It's the legs that are colliding. And now I can't jump anymore. Because I guess the legs are colliding with this. Oh, and we might, it might be because we're not grounded. It thinks we're not on the floor, so I can't jump. I can't jump if we're not on the floor. There's no ground, so we can't jump. So then we're just stuck. And so we could also say, based on what Ninja was saying, we could also say that again, the slowdown doesn't even happen if the player isn't at the certain Y height. I think that's what Ninja was saying. It's a great suggestion. I wish I'd seen it sooner. I wish I'd seen it sooner. Using the Y level to make the player collide with walls rather than actual collisions. Yeah. I need to take that note down. I gotta take that note down. That's a good note to take down. Ninja Whippet Productions. What did I just type? Ninja Whippet Productions. A Y level of player relative to height of wall determines wall collision, not actual collision. Yeah, that's definitely something to look into, because that would resolve problems like this happening. Because it wouldn't be based on the collision, it would be based on if the player had even reached the right height. It's a great idea. And then, you know, it could be just like, because we can see the area 3D of what we collide into. We might be able to read the collision height, the Y position of the collision or whatever. It's such a great suggestion. It's so buggy this way. So like even in its best form, it's really buggy. And you know, the feet thing could make sense, right? If we say wait until the feet are above that certain point. But again, that's all depending on these collisions, which can be, you know, what if the feet land in a weird way? Just like right underneath there. You know, I have to keep making sure it's perfect. Whereas if I set these particular... That's such a great idea. We're coming through. I gotta play the outro music. I'm gonna be here all night. I'm gonna be here all night. Well, it would seem my internet has something else in mind. My internet's like, no, you won't. You will not be here all night. I promise you, you will not be here all night. I'm like, okay, chill. Ninja Whippet had an awesome idea, and I'm taking that note down. I've got a hacky version going where if we run into the wall, as long as we run into it just right, we can jump out of it after we hit it. It's nice progress. You know, there's a lot I've learned about the game, what can make the game more fun. And we did get an instant killing cliff you can fall off of. That is here. It's right there. I'm about to go into it. That's a huge success. I love that. And thank you, DNF Dead, for making that recommendation. Great recommendation. Turned out fantastic. Gave me just so much inspiration. What turned out fantastic was all the inspiration and realizing what this game can be, or even should or not should be. What happens if you run into that wall without your arms? That's probably gonna break it. Probably won't work. So I'm really glad that we tried making that today. It's just led to a lot of discoveries. Oh, because the collision is still there. The arms collision doesn't go away. Even though, well, I think that was me kind of jumping. Luckily, at least it kills you if you clip through. So that's something else nice that we added in because of DNF's suggestion, was if you fall through down to the bottom, it'll kill you. So even though it's a glitch, at least it doesn't brick the game. I mean, it does if you get stuck right in the middle of it, then it bricks it. Just don't get stuck right in the middle. It's a little hard to recreate. Which, that's a good thing, right? It's not a bad thing. Still, it can happen. So yeah, there it is. Oh no, we slide back down. It's like it has to just line up where the velocity goes absolutely down to 0 and we've collided with it. Stop falling in the hole. Thank you everybody for bearing with my internet. I appreciate it. I'm really excited about where this game can go. I really want to set up the hacking plan on stream, but I also really want to start working on it off stream. But I think that's just going to be Wednesday. Wednesday, I'm setting up Hack and Plan. If you don't know about Hack and Plan is like a project manager, sort of like Trello, but it's geared towards game developers. So I'm going to look into that on Wednesday. That is to say the next Godot stream that I do. I hope you'll come through and check it out. If you're watching this after the live stream, I've got news for you. You can tap in the bottom right to watch that episode right now, or at least see when it's gonna happen. Tap in the bottom left to watch the last episode, and I'll see you there. Thank you so much, and yeah, take care.